Just getting quarter over quarter GDP for the U.S. just coming out here, 2.9% versus 2.6% in the latest quarter, so higher than expected there on that number. Initial jobless claims numbers, meanwhile, 186 versus 205. Little bit of downside movement here for the futures as a result. Core PCE we're still waiting for here on a quarter over quarter reading. Continuing claims 1.67 versus 1.65. So a bunch of data points coming in here, still waiting for. There's the PCE number, 3.9% versus 3.9%. So in line with expectations. Worth noting, that's the quarterly number on the PCE reading. We'll get the month over month number tomorrow morning at this point. Otherwise, futures trying to hold on to upside movement here. 0.6 right now for the NASDAQ, 0.35 for the S&P 500. Bit of a dip there on both of those. Coming off that GDP, again, higher than expected. Not what people were looking for. Sharif here with me, as always.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, you and I were talking earlier. Where do we go from here? Does the Fed raise rates in response to a stronger than anticipated economy, or is just kind of already baked in, Brendo? So
yeah, one interesting data point there, not to cut you off, but one interesting data point here, guys. The prior was 3.2. So the prior quarterly number there, 3.2. So 2.9 versus forecast of 2.6. Seeing some decent movement here, guys. Back to the downside, though.
Yeah, we initially did. We just bounced actually back to where we were before. So it looks like that GDP number coming in probably a little bit better than expected. Maybe that's one of those things where good news is bad for a moment, but we're right back in toward, kind of where we're sitting at. Like 0.8 on the NASDAQ we were closer to 1%, but we're at 12,000 anyways. I mean, if I'm looking at the cues here, just for the chart, like we're right up against resistance going into this number, and it's been an impressive rally. I do feel like earnings are the bigger thing here today because we talked about Tesla, and we're going to have some Microsoft aftermath as well. Some names in the chip space we're going to be talking about. You had the airlines come through. I expect it to be a big day. The question becomes, can we start to push through? Don't think it's happening right now on this number. It's going to be the strength of the open that's going to come into play, definitely. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I'm pretty excited. I mean, I got it on the bull. That was my first thought coming through because there were so many names that were exhibiting so much strength in the rally off of yesterday's lows, but the follow through is going to be tricky because everything got so top heavy at the end of the day. I was in so many things looking for breakouts that had so much trouble pumping through those higher levels. We'll see what happens. Tesla, good quarter. They're actually up. There was almost no dip in Tesla when the market came down here. Tesla already up to 156.6. Yeah, we'll probably see 10% on Tesla today. That 160 could be in play.
Yeah, we have the 160. Good morning, everyone. We have the 160 level marked down for Tesla as well. I mean, yeah, the NASDAQ at that 12,000, that's going to be a key level. We talked about 11,900 right here. We broke through that, and we're going to open up the day higher than 11,900. That's going to be a decent level right there to come into. So, if the market does come in, I want to be able to see, if there's any names that we like and possibly trade the futures here off of this 11,900 level. So I just want to, and if it dips down, you got 11,850 right there. I mean, they all look pretty sweet on the NASDAQ. So we definitely were saved yesterday by that little rally. I mean, the Dow was down 470 points and finished positive. So, there is a lot of rally potential here in the market. I was actually looking at Intel today. They're going to report. That should be a good one. My casino name, wow. Thank God for diversification. I mean, honestly, this is a name that I've been holding and buying those dips in, and then today win on the back of LVS. Nice little move upside right here too. So there's lots of pockets of strength in the market. You just have to find them. Microsoft might be another one. You see Tesla today. Again, I marked down, we will get to all this. It's going to be on our watch list and everything, and I'm working on the sticky note. But you want to say about 160. Yeah, 160 is probably going to be here before the open even happens. So watch out for that, as it is right now ramping itself up. What is Tesla even doing right now? It just went from 155.50 up to 157. Tesla starting to get all ramped up here. Mullen as well. I want to look at that today, 35. Okay, so that's at a key 35 level that we talked about yesterday. So that should be really interesting. But watch out, Tesla right now looks like it wants to take 157, which is just up 55% from that low there back in January 3rd or whatever that was. So here we go. It looks like you're going to hit 157 again. Congratulations, everybody that was been long Tesla. We don't need this imbalance locator up. This is kind of the rally here that we've been talking about in Tesla. There's this bottom. It says Jan 6 on here, but I believe it was down here, which we're missing data. But it's a huge move to the upside. Let's see if we can get going now. 166 is that little lip bottom. So, you know, you might have something there, but right now you're bouncing off 157. A great, great quarter there for Tesla.
Yeah, record. In fact, on the revenue side of things, will be interesting to see how that plays out today. The entire group looking amazing here so far this morning. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, whatever you want. Simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV promo code. Get yourself 10% off. If you're just coming in, welcome. First of all, going to be an interesting Thursday morning here, setting up futures trying to bounce after this. 2.9% quarter-over-quarter GDP versus 2.6 expected there. 3.2 was the last. I just noticed this as well. U.S. durable goods numbers, 5.6% increase versus just 2.5 expected there. So that's a big upside move on that number as well. 186 initial jobless claims versus 205. We're also going to get some data coming out at 10 o'clock this morning. There's some home sales data coming at 10 o'clock and then at 11. This could be a bit of a market-moving one as well. The Kansas City Fed Composite Index, there is a inflation portion to that number, and as we've seen of late, anything inflation-related can be viewed by the market.
Oh, yeah, and we're going to get a bigger number on Friday, the PCE index coming in on Friday. That's going to be interesting as well to see what the Fed does in response to that number. But some good earnings this morning, Brendo. So I don't know. There's some good movement here to buoy the market.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the airline's kind of a mixed bag. We have Love downside, LUV downside, AAL back to the upside on a better than expected forecast. Specifically, the numbers were kind of ho-hum. For AAL, here's, I wanted to show you this real quick. This is the 2-year Treasuries on a big move following that GDP reading, 4.22 at the top there for the 2-year. This is the 10-year back to 3.5. It's still amazing that the 10-year is at 3.5 at this point, but trying to get back to the upside, not much happening down here. DXY, the dollar kind of flat so far, guys.
Yeah, you know, the dollar, sometimes you get the movement to get that leading indicator for the markets. Maybe that's gonna follow through. I don't know that that's been as useful recently. I think one of the big things that happened in this recent rally is you saw the VIX make an all-time low, multi-year low, and then get a little bit of action in the overall market. That's a good bouncing point sometimes, or you can have follow through to said downside. I want to jump back over to not Tesla specifically, but Tesla. We just pointed out that breakout up 8.5%, kind of dragging some names with it right now, and one of those. NIO already on close to 1 million shares worth of volume. It's in the midst of a potential break here. Now this has gone pretty far the last couple of days in NIO. You can kind of see here, very, very strong move through $10. We can come to the chart for a second, guys. Very strong move. Can we come to the chart for a second, guys?
Guys,
FOD. Thank you. So it bounced off like 10 a couple of times, and then look at this potential break at 1240 here. Now, I think it's a little bit top heavy. However, I am respecting the fact that if you carry through this 1240, ignore that wick. Remember what happened at the open a couple of days ago. There is some room to actually get to like 1350 before I think you run into some trouble. A dip would probably end up down at the 50 period at some point. But if Tesla goes 10%, it could take it with it. Another one going to be in play here that I think could be making a top break anytime soon. It's one of the few things I'm bidding right now. I have an offer on LUV, but Lucid, we're long Lucid yesterday on a reversal, and then it took the next level out by gapping up. So, you know, in the midst of that gap through 9, I want the long off 9. Maybe there's a dip to get it. I'm hoping Tesla gives us a dip buy. I definitely want to dip buy in Lucid as well here at that $9 level.
How about the other way a little bit? We talked about some EV names there. Yeah, someone said about our hoarse voices. I know Neil and myself and Randy, we were all out at an NYSE ICE event last night. And although you got out, you stayed pretty good though last night. And it was a little later night for myself, but we are still ready to rock and roll here. I'm working on the sticky note, and so if we do have hoarse voices, maybe I do need some lemon tea. But it's been such a long time.
I was fighting it all week. and then talking loudly in a bar
That's the
for a
thing,
couple of
yeah.
hours, like that's what
After
does it for
talking
you.
all day on the show,
Yeah.
you know. There we go. I'm trying to fix my monitor.
I stole a couple of your hauls.
What?
What? I just told you I did.
Yeah, that's fine.
See? I'll have one of these later. I'll be fine.
Maybe I'll maybe I'll have one at some point as well. I was wondering because I remember I was like, this morning I was like, what are these
Yeah, I had
glasses
to
doing
move
everywhere?
the-
Because
Yeah.
there we go, the halls for the throat. So we'll get that
I'm
going.
telling you, you got to put this in your coffee.
Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't used this yet.
That's-
The sugar cane stick or
that's
whatever,
good
the
stuff,
saffron.
man.
Yeah, I should definitely be hitting that. Maybe I'll do that right now. But no, I want to go the other way. What about Chevron? Wow, a $75 billion buyback, like the largest they've ever done. Their past largest buyback was $25 billion. We've really been loving the XLE and this name and Exxon Mobil. And then so today, man, wow, Chevron, beautiful move, up 3.7%. Oil only up, well, oil is pretty good too, up 1.6%. So although we'll talk about EVs today, and that seems to always get the love on this show, you're going to see Chevron right now. And I wish I traded this a little bit more because we are right here up to this level of 188. And I'm thinking like, if we hit that level, we probably go to 190. So I could see that coming in for sure here. So I don't know. I'm thinking about a 188 break here on Chevron. I don't know if what I mean by I wish I traded it more is just like, I wish I knew if it had that juice in it to do that here today. Let me see what it did yesterday. Like yesterday, well, I mean, obviously it had to move to the downside there. 176 bottom and then a rally. Yeah, okay, so even in that major rally yesterday, it only went up $3. Obviously, on this news, it should be able to go a little bit more. The close yesterday, 179, so you're already up 6 here on Chevron, 7 almost. Let's see if it can get to that 188. We'll judge sort of the momentum when we get there, but that could be a level for me for sure to be concerned with. So Chevron up here at 188. What a great story this name continues to be, man. Dividend payer. Now you get the buyback. Like, so if the market doesn't want to buy Chevron, don't worry, they'll be in there buying it as well. It's a pretty decent percentage of their market cap, 75 billion. Hold on a second. What was that?
20%.
20, yeah. So Chevron, wow. Like if they're going to be buying back, basically they're saying to you, they'll just buy back 20% of their company, and that's that. So there it is right now. Price to earnings really, really nice at only 10 right now.
So cheap.
There it is right here. Very great stock, no short float. I don't know. We'll wait to see. There it is right there. Market cap 360 billion. So, wow, what a great opportunity to pick up some Chevron there on what I think is going to be a relatively cheap number. So, we'll wait for 188 to see some action upside.
Yeah, it was almost like we were saying, it was almost like CVX was leading oil higher this morning when it's typically the other way around. But yeah, really impressive, 3+%. Oil only 1+% right now after a negative day yesterday. I want to switch gears a little bit, talk about Meta. Interesting couple of stories here. Meta showing all kinds of relative strength so far. We can look at this from either side. BuzzFeed. Weren't they bankrupt at one point or reportedly going to be declaring bankruptcy? Apparently, Meta's been paying them millions to not only create content for Facebook and Instagram, but also send them content creators to be a part of the platform. This is well out this morning. Former President Trump going to be reinstated on Facebook as well.
Yeah, I mean, who knew? BuzzFeed's still around. That stock, look, for a day trader, that stock is actually doing significantly solid volume. Like, I'm probably going to be looking at that one myself. Meta, 143. It's going to get there at the open. I don't know if I want to take a breakout on a stock without the market getting through that 12,000 mark. That's a tricky thing with a level like that in the futures, because if you're not holding above, you get a rejection of a major level like 12,000 on the NASDAQ, the NQ there, and suddenly taking a breakout in one of the major tech names, and obviously Meta's not as big as it used to be, but one of the major tech names, and you could have yourself an open fail break. So having too many things long or getting caught, if we don't take that 12,000 level, I want to be cautious with it. But above that number, there's a lot of room. Like if you start trending above, I think on an up day, if we get a 2% day in the NASDAQ, then Meta can go 143 to 145. And that probably gives you multiple places to get in along the way. As far as BuzzFeed goes, so this is one of your sort of classic, and I can't believe this. I didn't realize this was like just hanging around $1, to be honest with you. So you're gapping above $1. You already have the quarter coming in as support. And you also have the 50 period in the last consolidation lining up with $1.25. So I'd rather not chase something like this. I want to see at the open, does it hold that 1/4 mark? If there's any kind of a dip, which sometimes you get in a gap up and on a low cap, like it's already given 140s here, so there's probably people going long. I'd rather see the open drop down, settle down somewhere, and then if it can start holding a bid off support levels, fantastic. I think the real trades that you'd be comfortable holding on to probably happen a little bit earlier on in the morning. Not one I particularly want to be chasing here, so. Yeah, I might be on the bid of this one like after the opening rush or something if it can start holding down around 120, 125. I just don't feel like I want to chase. This is not even a name that has a big short interest or anything like that. I think it's like 1% short, which for this is actually shocking. I thought it would at least be like 5, 10%. But yeah, when there's a low short interest, it's not a huge float. It's already starting to settle down. I'd rather try to buy a dip a little bit lower than chase this move.
Okay, so, sometimes with President Trump coming back, I mean, it's headwind and tailwind at the same time, right? Like, I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be against that decision. Apparently what did they say? There's some curbs in place, whatever that term was that they had there. So I don't know what they're going to do for all of that. I mean, I just look at Meta yesterday, and we didn't trade it that well, but we had a decent trade at the end of the day. But look at this move to the downside here. Like, remember we were watching this, and it was kind of moving like a little counter to the rest of the market there. I know the market did come down, but this is a pretty, like, considering the day that we had, it's pretty blah there yesterday, where it was very, very hard to be able to catch tops and bottoms. Like, we broke right there at the end of the day, which was actually fine. That happens after the pre-market, after the post-market. But, now today you're right back up to the upside, and I think you just got to play key levels. We saw that expansion workout yesterday on Microsoft where we touched 231 at the bottom, which was like a bottom from a few days ago, I think the 23rd, I believe. So right now on Meta, I mean, the market's up here. Meta's up, so that makes sense. But I don't even know if this 143.20 is good enough. I almost think like you got to break this 144.20-ish, or if you're going to go short, you want to wait to go short up in here. So I don't know. I'm not sure about that level right there, but that could be something that we look at. This wick never happened. So for me, Meta would probably be a break long through 143.20, but then I don't know if it breaks through 144. So we're going to have to wait to see about this name here. I feel like there's been so much movement on Meta. I mean, wasn't this $80? Like $90 right there at the bottom? So, it's a monster move back up, man. That's 60% up here for Meta, like 90 to 143. Like that's a 55, 56% move in just a matter of 3-4 months. So I feel like we really want to wait to see. We saw Microsoft come out with their earnings. We saw Tesla. Now we can try to go longs on Tesla. I feel like Meta's just waiting. I don't know. Let me see. When does Meta report? META. Post-market Feb 1. So we'll have to wait next week, and then we'll get Meta coming through. So at a PE of just 13 now, I was screaming at the PE level, which I bought it up. I mean, you guys know when this was 11, I was like, let's get more Meta, like let's go. And then like now it's at to 150. So I might even sell some here today if we get like maybe a rejection at that 144 and the market breaks through 12,000 and Facebook doesn't go. So Meta doesn't go. But anyways, that was a huge buy down there. No matter what you think of the company, let's just talk about the performance of the stock. We talked about the cash flow, how much the revenues these guys bring in, and they're a profitable company with a PE at that point was 11. It was a no-brainer, but we'll wait to see here now what happens up here at 144. That's a key level for me. So we're going to wait to see on that one. But hey, it's up today with the market. Maybe Meta goes. I'm going to look for weakness, though, if we get to that 144.
We were just discussing that. I mean, this is still, there's so much room in this stock.
Oh, absolutely. A PE of 13, that's like basically value.
It's
People
crazy.
look for 12 and under for value, Brent.
It's been a long time. Yeah, next week's going to be impressive. Meta, Google, Amazon, Apple. Am I missing any? It's going to be
There's a lot.
The full slate of tech earnings going to come through next week. We were talking a little bit the other day about these, some of the payment processors getting set to come through. This was MasterCard this morning, Visa after the close tonight. Just keep that in mind. Not a huge move here for MA. Back to positive already after an early dip, though. But we'll have a look at those possibly coming up over the coming days. There was a note on Kohl's. I saw somebody mentioning it, KSS moving around They're apparently close to naming a new CEO. That was from the New York Times this morning. Wayfair also moving around, former runner earlier in the week, W on a upgrade and a price target increase today.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a look at that, that's been tradable. You've seen Luca and I trading that during the midday show ad nauseum, and today presents probably another opportunity. Large short flow, like Brendan mentioned. But here's the thing with Wayfair. Kind of a little bit oversold at the moment. So let's have a look to see if we can kind of get a little bit of a balance, because it's been heading to the south side.
Yeah, we're trying to get Luis Barbado waiting patiently with us this morning, but we're having some technical issues. Maybe we can get him back tomorrow morning. If not, next week, camera issues for Luis this morning. That's disappointing. But guys, what do we think here? These payment processors or Visa cards, let's talk about it how it is, credit card operators. Back to the upside, bit of an economic overlook as a whole. Visa coming after the market closes tonight, going to be interesting as far as the holiday season is concerned.
Yeah, to be short, just one update, because I know we have the ad there, so the position board isn't showing. Mullen broke 35. I'm in it 35.06, like the not 6/10ths, but 6/100ths of a cent. It'll round there. Just quickly if we can come to the chart, because yesterday we played the breakout in Mullen at 35 yesterday. It got literally to 36. And that's as far as it could go. They got approved for a reverse split. I think the thesis was, for me, you make that kind of bull flag, you have that 35 break, and then I thought 40 to 41 was your resistance levels. That was a good level last time we traded it. It was a good break, and then sort of rejected that breakout. Didn't short it last time it was there. If we get there, great. I think that can be a nice little risk to reward if we get 37, 38, 39 on the way to 40. But as far as I mean, we were talking about MasterCard, Visa. We're going to get American Express on. Actually, no. I think it's two of them on Friday, and then we only get one tomorrow. One today. Today's Thursday. But Visa was one of the names that had that crazy thing at the open. So some of these charts are going to have these crazy wicks on it. But they've been kind of sitting in a range, having some trouble breaking out. But we're at one of those points on the daily where, if a name like Visa breaks away from here, you've got tremendous upside potential, right? And I was saying this just in the chat that it was sort of the same thing with CVX and XOM. Like, they're at monster levels on the daily that the risk to reward of getting a breakout here is fantastic. So they're going to be on the radar. However, that plays in both directions, right? So I know we're going to want to trade them. I think we go inside on these, like inside type days for today. I don't expect there to be volatility, but when you have tight ranges like that, what's good about it is when you break away from it, which you almost certainly will on the earnings, you don't necessarily have to be worried about predicting as a day trader. Well, if we break out to the long side, I really just want to find a place to join the long. And if it breaks this channel to the downside, I really just want to think about taking shorts. Now, that can also lead us to thinking about some of the retail names as well. And I think you can maybe favor the direction. If we had a bad print on the credit card names, then you might want to be favoring retail to the downside as well. Just be very careful doing that, because a lot of those have been heavily shorted recently. On one note, because we kind of glossed over Wayfair, I know you guys talked about Wayfair, but the 60 level on Wayfair is huge. I mean, look, it's 30-something% short. I'll double check it in a second, but significant short interest in this name. It's been an absolute tear. I get it, but that was a huge recovery that it just put on, bouncing off 50. If this takes out the 60 level, it's one of those candidates that could halt to the upside. It's one of those candidates that could really rally. Like, until you get up to like 70, 75, I mean, at this point, like, when you break through 60, last time it was at $60. The previous day was at 70. So I could see it making a run into that kind of a level if it does break that 6-0, but it has to get through it first.
Here is I don't know where Randy is today, but here's a picture. I just tweeted this out. I saw it on my phone there from last night. Here's Randy and I last night as we left. So that was a fun night. Just tweeted that out. And also, the reason why I want to show you this is right here. Sticky note is now out. So if you guys want to check that out, please do that. Right now, as we approach 40,000 followers, please follow, and lots of good ideas coming through, not just on my account, but on all of ours. So, all right. I mean, I was still looking at Meta. We just, you guys were talking about, what was the key that you're just talking about your position that you're in. I'm not in anything right now.
Yeah, just
one thing that I did want to do, and we still have our watch list to go. So it looks like Luis might be fixed, but I don't want to go over too many things because most of them are on the watch list. But one thing, I'll just give you a little quick tidbit here, because we just tweeted out our sticky note. I really like NVIDIA here, man, at 195. It's broken above it. It's so sweet on the daily here, breaking above right there. Let's let this adjust a little bit. Right here, there's 195, right into this level. Taking it out and now trying to start a new level back up here, up above 200. So I still think that I do like this 195 buy if we're able to get it back in. I'm already bidding there, so if I do get long, the only trade that I have on right now will be NVIDIA because it's the only order I have out. So I just want to talk about that in case it does come in a little bit. 195 for NVIDIA is probably my best idea for now.
All right, let's bring in Luis Barbado from the Day Trade the World office over in Barcelona, Spain. We'll get a look at how things are shaping up for a Thursday morning here from his perspective. Good to have you as always. Hopefully your camera will participate here this morning, Luis. It's been a busy week. Obviously, we're getting into the swing of things as far as earnings are concerned. Tesla, the big one today. What's top of your list today?
Yeah, busy days. A lot of small caps jumping, moving up very sharply. It is true that very sharp, and maybe you do only 1 or 2 trades on each of them, but we have like 10, 15 small caps every day jumping higher. So a lot of stocks and a lot of trades this week. We're checking micro algo today. MLGO is moving 60% now up, fighting highs of the day. We're shorting it here against high of the day, 75. Let's see if it works. We are checking as well BuzzFeed, as you said. It seemed they were bankrupt, but today is popping 40% up. We're going shorts again, 150, 153 area high of pre-market. We might see some sort of squeeze around there and then bleeding for the rest of the day. Microalgo is jumping again to the high, so be very careful with this one. And of course, Tesla and all the sympathies around.
It almost made it. It almost made it. Yeah, there's a wire issue, I think, with Luis's camera. That's too bad. MLGO was the first one he mentioned there, guys, and then BuzzFeed, the second one. So, yeah, MLGO, a ton of volume. It's almost like the attention kind of switched from BuzzFeed over to MLGO, back to day highs here. Pretty impressive.
Looks good, Brendo, to be honest. Let's have a look at the daily chart. A bit distorted here because there is this big wick going back to December 13th. That's kind of distorting the chart. But having a look here, there's a key level of resistance right at that 318, 320 area. That goes back to December 15th. So I'll be looking for those levels to see if they break down. But like Luis said, I'm going to take this one south. Should it break VWAP though, Brendo?
All right, ton of analyst moves to get to this morning. Big names, 2 days in a row here on this board. Yeah, that's a very rare occasion. Top of the downgrade list there is Alphabet, down 1% right now. IBM, 3M, Microsoft as well, catching a downgrade from Credit Suisse. Tesla, Nike, Meta, meanwhile, and there's AXP. So yeah, Visa after the close tonight. We'll get AXP before the market opens tomorrow.
Double check, and I'm just going to say it out loud because I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's news on that MLGO. If there is, and I'm missing something, just let me know, Brendan, because that's a big mover. But I'm looking at Alphabet. If there's weakness in the market, I know Alphabet is relatively strong here today, but that was one of the weaker names on that rally on the way back to the upside. So the shorts yesterday were like 96 and 95 into 94. However, I don't want to forget that 2 days ago, on the way back down, when it tried to make the break to 100, on the way back down, it had some resistance at 98 late. And that was kind of the trade for the afternoon, was sort of shorting it off of that 98 level back and forth. So if we do get a pop and we take out 12,000, like above that number, Google around that 98. The only two levels I'll like is 98 and 100, obviously. That 98 would probably come in there first. It's $1 away, but if we do get a spike up, I do like Alphabet to try a short at that 98 level and then see if we can play with it. To me, that has nothing to do personally with the downgrade. I just like the level. I like the relative weakness it had. So if we glide up strongly enough there, that's one area that I would look to be putting a bit of a fade. The same thing goes for the 100 level. I feel like we cross that bridge when we get to it, though.
All right. I've actually missed this one on the sticky note here today because I don't know. Like, I almost wonder why. I mean, like Neil just mentioned there, yesterday we were all over Google again yesterday. We actually had the short there at 96 and the long there at 94. So we had both of these directions yesterday. But it wasn't participating, obviously, in the same manner that we were still red yesterday after all that, of course. 98 top all the way down to 93 yesterday in an absolute, or 94, I guess, in a destructive manner early. So I'm looking at now possibly, why are we up so much more, 50% more than the market right now, right? So for me, I actually wonder about this 97 break long and not short. Like, I know they're downgraded there, but again, I don't really, that kind of stuff is whatever. But here's 97 right here. So, it's going to be one of those levels that's going to get tested really early, and you're just going to have to make up your mind whether or not you believe that's going to be a short there, or if it's going to just continue to rip up and then settle around. I can see this 98.50, 99 area being something here as well. So I'm actually going to take the opposite end, and I'm going to say that I think Google has a very good opportunity here to go higher today, breaking through 97, and if it does break through 97, then we can have this 96.50 as our bottom, 96.60. So I think for 40 cents worth of risk on a 97 break, for me, I think this is a go spot right here. Like, you're gonna, like I said earlier, and what I just tweeted out, if we break this 12,000, which we're doing right now on the NASDAQ, right, and we hold this 12,000, I think you could have a 2.5%, 3% day on the NASDAQ. That's going to be, I know that's a bold statement to make right now, but I think there's a good possibility for that to happen. You're going to get good Tesla number, obviously, and then if Tesla takes 160 and possibly starts to squeeze on there, there we go. I mean, we were just looking at this at 157, right? Bang, now it's all the way to 158 right now as Tesla. I mean, this is not even volume on Tesla yet. Sure, it's 8 million shares. This can get going. It's only $158 stock. We talked about this at 157. It danced around it a bit. Once it broke and started going, now, broke, came back, didn't even break it again. Now you're up to 158. I think this takes 160. If Microsoft can get off the bottom here today as well, only up right now 0.5% after yesterday. The NASDAQ does have a great opportunity to continue this move higher, man. There's Apple 144 as well, going to come into play right up here as well. So, yeah, everything right now rocking. Whether or not you guys are bullish or not, to me, it all depends about this 12,000. If that holds, I want to open up. We still have a half hour. I want to open up north, and we're going to talk to Arun in a minute. I want to open up north of 12,000 here and then come back in. Like, if we can open up like around 1220, 1230, hit those levels, come back, retest this, that's where I think you can get some great longs on a retest back of 12, and then we'll go blast to the upside from there. So let's wait to see what does happen here. But earnings on deck. I think Intel's going to be a great number tomorrow as well. So I'm excited for today. I think we really rallied off those bottoms yesterday. And the thing is, if stocks wanted to go down, they had a great opportunity yesterday. They did, then they bounced. Now today we're up 1% in the market. I feel like there's a big headway here for the upside. So let's see what Arun thinks. We're already at 4,060 now on the ES. So here we go again, man. This is going to be a great day in my opinion.
Careful, guys. If you're looking at that MLGO back to day highs, 845,000 free float. So under 1 million on the free float for that. Here's a quick look at how things are shaping up over in Europe. Positive for the most part, top to bottom here. Sweden, the outlier, down about 0.5%. But following, North American futures back to the upside after that GDP number comes out this morning. Initially to the downside, but here we are, Arun, back to day highs.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking everything in stride right now. Even a very strong GDP apparently doesn't matter anymore because, it's a good economy. Let's forget about what the Fed wants to do now. Let's just go to the good economy side of things. That's what this market's doing, and we've got some great numbers to work with, right? You see Microsoft, it had a decent move up before it kind of pulled back and then reversed back yesterday, and then we also have Tesla up strong. So far, Microsoft being the lead weight in these indexes, that makes a big difference. Tesla, not as big as it used to be, but we still got Apple, Amazon, and Google, which are weight in front of Tesla. Those three are going to come out fairly soon as well, and that's going to really kind of add some fuel to the fire of this market if it wants to take off to the upside. Now, we are pressing some highs that we've been putting in the last few days here. So if we can get through 40.60, there's a possibility that we do get going. The issue I have is the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, as strong as it is, it's going to be running into some resistance here north of 12,000. So I'm watching out for the possibility of a trap here. So north of 12,000 opens up some stops, right? We're already above 12,000. If we can maintain some buy strength after the open, we can probably pop up a good 40, 50 points. But if we can't get and hold above 12.1, there's a possibility that we just go up to somewhere in the 12,000s and then smack back down and trap everything out. So the way this market's moving is showing strength. It looks like it wants to go. Let's just hope that it does carry at least another 100 points. If it does carry another 100 points north of 12.1, then I think the breakouts that you're seeing here on the in the S&P on 4060 and also the 12.1 break on the NASDAQ, those all will coincide. And I think that would provide some upside potential here, because once you break 12.1, you can easily target about 12.3, 12.4 as the next. That's about 200-300 points from the breakout point, right? So there's some space to the upside. We just need to maintain the strength north of 12.1 to get going. So just be aware, long side bias, but at the same time, just protect against the trap move in the event this market does sell off after breaking through 12K, or maintaining the break through 12K and then selling off after the open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. Remember, guys, tomorrow morning, 8:30, we get the month-over-month PCE number, which is, as we've all learned over the past year or so, the Fed's preferred inflation number. So we'll see how that affects things going into the open tomorrow. That's a link to the watch list if you haven't done so already. That's all you need every single morning. Just hit that link, enter your email, and then it just shows up for you for free from us. Tesla going to be number one, obviously, this morning. A number of positive analyst moves coming off of pretty impressive numbers right across the board. Record revenue in Q4. Elon saying all the right things on the call. I was just reading as well. Quarterly revenue beating as well, top to bottom, if it's record, obviously. They're saying 2 million possible deliveries coming this year.
Yeah, he's saying unless there's a force majeure, they may be able to get to 2 million vehicles by the end of the year. But interesting, Brendo, thus far, they've seen the strongest order demand in their history, outpacing production by a factor of 2. So interesting little tidbit there. They're also committing, they're not guiding, but they're committing to that 50% compounding annual growth that they guided back in 2021. And the Cybertruck
is coming.
The Cybertruck,
finally.
guys.
They're going to build an entire factory just for the Cybertruck, as we learned earlier in the week. It seems like you can't even go around a corner in this city, in Toronto now, without seeing a Tesla sitting on the side of the street or driving by or something like that. 2 million, a big number, guys, for deliveries.
It is. That's his projection. We didn't have to wait long for 10% in 160.
It's going to take 160 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much, we're more or less right there.
Long 150.
Right now. I'm kind of pissed off myself. But in the event that we do get maybe some kind of a dip at the open off the 160 level, I'd look for like 150, probably like a 156 here. What an impressive run it's already been on, right? So you want to think there might be some profit taking at the open, given the gap up 10%. I could see that there's some profit taking if you don't take 160 right away. So I want to go first for a bit of a dip buy on Tesla. There are some concerns that you could get one of those. We've seen this happen before on Tesla, where you're gapping up. A good example of it here in the 18th. You have a couple of strong days in a row. You're gapping up. Everything's looking pretty good. And at the open, you get a bit of a sell-off. So not to steal a line from Arun, but that it's a trap. You don't want to get caught in a trap. The futures, I think, is probably a more obvious one at 12,000. When Tesla goes, it tends to really run. But I wouldn't want to get too top heavy right at 930. I'd rather play for a dip at 156. So be it, breakouts are there if we have to have them. I did miss a break on Lucid, though. I'm trying to get 930s here. That one's already good. It's not as far gone as Tesla. I was looking for the dip buy, but we're breaking out of this range. I like the longs in this thing. I'm only really looking long above that $9 level, and the first move looks like it is that break to the upside. I'm going to assume Neo's gone as well, but this is the one I was trying to grab before it went too far here over on Lucid.
All right, our sticky note has 160 on it. That was written at when it was at 155. We should have just gone long when we were writing the damn thing. But Tesla right now is going to squeeze through 160, and then we'll see what happens. So it's always great when Arun and I are aligned there on the thoughts for the futures. So let's just see if we can hold that 12,000. But right now, yeah, Tesla. What I wrote down, that 2 million delivery number. I mean, it's nothing that we should be surprised about. They were looking for 50% year-over-year growth moving forward. That's what they've been doing. And then on that nice number from yesterday, 1.3 million, give it 50% higher than that in year at 2, right? But it was nice to have Elon confirm that there on the call. Huge. Look, that delivery number and what they've been doing, we don't even including the price cut yet, right? The price cut only affected China for this quarter. So we're going to see a whole hell of a lot more Teslas on the road coming up right now. I think demand's going to be absolutely through the roof with the new pricing. And no matter what anybody thinks, I don't own a Tesla, but no matter what anybody thinks, whether or not their build quality is not great or whatever, it doesn't really matter. People are buying these cars. I know that the used car market has taken a hit, but again, that's because of the price make the move to the downside there. Their margins are still unbelievable. The average margin for the industry is like around 16 to 17% on the vehicles. They're still, even with the price cut, you know, they're hoping to still be around that 23 to 24 level. I believe they reported, what, 25 something last night? Their highest
I
peak.
thought 28.
Was it 28? Okay,
thought,
so
yeah.
you know, that was a great number, and you know, if they're gonna beat the street on margin, then I don't know what else we're looking for. And then you get the Cybertruck. No matter how ugly you think it is or whatever you think, people are gonna buy that truck, and I don't think that's a factor this year. That's probably more of a 2025 story, the Cybertruck. But we're gonna wait to see about that. We talked about Tesla a long time ago that, you know, when they added that expansion into their plant, 1.5 million more square feet to deal with the robots and the truck and semi. We're talking about the Cybertruck, not even the semi, right? So once that gets going as well, I think you have a big move to the upside. Everybody absolutely was sleeping, and including myself as well, down here, Tesla down at $100, 110 bucks, anything you want. Now you're all the way up here. Here's 160 right here. Looks like we're gonna take it out right now. I'm pushing long on that, and then I'm gonna hold. It's not gonna be like a maximum position because we still have 20 minutes until this market opens up, but I think we gotta go long 160, watch the squeeze happen. And then of course, if it drops back down anywhere into any of these lines here, the 50 period is the pink, the blue right here is the VWAP. If we drop anywhere into 156, 157, I mean, those are screaming buys. So I think we'll all be there waiting for that. Let's see if Tesla can do it. It's already up 11. Well, we'll be up more than 11% once we take 160, and then we'll go from there. So will traders come in and take profit? Probably, but hey, who knows? Let's wait to see if they let this name continue to run. It hasn't stopped here in the pre-market. I don't see why 160 all of a sudden it would stop and have a huge tank. So I'll take the break. I think the risk to reward on a break of 160 is in your favor. So that's what I'm going to do. And worst case scenario, if we take 160 and you fall back, 158.50, something like that, definitely, you know, something that you can get out. So I think that's $1.50, $2. If you bring it back here to 157.50, then you lose $2.50. I don't think it's a huge deal. But if you also wanted to go short right now at 160, I wouldn't blame you. Just make sure you reverse the long. That's all. So I would wait for that. But here we go, man. 12 million shares. We're going to be hitting that very, very soon. Obviously, the imbalance locator doesn't spark until 9:25. Only has New York names on it right now. NEO's a buy. XPEV's a buy. So that's two right there on the EV space. Obviously getting bumped up here. Neil's already talked about Lucid and everything. So lots of stuff happening in the EV space today. Let's just see, man. I'm excited for that 160.
It's good now.
All right, let's go on to some of the chip makers here. Semiconductors have been back in action in a big way the past couple of days after being a little bit sleepy for the past couple of weeks as far as relative volume is concerned. Here's AMD right now, 2% to the upside. NVIDIA looking pretty similar, trying to test highs. Intel, however, coming up tonight.
Yes.
With earnings.
Reporting tonight, guys. STM also, the European chip maker, reporting early this morning saying they did great, 5% year over year jump, and attributing that mostly to the automotive and industrial sector.
Yeah, so following ASML that we saw yesterday with a decent report, they end up selling that off. But STM earnings pretty good. Obviously, primary listing over in Europe. You can trade it as an ADR in the US. But the big ones to come, not only tonight with Intel and then next week as well.
So I'm not as excited to trade Intel today, partly because of the earnings, but the other thing, it's in a bit of no man's land. But I had two regrets yesterday in terms of trading. We're going over this in the afternoon show, and they were both getting away from longs, and one was NVIDIA, the other was Shopify. NVIDIA was super strong, but it wasn't, like the levels were good, but they were just better a little bit later on after the market settled down, like the 88 level and the 90 level that we're playing off of in the morning and didn't go back to them. Obviously, you get the breakout here off of yesterday's close price and resistance at 193. I don't know if we see that again. If you got down there, that's an obvious. I think you got to be buying NVIDIA if it gets down to 193. I look at that pre-market bottom. If there's a wick bottom and a reclaim of the low here at 96, I almost want to say, does it break the low, hold, and then go back up? That's kind of like the dip reverse off the low. It's instead of the pop and fade, that's like the drop and run. And then the $200 level is going to stand out. I mean, on the daily, if you look at what's going on here, like all roads are leading to this 200. It was a major sort of reversal around like 205 that happened back in April, and since then it's been struggling. It keeps getting to that 200 and then kind of rejecting it. If we can blow through it this time, they don't report for a while, so we don't have to worry about their earnings. And I thought it was a great report by ASML, and realistically they went to the downside anyways. NVIDIA shrugged that off. It is the stronger of those names. If Intel were to get to 3050, then I would at least thinking about short. Like, it's just kind of in the middle of no man's land. It has to go up to 30.50 for me to want to short it. And I feel like if we get to that point, you know, we'll be sort of like happy about the longs that have worked out, I'd like to think, and then thinking about rolling into a short at Intel. I'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Okay, so you know, this is part of us having different ideas, and we're allowed to do that. This is the first time pretty much ever I've had Intel on the sticky note now, and I'm already long. So I like the long here, breaking through 30. I actually missed it. It's a good thing that we did the chips, because I wanted this long through 30, and then when I was like, okay, I'm going to talk about Intel now, let me see what it's at, where it's at, and we just punched long almost immediately right there on Intel. So, you know, good earnings report coming tonight, I feel like. We'll see if it does, you know, react that way. Crazy to predict those things. Someone asked me last night before Tesla earnings, and it was at 358. I said upside for their earnings call. It was right. You're seeing 11%. Now it's fading out to 158.50. 10% upside for Tesla. I don't know if Intel has that same upside. Probably not. But if you're looking at this stock right now, I'm going to have just a quick look here. This 29.50 is pretty amazing level. So I'm going to wait to see if we can get that. You're now breaking above. So now next area of concern, 30.50. I think we could probably take that out as well if we rally today. So, you know, I'm looking at this long. I understand that it doesn't move a whole heck of a lot. Yesterday, obviously, you get that dip down to 29.20, and then the rally up 70 cents. So, you know, I don't expect this name to blow it out. We're already 5 cents in the money. We're not going to take that, but right there, good little level, 29.80 right here. That's where I'm going to buy any dips. Yesterday's close was right here as well, 29.60. So, you know, I'm looking at some of these levels here for Intel. I just think that we've now had a good report here. I think it was... I'm gonna leave it, but right now more companies on the S&P are beating than are not. So why can't Intel do that? That's a name that I'm looking for. I actually have quite a large bid at 29.70 to see if we can get that on a dip. We're already nicely in the money. We will take a piece out as it. Well, we're not nicely in the money, as I said. We're 5 cents. NVIDIA, again, same kind of thing, man. Normally we're all over AMD, but today we have Intel on the sticky note and NVIDIA there. So I said nice level here that we have at open. We got to open above it. Should we spark a rally to 200, right? So, I mean, unfortunately, again, these levels are breaking, and we can't do anything about it. But, excuse me, we're already above that 195 level. We talked about that at, what was it, at 840 there. We talked about that. So here's 195. It's actually 193, but we break above that 195 right now, and that's my dip buy level. Unfortunately, we're not in it right now, but let's see if NVIDIA does come in. That's where I'm bidding for that one. We're offering some Intel on the high side. And then just to tell you guys right now, Tesla, because we've been talking about it, it is pulling back a little bit here, obviously, from that 160. So as high as it got was 159.50. Probably not high enough for a lot of you to short. So don't know if you're short yet. If you are, that's great. I would cover, excuse me, I would cover a piece of this at this 157.60 area, or 158 even, if you do get a dip. And then you're getting into an area here where let's see what Tesla does at the open. You could flush, and if we do, I think we should be sitting here around 156 to pick some of this up. So I'm going to put that bid out right now at 156, see if we can pick something up on Tesla in case we do flush right here. We have 6 minutes now until we get the NASDAQ imbalances.
Let's keep rolling. Lots to get through. Chevron, big move up here in the pre-market on this note. $75 billion in buyback. They get the dividend boost to go along with that. Kind of out of nowhere, really, here. We already saw some comments from the White House as far as what they think of this. not very positive. But
I can't wait to see what Elizabeth Warren says.
yeah, that'll be fun. Oil, however, for the first time this week, showing a little bit of relative strength as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And this company, like we were talking off camera, is an absolute monster at the moment. $12 billion in free cash flow, Brendo, and $11 billion in net income for the third quarter last year. So, yeah, they actually had a buyback program going back to 2019. They're going to cancel that, and they're going to reinstitute this new one, Brendo.
Yeah, not typically a day trading type of stock, but 3.5% looking pretty good here. Market on a bit of a pullback, but Chevron hanging out near day highs.
Yeah, it's very strong. And I think so. Sean already alluded to like the daily chart here for Chevron, specifically 188. The one I was looking at, I haven't really traded Chevron much on as a day trade. I did around 150, and this is a while back. I mean, it hasn't been a 150 in a while. But XOM on the daily chart, if you have a quick look at ExxonMobil at 115, this is what we call this is a monster level on XOM. So it has been trying to get through this. You can see back half of the year, unbelievable resistance at this number, and you're finally getting right there. A little bit of relative strength coming into the oil market. CVX putting some moves on today, and you're kind of trailing that move here in ExxonMobil. So that 115 stands out. See a level like that. Sure, it's resistance, which does mean you can fade off resistance, but the other way I look at it is that break, the potential is just too good not to be looking at a break like this when it eventually goes, right? Like you've been trying to do this. When it happens, I'm going to go for the long. Breakouts are almost always scalp trades for me to get some. But I do want to have a quick look here. We got a super chat. Thank you, Philip Stack. Don't mind going over this. I love the show. Can you talk about Amazon? It's moving upside today. I actually don't disagree with you. I mean, look, the market's moving upside today. Let's get that out of the way first. But, Amazon had one of the more impressive afternoon moves. Like you saw, like Alphabet broke off some lows and kind of hung around lower. No, Amazon came all the way back, even further. It's on a screaming course toward this 100 level, which it did get there kind of on the Microsoft earnings in the afternoon, like in the aftermarket, it got to 100. But that's been a break that's been looming on the 15 here for a while. I actually like Amazon dips to 96, which seemed a heck of a lot more plausible 15 minutes ago than now, but maybe we won't get 96s. I'd probably look back at 97 to catch a dip by. The 100 level could be in play today as well, so that definitely bears watching. So I'm going to get my order for a long, not in Chevron. I know that's a stronger one, but XOM 115, I'm taking that break. I'll probably give it 40 or 50 cents worth of risk. See how far it can go there, Brendo.
Had on the board there, not really doing a heck of a lot, volume kind of low, but worth a note because we've been discussing the relative strength in this thing. Q4 revenue beat on driver assistance tech demand. We haven't really been talking about demand for these types of products yet, but that's the headline for MBLY. Is there a trade there today?
I think, look what they're saying, building on your point here. They're saying there's a future backlog that continues to grow from 2022 for their advanced driver assistance system. So clearly they're doing something right. Intel spinning it off last year. It hasn't been a big mover, though, intraday. No. So we'll see what the guys think about it.
Yeah, I mean, a nice looking chart right now, but yeah, not a lot of volume or apparent interest here, guys, for Mobileye.
It doesn't do a lot of liquidity. Let's get that out of the way. It's not the most liquid name out there, so you really, well, at least I would always want to make sure it opens up before even thinking about trading it. And look, they only do like 560 on revenue or something like that for a $26 billion company, but they've come out and said they think this year that 560, or it's between 5 and 600 million, could be over $2.5 billion worth of revenue. They're expecting explosive revenue growth. We know almost everybody, all the EVs and everybody's looking for more functionality. That's going to mean you're going to want to have more autonomous driving, and a lot of firms are sort of shopping that out, and Mobileye is taking advantage of that. They have partnerships with Volkswagen, Ford, to name a couple of those ones. So I think it can be a long today. And I was looking right at 35 for support on the daily chart. I mean, these are all, it just IPO'd, right? So like that's an all-time high up at 37 here. That does set up for a bit of a break. It was there in the pre-market on super light volume. I want to see what the volume's like holding that 35 at the open. And then it has potential for a break. It's actually good news for Intel. It's one of the reasons why I'm sort of hands off on hey, we'll just short Intel off the open or off the opening range, which has been a pretty much a trade for me a while. I don't want to be doing that, in part because any strength in Mobileye can help to drag up Intel as well. So if you sustain that breakout through 37, it's got room to who knows where, because you're essentially sitting at all-time highs through that 37. I just want to make sure there's actually a bid at this thing at 35. Otherwise, kind of tricky to trade it if there's no liquidity.
I mean, hopefully now you guys are realizing why we are long Intel. You know, that's why it's on this, that's part of the reasons why it's on the sticky note right there, as they still own obviously a major chunk of Mobileye. And they absolutely crushed it, and we're long Intel. And since we've been long, it's never gone against us. So let's wait to see where it goes. My first out on Intel is going to be at 25s. Hopefully, well, not hopefully, when we get there off the open. We might even get there right now. Here come the imbalances. So let's have a quick look to see what happens on these imbalances in just 5 seconds. Could go the other way. And if it goes the other way, it goes the other way, and we'll deal with that. Okay, so it must have gone the other way, down to 309 right there off of 313. What a surprise. Tesla, here we go. Bye-bye 160. You could say goodbye to that one right now, as Tesla comes out with almost nearly 800,000 shares there to buy. What else? NIO's a bid there. Mullen's a bid. That's good for you. CCL, XPeng, not much else. Coinbase there as a small little buy. But there's Tesla, the biggest one on here, the only one that really matters from what I can see here. But Neil and I both looking at NIO today. That should be a good little name there in the Chinese ADRs have been obviously on fire a little bit lately, and then you have the EV space going through as well. But there's Coinbase. What's Coinbase at? 55. Okay, so still the same price there, a little higher, and we like to fade that. For me, it's all about Tesla right now. It just touched it. So there's your opportunity right now to get that short. So Intel just came in right there, 159.80. Remember I was saying like 159.50 is probably too shallow to get the short? Well, you just got a little deeper right there at 159.80. So if you have that short, great. I think this takes it out off the open. And remember, if we get in off the open at 160, which we could get in right now, that's the order that I have in, right? I'm only crossed up 30 cents. I hope I can get that fill. 158 is going to be my out. I'm just going to watch this 50 period here on the 1 minute. If it breaks it, we'll get out. And even if it breaks it and then rips back up after that, we're going to regroup. So that's the big thing that I learned yesterday. So many times things broke levels, I got out and then I got back in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it didn't. The best thing to do is to calm down and make sure that you get the right prices in of your trades and you're making trades for the right reasons. So Tesla's going to be exciting, man. It's 13 million shares right off the open. That's in a million share, I believe it was. Yeah, so paired off already, 878 plus the 5 that's still going. So you're going to get about a 2 million or so probably print here off the open. That should spark it, and it's a buy, right? So that should spark it through 160. Let's see if it holds. Like Arun was saying, it could be one of those fake out. Like you could get trapped here. So you got to be aware, you got to have your ins and your outs. That's why once we get punch long 160, we do have to have that out. So I'm actually, as soon as I get it, I'm just throwing out the stop order. Like that's that, because I don't need this thing to drop down to 156 and then I'm averaging in, and then when it bops back up, then I'm dealing with an average price. I'd rather make the right decision early, and that's going to be get out if we break back down below this 158, because then momentum's not with us. The reason why I'm in this is for a squeeze through 160. If it doesn't happen, then we can get out. So that's the sort of the plan of action there on Tesla. I hope you guys either agree or disagree, but definitely have a plan, because here it goes, man. It's going to take 160 right now.
All right, couple minutes. You liking Meta today?
Yeah, I like it. We saw Josh Hawley tweet the other day about the ban, and then Kramer endorsed it, and then it went down the next day, of course. But I like it. I think there's a lot of tailwinds, Brendo.
Day highs right now, guys, for Meta.
Yeah, Meta's screaming to this 145.
the market is.
The market's screaming as well. By the way, what's not going right now? Netflix is not breaking. 370 is big level on Netflix, and Netflix is nowhere near that. But you've already sort of gone here. If we get a dip at the open, I'm going to get a dip buy on Meta. Obviously, you're not going to get, 43 is already gone. We thought 43 to 45. You're well past that. But I wanted to point out, we kind of glossed over NIO there. It was on the imbalance locator. It's making a bit of a breakout here at that 1230, 1235 level. However, it's weird. Like, I'm actually not seeing a lot of liquidity on the bid of NIO for some reason. So I'm going to back off. That's weird. I'm going to back off this one for the break because I'm already in Lucid. And then with 1 minute to go here, wow, we're running out of time. Yeah, I didn't want to forget about Alibaba and 120 because I'm missing literally all of yesterday. So all of yesterday, it hung at 120. Huge resistance there on Alibaba. So if it bounces off this at the open, I want to try to grab the long off of 120. I'm just going to get an order in there. we can't hold things overnight, so I was basically sitting in a 120 long for the entire afternoon, waiting for it to go. It hit 121 today. I'll buy the dip at that 120.11 on Alibaba.
All right. Thank you to Mr. Sharif is going to be making an appearance on the bell there. I was like, yo, Sharif, go do that. I hope that didn't come across the wrong way at all. I just messaged him. I was like, Sharif, go ring the bell. And I was like, okay. So there he is. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. Here comes Tesla, man. I'm just getting ready to punch. There it is. So whatever, it's going to go long right now. Let's hope that we are able to get it. You're watching 160 as we speak right now for Tesla. And here it goes. Ooh, it rejects it right now with only 10 seconds to go here. Let's watch Tesla. It is going to break 160, so you know, get your plan of action ready to rock and roll. If you're in this name, maybe take a piece out on an initial break. Well, all right, and we're open, so let's go. There it is. Thank you there, Sharif. Sorry about that. I was watching Tesla and did get distracted on that. Okay, there goes the order, and of course, I only crossed up. Damn it, 30 cents.
It's way too.
I do not have
$1.
Yeah, I know. Well, I went 60 cents or so, but I don't have the long there. That sucks. There it is, 160. Now I'm all discombobulated.
Where's Neo? Hold on a second. I mean, there might be a chance to grab. Oh, Neo's not going. Lucid just pulled back. I might grab a dip on Lucid.
That sucks.
That was a huge, huge move. But Neo goes in the exact other direction. Mullen's starting to go to the upside. We do have that one. I just want to go back over the plan of action because I actually dipped to 34.5. I'm not getting out until I see 36s on this. But Tesla just came back to 160, so there's a chance to get it now.
Here we go. Okay, so now we are in. So unfortunately, we took the break of 161 there, but very, very small. Our big trade came in there at 160.20, so it's giving me an average price now of 48. So here we go. We're long at 160.48. That first break of 161 obviously didn't hold. We'll put an offer there at 161. Take 50 cents if we can get it, and then we're going to let this thing fly. Let's just take a piece out here if we can. It will be 20% of our position, but hey, like I told you, this is what we're looking at here with Tesla. I don't even care about anything else right now. Well, nothing else is really going.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead then, because all I have is Tesla. So.
I'm going to... NVIDIA 200 is going to come in any second now. You can almost forget about the dip. I was sitting 196s. You're not going to get 196 now. I'm just going to get an order at 197 in case something crazy happens here. But NVIDIA is about to break that 200. Maybe it's a trap, but sometimes, as they say, you've got to spring said trap. So I'm going to be on that long. We knew this level was coming in at some point, and here it comes. All I have is 3 longs here, Mullen, Lucid. Tesla, some concern in that 160 break. 150,000 on the offer of NVIDIA. I will do a scalp out of some of this because I want to take that first move on NVIDIA. We'll see what happens here. Lucid, not really doing too much. I'm going to check back in on Mobileye in a second when liquidity comes in, but attention over here on NVIDIA, obviously.
Yeah, we sprung the trap big time right now with a money trade here on Google. This was a real trade for us here. Breaking through 97. We talked about that earlier when we were like, hey, we want that 97 long despite that downgrade today. So there it is. We took it out at, we got it at 04. We actually wound up taking out about 40% there as we ripped right into 25. So that was good, man. Like our worst out was 20 and our best outs were... 22. So we're right there. It didn't really move too much on that. Let's see if it can hold the level though, right? So right now Tesla's coming back in. Again, we have that 158 marker. So for me, it's really not a worry spot until it gets to that level. So hey, if it gets there, then we'll get out and we'll take the L on that. I mean, this is earnings and these are some of the plays that we're just gonna have to deal with, right? But there it is, Tesla right now. I'm not thrilled because Tesla's going down, but this Google trade is really working out right now. So let's see if we can't continue this momentum to the upside. And I said the NASDAQ has a chance to go to up 3%. Let's see if that's correct. Right now, 1.6. So we're halfway there today. Let's see if we hold 12,000 is the key. So we either hold that or we don't, and that's that. So here we go.
Yeah, we just got that break on 200. It got up to almost to 201, like 77s it was able to get to. So I do grab some of that out. Want to take that scalp trade. And now comes the dip part of the equation. Can you start holding 99s? Tesla I have to watch. And it's interesting because I have Tesla and Lucid here. So the EVs might matter a little bit more. Lucid bounced off 9 even as I was getting the break on NVIDIA. That's a huge miss because 9 was that support area that I liked on NVIDIA. Or not NVIDIA, on Lucid. I'm just going to get back on that bid. I want to see if it can hold that level. Tesla's really starting to come back. I was only able to get one leg out there, and you're going to see it start dipping down into 158. I don't want to hold 160s all the way to 156 where I think I have that support level. So I'll have to get out of this one. If we can't hold that 158, that would be the first area for a potential dip buy. Mullen, Okay, that's still holding in the money, not too much to see there. And then Mobileye was the other one we're looking at off the open for a bit of a long. There was a bid that came in at 35. I'm going to take a shot at that 35 level, but if we don't hold 58s on Tesla, I'm getting out and regrouping at 56 as support.
Yeah, well, we just didn't hold 58 right there. So
No, it broke by like 5 cents.
Yeah, it's okay. There it is.
Now it's broken.
Now it's officially broken.
Yeah.
So right there, yeah, I got a piece out there as well on that break, but we're still long. We can still get this going. I got out a half right there. If it continues to dip down, then we'll get out. Unfortunately, there was that 160 to the top side. It broke out. Our trade basically did exactly what we thought. The only thing that we did a little different was we bought some 159s on that dip down there. So now hopefully this is the flush. We did say that we were thinking about a flush back in right now into 12,000. So that could be something to look at. I'm going to take a little bit of a Google. We just missed it. I was going to take a little bit of a Google long here. Maybe we can still get it now that we've fallen back in a little bit. So again, time to regroup. Make sure that we got the right trades going on here with the market right now.
You want CVX?
You know what? That was the other thing. Yeah, where is CVX right now?
Probably broke.
That was at 188 right now. What broke?
Well, XLM broke 115, so I got that.
Yeah, CVX not doing anything.
I kind of assumed CVX would make the break, so I'm long here on XLM. That's that big level on the daily chart. I got slipped by 20 pennies, 115.20 we're going to get here, so not that tight to the level we like. As always, on a breakout trade, I want to scalp some out initially. NVIDIA, remember I said we'd had to see on that pullback trade. Can it hold? It bounces cleanly off 97, grabbed 98s way back up here, just took some out in front of 200. I want to try to stay with the long here. We anticipated there could be a dip because sometimes it's a trap at the open. Oh, hit the wrong one. I wanted to get a trap. But now we're off to the races, NVIDIA. I want to stay net long this stock if we can here. Brendo.
Has been strengthening the past couple of days. Here's some of the streamers popping up. Warner Brothers, first off, day highs straight higher since the open so far. Paramount as well, just popping up on a volume spike there. Took out 22.5 for PARA.
All right, well, it's a good thing we held half of this Tesla because now at least it's back up. If we could take 50 cents now, it just there it is. So it just rejected off of 160. But okay, let's go. Come on, let's go. Where is my Tesla offer now? Cancel that 161. Let's go higher on this, man. We are now rocking with this one. Hopefully it can get up now. There's that test that we talked about. We talked about it breaking. I mean, we played this one pretty much like a glove right there, down to the downside there. We got out of it too much, but at least we held half. And there's the call. We said we could dip down and get back to the upside. So this is the stock that I'm most pleased with. Again, I told you, we're trying to stay focused, man. There's Google on that dip buy again. Down there, we did get that 96.90. So it is a good move. Let's watch Tesla go now. Hopefully we can make this back. We're $1.30 in the money. We got out when it broke 58. We talked about that. So it was a $2 hit. We need to make more on this. Let's see if it can get going. That high is 161.50. I'll put an offer there. I just don't want to get, we could have just got 161 there again. I'm going to put one at 161.50. Maybe we get it. Hopefully we get it. I forget that. I'm not going to do that at all. Who cares? Let's let this ride to the upside here on Tesla. Maybe we get this squeeze. It's 11%. It can go more. Let's just see if it takes out that 161.50. That's the key. If we take it out, then we can put a stop maybe to get some out if it comes back through 161. But I really want to try to let this one breathe a little bit here for Tesla. So let's try to do that, and then we'll get going from there. So Tesla right now could be a short. I mean, it just failed twice up here, so we got to be careful with this position. Could fail again here, TSLA, but we're pretty happy.
Yeah, pretty happy to see NVIDIA. Got to 201.66. Briefly was in the money like $4 here, but I want to go. I have no shorts on right now, which is, when the market is this strong, that's probably a good idea. But Netflix is still relatively weak. It's been rejecting this 370. If it pops up there again, I might look for a fade off of that level. If there is something for concern right now out of the longs, hit enter twice, Neil. Lucid just gave me the fill off of that 9 support, and I wasn't able to get anything up at those 20s. So I'm going to have to take something out on the next pop here, Lucid. It's not really following as strongly as I'd like. XOM looks pretty clean so far in that breakout trade. Not really. Oh, matter of fact, we just got paid out at 115.50s. I want to see how far this can go. You're in uncharted territories on the daily chart, so there's no levels to work off of unless you start thinking about the even dollars when it comes to that. Mullen on that break, not that clean. It did take out that 34. I'm holding on to a piece, but just like yesterday, I took out like 80% of it, and I'm looking to see if it holds afternoon support. That's down at 33, but then want to hold the whole boat there. If it can't hold that level, we'll forget about Mullen. Definitely some big caps that are making some better moves here. Brendo.
A few names popping up this morning I haven't seen in a while. Here's one of them, Zoom. Big move so far, 4.3 to the upside. Not seeing anything on this yet, but nice look back to 72 almost for ZM.
Zoom? I haven't looked at that stock in forever.
Yeah, tell me about it. Well, we will look at that. I mean, obviously, I'm not obsessed, but I'm here with Tesla. I'm going to buy some more 158s. If it can come down into 158 right here again, I think this is a decent level. We'll try to buy. I mean, that's where we got out last time, and that seemed to be the bottom. So we got to use this 156 area right here, 157 maybe as our out. So I'm just like regrouping here, making sure that I have the right stop orders in and whatnot. But right now, I mean, we could still get broken down, and this is what earnings is about, right? Like you're going to make your play. And I even said the other day that like I'm not in love with trading earnings, especially once you get a big outsized move like this. I just think Tesla has enough interest behind it that it's now 37 million shares, right? So lots of good stuff here happening for Tesla today. Let's see if it can continue, right? Here it comes right up again, 161. Are we going to be stubborn again and not take that out? Here comes 160, 161 again. We missed that 158 buy. I feel like we got to do it this time, guys. I'm just going to go take a piece out near that 161 if it gets up there. Like it just went to 160, 160.50. So let's not get caught here, because the thing is that no matter what we think is happening, it's still hitting these resistance levels up here and dropping.
NVIDIA, same thing.
So
Neil's dropping.
Yeah, I mean, the market's coming back in pretty good right now. So have your outs if you're long. Anything can break, right? Google 96.50 is going to be my out. So we'll average into this position as it's coming back down. That's why you take profit when it goes up, right? Scalping does have its benefits for sure. What's up, Brendo?
They're taking this opportunity, it looks like, to get out of some Rivian, guys. We got the gap on the Tesla earnings, but it's been nothing but red. Straight back down on heavy volume, about 5 times relative volume right now for Rivian downside.
Man, I wanted that Netflix short. I don't think we're going to be it. We'll see what happens. It's trying to bounce here. It's one of the only names that was relatively weak, but I wasn't able to get anywhere close to resistance on Netflix, and shorting it way too far away from there on Netflix, like that's a bit of a dangerous story. NVIDIA just pulled back and found its support again at that 98 level, so we're able to get a scalp out there for like $1.50. And then it wicked top 201. Like that's a pretty bearish looking move there. So I want to see it start holding a bid before I even think about jumping back into long. The market's still holding strength, so there's really nothing wrong with that. But you're really starting to come back in here. XOM is one of the only ones. Okay, that's a bounce on NVIDIA. Let's see if we can pick something up. I wanted to see some support. I think we just got a little bit of support. XOM is the one that looks like it's going to be the least concerned, but even it just pulled back in here. I like that 115 for a dip buy, but I don't want to be super aggressive off it. Lucid just held 9 even, but barely. And Mobileye, like I said, it caught a bit of a bid at 35. Huge wick top. It got to 39. It's right back at that 35 level. I need to see some consolidation before I jump back over to this one. Got enough longs as it is to jump into something which is a liquid the way Mobileye is.
Yeah, that's a problem. I just went long. Thanks, Brendan, for that update, because now we're down. Well, we were just a little bit in the money there. We got some out at 90s and 89s here on Rivian. We just punched long 83s right there. I was going to play it off that bottom wick of 75. So let's try to hold this back here now. I don't have any more offers, do I? I don't want to say anything I don't have. I do have one at 93. Hopefully that'll print out, which is going to come in right now. Give us a dime, hopefully, on this. That's why we're at 93. Hopefully we can get a dime on that trade, as now it's fading back out again. But let's see if Rivian has that move to it. And again, we're long at 83, out at 75. So there you go. You got to have your targets for both sides. We have a 93 upside right now for that 10 cents. And then we're going to wait to see if it does hold that 75. A lot of that's going to depend on this guy right here. Tesla right now bouncing off VWAP, bouncing off the 50 period. It's right into there. I was at 158. 158.05. That last wick went down to 17. So we'll see if that holds. It probably doesn't. We come back down here to 158. I'm going to say it probably takes it, but we want to average in at that level anyways. So, all right. That's that. Rivian, newest position and working out, but still flat kind of on that trade. And then Google, I do have a buy down here, but it's not until 60. So hopefully, not hopefully, I mean, hopefully at this point now it's down here. Hopefully we get a 60 level. But yeah, watch out. This market right now taking the 50 periods. So yeah, Google relatively weak yesterday. If we don't get a bump up today, it's over with. There goes Rivian to the downside. So again, we took out, that was only 20%, so we lose on 80% of that one. So unfortunately, we're flushing ourselves down the toilet early here on some of these plays. There goes Google off that move. Let's get something out here if we can in the 70s. And we just got what we got there in Tesla. So now we're ready to go on this name too. Hopefully that'll give us a little bit of a move upside as we just averaged in at 158. So now our average price is 159. I don't know. We'll see if that's going to work out. Right now, not looking like that, though.
So remember when Arun said it could be a bit of a trap? Like, this is the trap getting kind of sprung here. You're above that 12,000. You get a wick top in there. I just got taken out of Lucid when it broke 8.9, so even that's going to be out for me. And then you're going to see, like, there's that wick, and you reject 12,000 now, which we're not beneath 12,000, and can get really, really ugly here. I'm just going to quickly show you. Oh, we'll go right to NVIDIA here. Just going to throw that one away. NVIDIA just trying to bounce off that opening range bottom. This could get dicey. I want to go to the 15-minute because when in doubt, zoom out. Like, remember what the stasis is of the stock. It's above that breakout level still, so it can bounce from here. And if 12,000 holds and 96 holds, I think we can get back to the upside. But now that we're digging in, you've got to say to yourself, this could be one huge reversal. We saw a monster reversal from bottom to top yesterday. You got to understand the same thing can happen in the other direction. So don't want to get too stubborn with some of these longs. Thankfully, oil's not making that kind of a move against me. Well, at least not yet. So XOM, the one long that's not giving any trouble. Berendone.
Earnings on this one coming next week. Snap, guys, 6% to the upside so far today. Heavy volume on this one, back higher as well. The 31st, we'll get Snap earnings.
All right.
Snapchat, okay.
Yeah, Snapchat. All right, so still on Google right now. We got a good average price there, so we got some out when it came back up here, trying to just survive this move to the downside right now as we're sitting on Tesla. That's close to that 156.50 getting us out right now. Let's watch to see if Google can go, man. Our out's going to be breaking through 50 right now. Hopefully that doesn't happen, but hey, could happen, and could happen pretty quickly right now as we're not stressed out, but we don't like that action there on Tesla.
Look at Matt.
My eyes are still going over there looking at that. Is Rivian back upside right now? No. Yeah, Meta's a good name there, obviously. All right, here we go. Let's go, Google, man. Take advantage of this. Let's start punching some out. Yes, sir. That was a good trade right there. Let's go bang on Google. We just got some 80s out right there, 85s and 83s. So, okay, here we go. Maybe that reversal's on right now. I don't know if we're going to get a big one today or not, but the NASDAQ is doing exactly like we thought it would do. Break up higher. Remember I said like 40, 50 points? It actually went 70. Then we come back, we test that 12,000. Let's now see if it goes. That 12,000 could be your marker for any of your longs. If it breaks that, then you could simply just get out. So I like the position that we're in. We got a banger on Google again. Google was my #1 name yesterday. Let's see if it happens again. Come on, Tesla. You, my friend, can do it. But we are going to get a piece out here if it does come back up to VWAP a little bit, because it's just been weak. No matter what you say about Tesla today, if you weren't long before in the pre-market, it's been a tough ride. You either got this 158 right there and hit it back up, which is only $2. I don't know if you would have took that or not. Or you're buying these dips like I just tried to do right now. So we'll see, man. I was a buck too early on the dip. We got to pay ourselves out if we get back up here a little bit. So, well taken on Google. Let's see if we can get the same result here on Tesla.
Just a quick thing here. If you're looking for what's actually relatively strong, like why is the market holding up 12,000 when you're seeing dips? Tesla, big dip. NVIDIA took a big dip on us there, although that's coming back to break even. Meta, super strong. I'm canceling 43s, forget about it. It just got through that 45 level and starting to pull back. If it starts holding 45s above 12,000, I like the longs over 45 to the low that it makes, but I want to see it hold a significant low first. XOM just pulled back on me a little bit. So I was able to get 116s, and even this is starting to dip. So I want 115 or basically bust. If it does break the 115, we'll have to cover. NVIDIA just made a little bit of a mini bounce, close to VWAP there. I'm going to get more shares out in front of this pre-market low, not pre-market low, the opening range bottom, see if it can get back up to that 99-200 level. I'm not back into Tesla just yet because it doesn't really want to get all the way to what's up with these wicks? 156. Like, that was that area we wanted to dip. I just missed it last time. It feels like it's trying to roll back over to 156. But look at that nasty sort of dip out. It came all the way back. But really, all I'd be doing is holding all the way up, looking for 162, 163, and then just getting out when it broke 157 anyway. So sometimes you get out of Dodge and move on to the next. I still like the 56 level for a dip buy. I don't want to ignore the Chinese ADRs here, because look what's happening over in NEO. Huge monster breakdown. It's got a little bit of a bottom here at 12 even, and maybe it has a chance to get back above that 12. We'll see, but this is what's going on in EV land. It is an absolute bloodbath. I never got that Netflix short. It's still in the pocket, but I want 370 as my out, which means 368 to 369 is as far as I'm willing to take this for a short. I don't want to short at $5 away.
Yeah. Hello, Aunt Kathy. Yeah, it's about time you get in there and start buying up some Tesla, okay? So, all right, cool. All right, we're in it. All right, bye. Yeah, just joking. Empty phone there, so you don't call the SEC on that one. But there it is right now. Confirmed or not confirmed, Kathy Wood in there buying some Tesla right now. I would say completely unconfirmed. But right there, we just got a piece out. We said we get a piece out for flat 159. It came all the way back. That's the price we had. We took a piece out. We only took out 15% there actually, 20% actually on that fill. So hopefully it can come back up to the upside right now. Yeah, LOL got him. Yeah, good one, Sean. All right, let's see if that can keep going to the upside right now. I don't know. I mean, I think we want to test 160 again, but if we're wrong, we take out a little bit now, sort of lick the wounds a little bit here on Tesla. As Neil's been saying, it's been a tough trade here today for sure. So we'll wait for that. We lost a cup of coffee on Rivian, honestly, because we're able to, we went long 83 and out 93s. So that was really good, right? So that was a fine one there. And here goes here goes Google right back into a level again, man. So yeah, things starting to slip up just a little bit here.
Yeah, that's me getting, exactly the trap that we thought could happen. I'm now out of NVIDIA. XO1 might be a different case, and I don't know why Mullen's still holding 33 cents, but apparently it is, so I'm still in that one. But there's your wick top. You're going for the longs above 12 thing. You have a big breakout, and now you reclaim that level to the downside on the NASDAQ. So we're all out of it. I did like Google to the short, but we never got it. It never came to 98, and at this point, it's still above support, so I can't really endorse going into the long on that, going into the short on that one where it does happen to lie. I am taking a second look over there at Amazon. That was relatively strong. It didn't quite get to 100, but that's kind of close enough. I feel like I should have been looking, if I was looking for a short, instead of looking Google and Netflix, I should have been looking at Amazon. That was close enough to 100. This is relatively strong. I think it has a chance to get there, but that looks like a reasonable level for a short. 156 never came on Tesla just yet, but I will go over to remind you what happened over there in Lucid, because not only did it break 9, that's my out, it looks like 9 was a potentially good reversal. If we start holding beneath that 9 level, all of a sudden you have consolidation, fail, break, and room to 850 on a major reversal level there. XOM, the last ditch for me. I think it has a decent chance. And I see you right there, Greg, talking about that ALTI halted to the upside. There are some small caps worth getting to, but we had to let that 12,000 shake out first on the NASDAQ and big cap before I'm even thinking about small caps.
All right, guys, here we go again. I'm going to steal a line from Neil. Checks notes, NVIDIA, 195 long. Ding, right there. So right now we just took 80 cents on that first part of it. Hey, if it breaks lower, it breaks lower. But there it was there. Sometimes, like Neil just said, man, you got to wait and be a little bit patient to see if you can get that fill. And we did. And we are now, it's only at 26. So here it comes right back in. You can get it again if you want to. We took out only 40% there at 196, 190. There's one's at 70 and a couple more at 80. Let's see. I'm going to put another one at 80 right now. It looks like it wants to fail out though one more time. And there it is, man, just in case you guys were wondering. I mean, we're trying to trade exactly how we're talking about it. It broke 12,000 there on the NASDAQ. So there's our out. It came back in. We got another 50. Google's actually fine today because we had this huge win. And this is what we're talking about. When you're going long at 60 and you're getting out in the 80s, and then it comes back and you get out on a 50 break, it's still going to be a loser because we did take another spot right there at 55. But then when it broke, and we got out. And now we don't have to worry about this kind of a downside right now. We'll just wait for it. We know Google was relatively weak yesterday. We made the call that it would be stronger today, and it is stronger than the market. But what are we supposed to do? Market gives it up, and that's the story. But we still spin the money, because there it is, man. There's NVIDIA. Now in the money, 75 cents, and trying to go again. So this is literally a day saver for me right now because of this action. 196.25 there. That's going to be a level. Let's put it right there, see if we get that fill. And if we do, then we'll hold the rest and see if we do get a nice little move back up to the upside. So that's a money trade so far there on NVIDIA. We talked about why we liked it. There it is right there, that 195, very, very key level. Tesla's going to break break the bank and go to the downside right now, and that's going to be a wound liquor for sure. As if NVIDIA just goes right up there and stops. Get going. A couple more pennies, man, and we'll take that out right now. I might just take it right here. Go NVIDIA. Go another dime piece to the upside there. Fill us out. We'll take a smooth dollar on it, and then we'll try to hold the rest. You don't want to do it? All right. That's fine. We'll see if we can get a 14 out. There we go. Cancel, 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 cancel. Yes, there it is. Okay, good. So we did get a 14 there, so that was a good trade. That's $1 right there. So we're cooking up NVIDIA, but we're getting cooked on Tesla. So that's not a good combination for me, but now we can hold NVIDIA to the moon, I say, and beyond. Why not 2 bills again?
Yeah, let's see if we get that. It'd be really nice if it did. I'm almost getting Tesla down at that level, but I got to go over quickly here two
Tesla
things.
just
I did
broke.
just get BuzzFeed. Remember I was saying if it holds 125, I want to go long in front of it. Well, it popped to 40s. It gave me 35s, but Wayfair did this. So Wayfair all the way back into where there was support at 53.5. It never got to 60. I don't think that level was even in play. It got to like 59 and change. So this drops to 53. I think this is where you want to look at least an opportunity to pick it up. XOM is unable to hold that support. So we had the initial long. It gets to 116. We reload it. Now even it's breaking down. So we'll go 1 for 2 on XOM, but that's why you pay yourself out on profit, because if you get a reversal, it can be pretty ugly pretty quickly. Just to go over the name we just got into, BuzzFeed, the news, of course, that Meta has that deal with them or has been paying them for a while. Actually, it's not new. Has been paying them for a while. They caught a lower high. I'm going long off that lower high, just looking for the scalp trade. Rinse and repeat. 150 is your resistance on this, so it definitely has some room to get up there.
All right. Yeah. So, difficult day today for me on Tesla. We just lost again on that name. Down here to 156 broke. 156.50. That was my out. So unfortunately, we did get out of that there on Tesla. We bought back in against that bottom of 156. If I lose 50 cents on this, then that's it. It looks like we'll be out of Tesla now. Trying to hold it for that dream because it was all a dream. But right now, NVIDIA, again, a great out. We only have 30% left of this name. So if it does take it, then we will get out. There goes Tesla again to the downside. So wow, what was up 11% at one point, we've just been chasing the long. So yeah, unfortunately, we are been trapped on that name, which is okay. It's it's a hit today. Obviously, we're red right now on the day. If you guys been following the trades, Google didn't work, Rivian didn't work, NVIDIA did work, but it's going to break lower right now. So yeah, a lot of these names not really in the wheelhouse right here yet.
Microsoft is holding up.
Is Microsoft holding up? I mean, maybe Apple is too, but we're gonna have to find something else. The market broke 12,000. That's the short, and I don't know why I'm not short. I mean, I only screamed that all freaking morning.
Yeah, I'm pissed off myself for not reversing. I wanted Netflix too much, and I feel like wanting Netflix and not getting that one off of weakness didn't matter. Like, you had to get out of some of those longs and sort of regroup. Microsoft is holding up a little bit, but if 242 doesn't hold, you're in a world of pain there. Apple, just checking out. Look, if you look at what's going on in some of the big tech names, like you're getting to these support levels, and Apple 143, if this goes, forget about it. When the market's trying to hold up here, when Apple and Microsoft have some major support levels, if these go, you pretty much can forget about anything. I grabbed Tesla back on that pre-market low here, but I'm starting to think if we can't hold these levels on Apple and Microsoft and Amazon, it's not going to matter one bit. Just to go back over, I don't want to chase Netflix too much, but it's in front of major resistance, and it's giving you almost no chance to get in. It's setting up a flat bottom break, but now 366 looks like a valid level for short. I think it takes a lot to get back to 370. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'm just going to take the lower high short. There's so much, now that the market's reversed like this, Netflix is one of the names that has a lot of room to go back into the downside to be able to join, and that's what I'm looking for if I'm going to chase a move to the short side at this point.
Oh man, just looking here at Intel again. Yeah, do we want to really average back into this name or not for Intel? So, yeah, I mean, just looking here, it's right into a level where we should be buying some more shares of Intel. So I feel like we should do that. But then I'm just like I'm nervous because it's into that area again where it's like this is a level that we should be buying. So we just missed that. Let's buy a little bit here at 66 if we can. All right, and then we'll wait for a 60 fill if it comes back because we just bought a little bit there. So we'll wait for a 60 fill back in, and then we'll have to just let it go, I guess, if it takes down 50. I mean, I was thinking this would be a good little level there, so I don't necessarily want to get out if it does break, but you need to have an out. So yeah, that would make sense somewhere here around 50. Maybe we'll just lighten up and then see if it takes 40 out right now. What the heck is Mobileye doing right now? Let's double check.
Liquidity is bad on that stock.
Yeah, liquidity is bad on that stock for sure. But now
Really bad.
it's down, man. This was up 7%. It's now only up 1. So yeah, this name getting clocked out pretty good as well. Dollar in the money here on Nvidia off a 194 break. High side, what is that price right there? 196.35. I mean, maybe if this market continues to go, we can get this trade. Nvidia's a great trade for me. I'm just going to take it out right now if we can. We're still up a lot on Nvidia. Let's see if we can't continue that move. And there it is right there, another out. I mean, right there, that's $1.50 on that name. So although our trading hasn't been great on Tesla today, we do have some nice ones. So let's see if we can't hold out here to see if Nvidia can go now. We picked up that bottom. If it breaks lower, it breaks lower. But that's a name that we're on right now. Not great, man. Not a great day for me today, especially chasing these longs. We have to have something short. That's basically what I'm looking at right now. But Intel's also got on my mind. So anything you want to talk about before we go over?
No, well, I mean, I did talk about Netflix. I just grabbed the short off VWAP there, so that's the new entry point. There is an update on BuzzFeed, however. That did make the pop, but 150 has been huge resistance, right? So when it gets to 150, I kind of want to be almost all out of this thing and then expect it to do another bit of a dip. I didn't want to chase this one long. I don't want to hang on to the long too far, thinking that it's going to go like another like 50% move. I think 10%. That's probably a good trade on BuzzFeed today. If anything, I might fade this one off the top, making sure I paid for shorts. I might short this if it gets up there. So I'm just going to get out of these longs as it crosses VWAP. The only clean long today is on BuzzFeed of all stocks. Brendo? As if.
Hey guys, just getting some new home sales data, month over month number, 600,000 basically versus 600,000 expected. So in line with expectations there. This number not populating, but it was 2.3%, so negative 2.3%, less than the expected 4.4% decline. That's how the market's setting up here as we head to 10 o'clock. 0.25% for the S&P, the Dow lagging a little bit today, 0.1. Russell all positive, 0.6, 0.5, 0.6 to the upside. Tech leads still 0.85 for the NASDAQ 100 right now in charge so far. The big ones providing the lift for the overall market right now, including Meta, Tesla, and Mobileye. If you're with us early on this morning, we were discussing that a little bit. Yeah, not much to see here. 3.5%. Bit of a bounce right now, guys, off 34, but Mobileye was a bit of a fade today.
I just heard the best line.
What was it?
Wayfair, you got the short that I need.
Yes, it does.
That is.
I just wanted to, that's a great line. Someone just said there, like, oh, Sean must be hungover. He had a loss on Tesla. You know, I mean, right now, first of all, not even close to hungover. Probably should have drank more. But you know what? I mean, maybe if I did, maybe I'd have my goggles on and I wouldn't be able to see clearly today. But I made the call and, I definitely thought Tesla had some more moves to the upside. I'm sure some of you also thought that. I mean, if you were long Tesla and you didn't get out up here, then you're in the same situation. It's just you guys see me trading it live right now. And, I'm not going to hold anything too far down against me. And that's what we did. So just so you guys know, like right now, I'm down about 20% of my best day this month. So if you're going to talk about like your nets and where you guys are as well, I think that's kind of a good barometer, right? Like I haven't been stopped out in, 15 years, like knock on wood, but I won't get stopped out anyways. But the point is, I'll get stopped out on trades. I mean, I already got stopped out on like 15 of them today. But as far as getting shut down, right? My account won't get shut down anytime soon, and nor has it. Like I just said, I literally can't remember the last time that happened. So that's kind of what we're doing, right? I don't even remember the last time that my worst day was worse than my best day. So, you got to still stay in your zone, stay where you're comfortable with trading. And if you can't handle losses and being wrong on a couple trades, then so freaking be it. I mean, like right now, like if I was all scared about trading, I mean, we have $2 in the money right now on NVIDIA, and that's been the best stock net here on the show today. So, you know, I mean, when you're looking at this, it's making the move back up to the upside right now. And I think we're doing pretty good considering that we just messed up. Really, the only thing we messed up on Tesla, like, is Google a problem? I mean, that was a great long until it dropped out, and then we took a little small hit right there. So I'm pretty happy with everything. The only problem right now, too, I have a couple problems, is Intel. Well, that's the only problem I have right now is Intel. Intel did make that move down. We didn't buy more 60s, which we should have. We were waiting a little bit lower, so my averaging in on Intel is not quite squared up yet. But there it is, 250 now in the money for NVIDIA as we take back 12,000. So let's wait to see while we approach it. Let's wait to see if we do take back 12,000. Might be a good time to get out of some NVIDIA here because we are at that level. So let's see if we take 12,000. If we do, great. If we don't, not that great, but there it is. We'll take it out for $2. And hey, $2.40 winner. That's for you, Ben W. Let's go.
I think if you're looking for strength in this market, if we take 12,000, Meta's never broke anywhere near the lows. You saw everything test the low of the day. You see Meta making higher lows at this point. It broke out pretty clean at the open off that 143 area. It then held 143. You saw NVIDIA not do the same thing. It broke all the way to the low of the day. I want some relative strength. If I'm going long here, it's got to be something that's going to be relatively strong, and that's 100% Meta. I'm going to stick with Netflix just because I like the level that it's at for the short trade. And I just missed my last out on BuzzFeed. I'll go there in a second. But I'm going to pop on the bid inside of this range because Meta's got like this dollar range thing it's doing here. I want to pop on the bid here inside of the range, see if I can't pick up a good long in front. That's maybe too far down. Let's go 140. Where did I put that? I put that the wrong price. Let's go 143.40s I want. And we'll grab in here a little bit tighter. So we'll go a couple of legs in there and just jump back over to BuzzFeed. I said I missed my fill up at the top. It got to 148. I'm sitting 149, or actually, yeah, 149. I think 150 is resistance on this thing. So if it gets there, I want to be out. I want to be thinking about where I can get short on said BuzzFeed. The other name which was holding up strength was Microsoft. That's doing really well. Actually, this wick's ugly, but I'd say it's doing almost as good as Meta, if not better. So I want to start looking for longs on this name as well. So Meta on some dip buys. If we reclaim 12,000, if I'm not long those two names, I'm doing something wrong, Brendo.
Some relative weakness so far today in some of the vaccine names. Pfizer, guys, with a UBS downgrade so far on declining COVID revenue. Day lows, just had an alert there on decent volume, down 1.3 here for Pfizer.
Yeah, I would be careful with Pfizer right now.
Thank you, everybody, for all the kind words there in the chat. And yeah, look, we know who we are. It's like Joe Burrow goes, I'm him. And then he said, people were questioning it. And then he's like, oh, man, I was all in like a haze when I was saying that. So, you know, you got to have confidence a little bit when you're a trader. Obviously, this is like a pretty, you know, alpha job here. So you're going to try to be, you know, like we say, we eat what we kill. And hopefully we can continue to make some good trades here today. We have, I mean, Intel's right now back into the money. So we'll hit the siren for that. But, you know, we take a little bit more out here as it comes up to 76. That was my best out there. We're only long 72. This is not a great trade, but it's nice to have some of that money back right now because it was bad when it was down here at, not bad, but when it's down here at 60, it wasn't great. And that's sort of the life of a scalper and a trader the way we are here. It's like, wow, Intel's only up 15 cents. And I'm like, oh, thank God. So, yeah, that was a good one there. And then I'm really happy, couldn't be happier other than getting out of the mall right here at 197. So that was a great trade back for NVIDIA. So this is what I mean when I'm telling you guys like about sort of the profit that's in on some of these names. It's like, there it is right there, right? Like take a hit, this wasn't even a hit, what am I talking about? But getting dumped down there sucked, but we were already out there. We hold a little piece, get out, and then it blasts back up to the upside. So that was pretty cool. NVIDIA's been a good name here so far today, but we got to find some more. So people talking a little bit about Netflix.
Netflix,
are you in that?
I'm in it. I did the short off VWAP. There were
short. Yeah.
So look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I shouldn't have found shorts earlier. Probably there were some good opportunities. That fake out at 12,000 was kind of low-hanging fruit. I felt like I was looking in the wrong places. I was looking off of that 370. I never got Netflix up here. Too late, but we were able to catch it at VWAP. Now, if it breaks the low, I want to hold. Like, I'm going to take, you're going to give me $1 and then give me the bottom of the range here. I'll take the buck, then we'll take the $2. And then if it breaks the low, we'll hold for a little bit more. That home run, I think, could be like a 360 area. We did just get Meta, not Microsoft, but Meta on that dip. And now the question becomes, can it hold the bottom of this range? Now, this is about 30 cents worth of risk if it breaks this low. And then our reward is up here at about like 50 to 60. And if it breaks the highs, you can hold on to it for the rest of the day. That's the kind of long I want to try to chase here. Like if I can find a long in a strong stock and not have to risk more than a few shekels at the open, you're probably wanting to risk more than 30 or 40 cents because it's impossible to make a winning trade at 9:30 if you're only going to risk that much. But at this time of day, I'm willing to get stopped out tight, look for re-entry points, and not going to fight the trend too far here. I should have more than one short. I get it. One of the ones out there that usually I've been shorting. Look, I'll stand by this all day, every day. On every other day this week, or in the last month, or the last, quite frankly, the last quarter, if I saw a pop and fade on Intel at 30, I'd have been short Intel. However, they report tonight. I thought Mobileye had a good quarter, and I didn't want to fight it if it was going to end up being a strong day. So I said I'm not shorting Intel today off the open. It would need to get to 30.50. It's not an excuse. It's just the truth. You make a call or you make a decision, and then you move on from there and look for the next trade. So we just bounced on Meta. So it's holding support, but it's not really jumping. This is some concern for me. It just bounced off support. Each time it's done it, it's giving you that 50 pennies. Feels like it could blow through. If it goes through, I think I have like a 40 stop on this one, so 5 more cents, and we're out of that. However, this is the reason we're in something short. Because at least now, if the market goes down, tight stop out on Meta for the long, and we're getting a hold and potentially another $2 or $3 on Netflix to even it out. As far as BuzzFeed goes, it's like the only other thing I'm trading here. I mean, BuzzFeed's got, why am I offering $1? Like, why bother offering $1.49 in front of 50 when the clear high is at 48? I'll learn my lesson. I'm going to offer 47s here and see if I can get out on the next pump to the upside on BuzzFeed. Brendo, what do you got, bud?
Chinese names topping relative strength lists right across the board so far. That little wick up there for this one, PDD, was 52-week highs once again for Pinduoduo.
All right, we just went short. We're going to try it. We're going to try an Alibaba short through 119. I mean, the market could rip up. I mean, we're back into Nvidia right now, by the way. So that came in and filled us down here at 194. So we got a good price on it. Let's just see if we can get some out first in order to cash in on this price before we cash out on a downside move, if that does happen here for Nvidia. So yeah, we're only long here at 20s. So if it does take it out, we just took a 60 out, which is 30 cents. That's about the risk that we have now to the downside here for Nvidia. And kind of like what Neil was just saying there, if this doesn't work, hopefully Alibaba does to the downside. So there's Nvidia. We're reloaded on it. Let's see if it wants to hold some of those levels. But right now, it is looking like it wants to break 190. There it is. Looks like it does want to break 194. So watch out for that break. There it is. So there we go. Still positive on Nvidia, but that last take is downside right there. So Nvidia breaks. And again, like, you know, went back up. We were long at 28. We got out at 90s there. It's a 30-cent hit. Maybe that's the bottom there. I don't know. As the NASDAQ's trying. You know what I just noticed? Like the NASDAQ's right at these levels, man. Maybe we need to get a little bit more back in here on Nvidia and just give it a little bit lower there because the NASDAQ is where it is on this play. Nvidia's still up on the day, obviously, but let's just see if it wants to hold that very bottom one more time. 193.74 there on Nvidia. Alibaba still trying to work as well. But again, if the market rips up, then hopefully Alibaba, you know, will continue to the downside as that's negative today. So we're going to wait to see if Nvidia can hold the bottom. Intel's just doing its dance, still at 60, but it's Alibaba right now. My new concern, if the market breaks, at least we'll have that on the short side. But yeah, for right now, Alibaba, my newest position on this short.
So you mentioned Alibaba, and then I finally actually got to looking at Pinduoduo from Brendan there talking, oh my goodness, 100. The way Baba broke down, I was in and out of the Baba 120 long before you could blink an eye. Like it was barely even in my blotter. I was in, and then it ran my stop like that, like Thanos. And so 100 here on Pinduoduo was a monster. Let's get that out of the way. But if it starts holding this 100 level, maybe it's got a chance. My issue is Baba looks so bloody weak. Neo looks so weak. Every other name I look at, the Chinese ADRs, is so weak that I'm not sure I want to jump back in front of this. Every single buy the dip higher has been an abject failure, and that's the only reason I'm staying away from that 100 level. If anything, I want to see it reclaim 100 and look for a retracement on Pinduoduo. From there, Meta just held the low, so that's fine, but Netflix also held the low. So holding the low if you're long is good. Holding the low if you're short, you got to think about your next decision point. So Netflix, why is the scaling's bad because of this wick. It's all over the place. So if we get back up to VWAP, I'll try reload here one time in front of 367, acknowledging that I like the 370 level a heck of a lot better on Netflix. If we get it, we get it. Microsoft never filled there. It's got that wick again. But I was a little more aggressive here trying to get 243s on Microsoft. Looks like it bounced pretty much right off my order, which is at 243.22, because that's how I roll, and Microsoft trying to break out. I said if the market came back up above 12,000, the two longs I wanted were Microsoft and Meta. I might have to chase Microsoft, but we're still beneath that 12,000 on the NASDAQ, so I'm not chasing yet. I still want to have some kind of patience with these longs here, just given the way the market opened up. I want to check back in on Lucid there, because that's when we took the L on. It's not back above that 9 even or back to that 9 even. Still showing weakness below 9. I wanted to only short if it was starting to reject that 9 area. It looks like that could be a solid reverse. More of a scalp trade here because it's got a 15-cent range at the bottom. But a $9 stock, that's fine. Brennan?
All right, more earnings today. Relative strength coming through in a big way here. Now, ServiceNow, big move up. Just took out day highs there. On volume, 5.5% after a beat. On the forecast side of things, you can see the negative move was on the number itself, but the forecast decent for ServiceNow.
There was another earnings play.
Okay, so the frustration continues. So I got some out of Bob at 119.10 there, just because the market started ripping up. We still have half of that position. Hopefully it goes. Excuse me. But NVIDIA, like, we got back, like, I get out and then I get back in and then it rips. Like, it's just so frustrating. NVIDIA's going to be a top, like I told you, NVIDIA's a top stock today, but, like, we'll wait to see what happens here on NVIDIA now. I'm going to try to hold it. We're not taking 12,000. Like, this is the thing, man. We talked about how key that was. It's all over our sticky note today, 12,000. Wants to go. I feel like the short is good, though, at that 12,000 mark right now. This is like 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 times right now, back up here at this 12,000. So we keep testing it, and it keeps hitting it and failing. So, the NASDAQ doesn't really want to go right now. So if we're going to trade NASDAQ-based stocks, then we have to watch out for that level. Once again, we talked about it. We're watching out for it. So let's see if it goes. We just took, like, that trade on NVIDIA, man. That's a long at 194.30. We got out at 195.20. So that's 90 cents. I mean, it's right back there, 90 cents in the money here on that one. Intel just don't want to go. So maybe we'll average into this. I'm still waiting for lower. I'm waiting at 56. That's that wick right there. Just thought we could come in and take some of that bottom, but we haven't been aggressive enough on that. Today's fine, man. I mean, we just need it to go. That's it. We'll average into Alibaba just in case. I'm trying to get a 40 print up here. If that does work, great. And then we'll get out if it takes 60. But hopefully the market can get going now, as the NASDAQ just here now taking 12. So let's go back up to the upside. We can make our whole day, like, if NVIDIA just goes back to like 198 or so, which I know is a big move, but like, then our day is back and we're doing pretty good again. So let's wait to see if that works out for now. But yeah, I like that we're both now trading a lot of big cap stocks. So, they're moving around. It's earnings season. This is what we're here for. Let's see if they continue to work.
So I didn't get that. Someone just asked if I got that BuzzFeed fill at 47. I went to 47, not 48. I did not get it. I did just grab Meta here. Got the reload on Netflix at the top of the range, but that also means we're ringing the register on the first out of Meta. I want to get more shares on the bid. If it just wants to play this range, I'll oblige by getting back on the bid here. However, there's something else I want to do. We said Microsoft was the other one. We're above 12,000. I said I might have to chase Microsoft a little bit. That'll mean the 44s. So I'm going to wait patiently for the next dip. It's been stair-stepping the entire way, so I anticipate break, then hold VWAP would be the next course of action there. So I want it to be, that's the one I want to be in. At this point, we've got the opening range set. We've calmed down. You can establish a trend on a few of these names. It feels set up pretty well on this. Meta is pretty well set up. I don't want to ignore Amazon, because Amazon is also another big tech name, which has caught a decent bid there. I do prefer Microsoft to Amazon at this particular point. I feel like you're close enough to 100 on Amazon that maybe I don't think it has enough room. And Microsoft was so darn strong in the afternoon yesterday. That's the other point to it. And I did just get that Lucid, or at least start into Lucid here, in front of 9, in front of VWAP. I just like the potential reversal given what happened, I was long Lucid, stopped out there, long in front of 9, stopped out there as well, looking for that breakout. If it fails this break, there's a lot of room for it to start coming back in here. And I want to have something to the short side that's not Netflix in case the market fails this rally. But next course of action is getting some Microsoft here to go with my meta.
Oops, I just put the wrong price in there for Microsoft. Yeah, I'm looking to get some Microsoft as well right now, but look what's happening right there. Nice take on Alibaba. So there we go, man. We're back, baby. Nice little 20-cent win there on Microsoft, sorry, on Alibaba to the downside. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on that one. Oh, man, Tesla, the bane of my existence today. We kept on bottom picking, but the bottom pick was 155, not 156. So there it is, a nice little move back up to the upside. But hey, man, we're $2 in the money right now for NVIDIA, but there's that 196.50, needs to take it first if that can happen. Microsoft, and by the way, Intel just went back up to the upside, so that's good. What about Microsoft? So that was, I was just looking at it, this wick up here at 245.50. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to short it, but look how strong this name is today, 1.8%. Yes, NVIDIA, let's go. Hopefully we can get that 245.70. I'm debating a break long on that. Our other trades will be printing if we can get anywhere near that level. So let's see if that can happen right now for Microsoft. 245.70 on a break for Softy, taking out that high. Why not, man? I mean, you're pretty strong. No, it's not 70, it's 240. No, it is 245.70. Okay, 245.70 there on Microsoft. It must have been another level that I was looking at. It was Apple was a name that I wanted as well, breaking 143.50. Damn, it just happened right there. Yeah. 143.50 on VWAP. That was a good take. Don't have it. Yeah. Other than that, let's just wait. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. But Rivian, Snapchat, a lot of good names doing a lot of volume today.
Lots of strength. I mean, there is definitely a lot of strength. Now you're well reclaimed that 12,000. So at this point, you gotta have some longs on board, or at least be looking for some other ones. Amazon, that's pretty much gone, but that 100 level, that's still valid for me, man. Like, I want to make sure if we get to 100, I think that can be like both a scalp short and it can also be a reverse to the long. I'm still trying to grab some more meta. I might step it up a little bit. If it does stair step, then I want the next dip maybe a little bit closer to like 143.77. But now that you reversed, if I'm going to get into there on Netflix and sort of take it out inside of the range, well, then I don't want to hold it all the way to 370, right? Like, this is how it should line up a little better. You go short the first time, you like it more. The second time you reload, usually for less the second or third time. But when it takes out the top and the market's strong, you just get out with a relatively tight stop. Now I'm looking for 370 on a fade on Netflix. It has to float another $2 or I'm not going to touch it to the short side. Lucid's now the only thing we have short. We'll get over to that in a quick second. But someone just said, watch Lulu. And Lululemon, I forgot about some of the retailers. I want to look, this stock, it's in the middle, but 300, I mean, just in case it continues to flush, 300 is going to be a huge level for it. But this is exactly the kind of thing that I don't want to be messing around with a stock like Lulu in the middle. If it gets to 300, yeah, sure, monster level, worth a trade, maybe if you want to defend a long up there, if it gets up to like that 320 level, but this is not really moving, it's inside. That's why it wouldn't be on my list of things that I want to grab into. You got to focus on something which is trading at key price levels. You've got Microsoft, which is holding the 50 period on the daily, and then had that huge recovery. Above here, Softy's got tons of room to run. That's why I want to get the long there. It's not just about the fact that it's big tech. There's some big levels on the stock that I think are worthwhile going long in front of. I'm going to try and get this dip to 244 first, and then we can try to go from there. Oh, man, Meta, do I want to add to it higher? No, not yet. I'm still looking dip buy Meta. I was considering, do I want to go long more if it cracks VWAP? I'm not at that point yet. I still want to try and get that dip buy. We have some on board, so we can try to hold out for our prices or better. Brendo's got the small cap recap. Good thing, because when I got BuzzFeed, I got one of them.
Yeah, a little more quiet as far as small caps are concerned so far today, guys. Small cap brought to you by Seeking Alpha. Seeking Alpha is the world's largest investing community. Your one-stop shop for all your investing needs. Subscribe today. Unlock all their premium features, including Seeking Alpha's exclusive quant rating system. You can receive a one-year membership right now for 50% off. Check the link bottom of the screen. Here we go. Yeah, that BuzzFeed ends up being kind of back and forth, really. Ends up supporting that 130, 150, 155 on the daily chart was resistance, but there's not much in the way of action to talk about as far as BuzzFeed is concerned. If you missed it this morning, Meta apparently paying BuzzFeed for not only content, but to bring creators over to Facebook and Instagram as well. Shout out to Luis from Barcelona. We were talking about this one this morning. Took out 3 after the open there and failed miserably. So I stopped at a sum, but put it right back on when it failed. Still holding a big portion of this, still holding 275 here. For MLGO starting to work back to the downside. I was watching this as well. Bed Bath & Beyond was pretty active here in the pre-market with volume. Didn't get high enough though. There was 255, 260 from yesterday and the day before. Didn't get high enough though off the gate there to get involved. Still up 3% for Bed Bath & Beyond, guys.
And Beyond back to the... Oh, it did work. That was a little slow. I hit the button with a bit of a delay. But we're now above VWAP. Meta's now about $1 and change in the money here. Look, I don't know how far I'm going to be chasing Microsoft, but I'm going to try to get in this. Every dollar, I got to cancel some of these back bids, but every dollar it goes, I'm like, okay, let's just get the next dollar in there. If it comes to VWAP, I'm going to continue to go long in front of VWAP. Why? Because you're well back above 12,000 at this point. So you want to have these longs in there. We've reclaimed that level. Essentially, all you've done is like a big shakeout, and now you have an opportunity to consolidate above that 12,000 mark and then get to some of the levels that I know Arun was talking about. Lots of overhead room on a lot of these names here. So we're going to try and grab them. Amazon was the other one we're monitoring. It's getting really close to that top at 99.50. I still do favor the price action off 100. For like a 99, like 99.95 type of short. I'd reverse on a long break in Amazon, but I'm very likely going to be short at $100 or just right in front of it before reversing. I'll risk 10 cents on that trade and see if it pulls back. If VWAP comes in on Amazon, I don't want to ignore it. I think this is an auto dip buy as well, just like Microsoft. It goes into that bucket of overwhelmingly strong names. And I have one short that I have to be concerned with. Lucid and the EVs have been relatively weak. On that last little pop with the market going to highs, Lucid not doing much. Like it went from like 5 cents in the money to basically flat. That's some relative weakness for me. So I'll continue to short in front of VWAP on Lucid at least.
All right, guys, we have made a lot of money back. So it's been a good day so far here. And again, it's, Intel's not really moving, but when it does, we'll take some profit on it. So right there, it just goes in the money, 12 cents, whatever, 11 cents, whatever. We'll take that. Actually, was it 12? I think we got some 81s or 82s right there. Now it's falling back in. So, we'll take a little bit back on that one. It's not that we're making a lot of money. It's just like what we were down, it's recovering and now a little bit. So I guess, yeah, unrealized we made some money back there. So let's see if it can continue to go. The one mistake, though, it looks like we've been long 194 a couple times, and NVIDIA just keeps on bouncing here at 196 despite us taking and absolutely destroying that 12,000 level right there. We just went up 50 NASDAQ points. So look, when we took it to the downside, we went down 50. Right now, we just took it to the upside and went up 50. So the market still has got to figure out what it wants to do. And that's going to be, key to, these positions continuing to work out. So I don't know. I still want to hold this because I really feel like a break of this 196, and if we can hold it and take out 196.50, then 197 is right there, and it's like giving up an extra dollar. I don't know if we should do that, but it has bounced a couple times right now off of this level, so it makes sense for me to take a piece out here. I feel like right now I'd rather have it break and then take one out on the way back down, but right now there we go. I just convinced myself we'll sit here in the 90s. I should probably just punch that 84 right now and get it out in case I miss this level. See, there it is. Darn it. All right, so that's us. We're still sitting up there in the 90s for NVIDIA, but that's touched out now too many times. It's right at the 50 period. Should have definitely done something about that one right there, but we'll wait at 196 again. Hey, if it comes back up, we'll get out, and then that's that. We just screwed that up because we should have got out there again on that play. Alibaba, we're waiting for a better high, 1940, 119.40. That didn't come in because that would have been an average in for us on Alibaba. So that's a level that we want to take for an average and then get out here if it breaks 50 or 60, depending on whatever you guys want to do. So right there, Alibaba, we're looking to get more short.
So I'm looking, I think there's a chance now to get the dip buy on Microsoft and Amazon as well. Amazon VWAP, Microsoft starting to come back here, hopefully. Maybe we get those 44s. But Meta is at 145, and it's kind of rounding out and sort of slowing down here. If it puts in a lower high, I want to cover and look for the next dip. Just given the way that this is played out, it's such a monster move to the upside there. And I just saw like a really big I don't want to call it a death candle. I'll show you in a second. I'm just going to get a trail. Are you serious? I put the trailing stop in and it just instantly filled.
yeah,
Whatever. We'll ring the register on that in Meta. But I wanted to show you what happened in Amazon.
I'm not even on.
I got this wick here, which is kind of nuts.
No, I don't need this.
So Amazon slammed down in there, was in 99s and out like 99, in 99.09 and out when it broke, like really, really quickly. But it just did this move right into VWAP. It's the only way you can see it, and bounce. So I actually want to take it off VWAP. When it rejected like this, I'm like, okay, let's trail out of Meta. Because if this comes right back down, Meta's probably going to drag to it, and then we're going to retest 12,000 on the NASDAQ. So get out of Meta. I can hold on to BuzzFeed because it doesn't care what's going on in the market. But if we bounce off 12,000, I want to buy the dips if we can hold the 12,000 level. So pay yourself out. See if you can regroup a little bit. One of the names that I'm going to be on that bid of, as I mentioned, is Microsoft. I'll zoom back. I have a wick there as well, but I want to buy this one in front of VWAP. Starts holding that 244. We like it. We like Amazon as well. That is going to mean the one short that we're sitting in, Lucid, should roll toward the low of the day. And I want to cover some in front of the low of the day and then try to hold that for a trend. So Lucid's the short I'm in. I'll recheck Netflix in a second to see if I still like it. Not really when I check the level 2. So we'll hang on to Lucid, maybe pay ourselves out on the way down to said low of the day. But I just grabbed the Amazon dip. I suspect Microsoft is coming in soon.
30. Just making sure that I have the right number here for stop on Alibaba. So we just took it. I mean, you know, as this market comes right back in here, I do, you know, Alibaba's short today, so that's what we want to do until it breaks there. So I was just making sure that I had the right amount of shares because we just got carried away there. I thought it was going downside, so we got some 22s. So I had to regroup what offer I do have back down here. Look, Tesla wants more, I think. I don't know if it wants to take 160, but I'm going to try it. This is going to sound absolutely insane, but I am going to try it again, and this time we're only going to give it $1. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if it takes 160 again and rips to 164. I mean, I would be fine. 164, 165, and I don't have it. So, you know, we are topping out right now. I'm even debating this level right here, 159.20 back to 158. Actually, now that I see this, let's see. I just feel like it wants to go more here. So we'll put it in order and just take a little bit of a long here if we break that 159.20 area right there. We'll take a little bit of a long, and then we could lose on this one, but this is not going to be a big trade on the L side of things here. If we get 158.50, we're going to get out. So there it is. We are now into this. If it fades back out, then we're out. This is not, you know, this is not a big position. Like, I don't know what else to tell you guys. It's not nowhere near what we had before as we learn our lesson here on Tesla from last. Here it is right now. We're going to get stopped out the minute we punch in. So there it is, right? So we'll see what Tesla wants to do, but instantly as I punch in, it goes right back down to the downside. So yeah, this name right now, we'll take an L again, but this one's going to be pretty small. This is, you know, more than just a cup of coffee, but it's not a big hit here, as we know we haven't been reading this right. Yeah, Rob just refilled it. He's going to, oh, did he refill you? Yeah, I wasn't even on the chat.
See the mug?
He's coming in now. What is it, a cat?
He never gives me the Trader TV mug. He does these ridiculous ones.
Yeah, he's going to give
I did just get Amazon. I'm a little bit more relaxed with this because we're trying to bounce off 12,000 in the NASDAQ, and at the same time, it's like allow it to come back in. I was too early with 99s. I got out almost instantly there and then waited for it to come and dip into VWAP. Once it did, we got 77. I just took some out north side of 99. I want to hold this for the high of the day and probably more because I think 100 is going to be the level. Lucid's still working for the short. I haven't got the Microsoft dip buy because I want it to come down a little tighter to 244 as we go to Brendan for your crypto update.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's been a volatile 24-hour period for crypto markets. I'll show you the charts coming up here this morning. I saw this headline when I first sat down and immediately pulled up Coinbase, but wasn't really doing much. 3.6 million fine coming through from Dutch regulators on failure to register in that country for Coinbase this morning. This was what I was talking about. Big move up. We talked about a little bit late in the day yesterday. We're kind of consolidating right now as far as BTC is concerned, trying to hold, in fact, above 23,000 right now. So a nice look. Same story for ETH after the late weekend move back downside. We're holding above 1,600 right now for Ethereum. That is the way the overall board looks so far this morning. 2.5, 4.5, nice look, 1,600 back in play here for Ethereum today. 7% ADA at the bottom there leading. Look at Matic, yeah, 15% back to the upside so far. There's Coinbase, as I was mentioning, kind of hanging out here so far today, not really doing much.
All right, so just quickly here, I mean, I'm fine again, but like, okay, finally, thank God. Like, NVIDIA just went to 91, and I was at 93, okay? So even now I'm gone, so it has no problem getting up. So I just got filled there on NVIDIA for a $1.60 winner. It's a money trade right there for NVIDIA as that goes back up to the upside right now for NVDA now. So that was a good trade for us. Out of that spot, too many times upside right now for NVIDIA. So, all right, not a big position, but it's a short that we want right now. The market's above the 50 period, so we never sort of like pile into it. If this broke right there, we had a good amount of shares right there. We talked about that. We got nervous because it didn't hold the break, so we got some out. Then we got a piece out at 80, right, for 20 cents. Now we're holding this thing 20 cents against us, but we have a position. So hopefully this will come back down. This is the trade that if the market falls, we have this one on board right now. Oh, as if. See, Tesla gets me out and then goes right back up to that level again. Oh my God, Tesla, what are you even doing to me right now? Oh, goes right back up. It was such a small hit, I wasn't even paying attention, but still, that sucks. That's how you know you can't trade it. Up to there and then right back in again. It's just either buy the dips or whatever. Wait for that 160 break, because right now there ain't much happening. Like now that would be a winner for Tesla. So I'm not that upset about it, but that's too bad because we did have that level. It went right to it, broke a little bit, and we got out. And yeah, about that. Here it comes right back in again. Let's leave Tesla alone until it takes 160 now. I'm done with that name. NVIDIA light position. We are going to reload this if it does come back. Sorry, that's still Tesla. NVIDIA light position. We're going to reload it if it comes back down to 194. Other than that, man, we're pretty good right now. Besides Tesla, everything else has pretty much worked out for us here today. Just Tesla's a red name. Google's red as well, but this wasn't that bad. We're going to wait to see if we can get some higher breaks right now. Microsoft back down to 243 is a level, of course, that I'm waiting for, but that's not coming in now. If anything, it's still that high take there of 245.70. Upset that we didn't have Apple as well right there.
Yeah, that's what I want to focus on. You can add Apple to that list too, but I'm looking at Microsoft, Amazon, and Meta. So we got the dip, and these all have like a very similar profile. Like we had the breakout in the open on just about everything, and those longs were fantastic. And then you had names that broke the lows and then got to the bottom or broke even pre-market lows, or you have names that held support at the breakout prices. So those are where I want to buy the dip, get the scalp trade, stay net long, but not hold it all the way back into the next support level. I'm going to get out if we break 98.5 in Amazon. And continue to rinse and repeat some of these if it gives you the opportunity. Microsoft here's, okay, that's not filling in the data of the chart. That's kind of annoying. But 244, I'll go to the 15 here. 244 is the next dip I'm willing to take, keeping the bigger picture in mind. I want to get out if it breaks 44, then look for 43s on the way back in there. I like the relative strength, but I'm not going to hold on to it forever. And you got to shift gears. It's now 10:30. Market has been open for an hour. We're putting in a lower high in the NASDAQ, so you want to be cautious about buying these dips, have yourself an out, and be willing to scalp the trade. Now, on the flip side of things, because I like Netflix a little bit, and I'll get to that in a second, but getting out and losing on Lucid, we had long, lose once, lose twice, and then reverse it. How many times have we said, if you have a key line of support, 9 was it for me on Lucid, reverse the trade if it looks stupid weak. Well, it looked stupid weak. So I reversed the short. Let's see if we can go to the downside. Netflix was the other name that I shorted, but it's still kind of holding higher lows. A lot of tech is doing that. Hopefully my 3 minutes can be, 3 minutes okay here. We stopped out when it took 37. Again, it does not want to get up to 370. I don't know why I can't get to 370. If we get a little bit tighter to that, I would short off that level. But I don't see any reason to jump back into this short. I like where Lucid's at. This, I might have to sit out and maybe look for something else that I can find some relative weakness on. Because the names that I'm looking for the shorts aren't really setting up just yet, and I don't feel like it's right to be rushing into anything. There is Shopify from yesterday. I know Wayfair is weak, but it's not a level I like. Shopify from yesterday is setting up like it could be a flat bottom break. Obviously, $50 would have been a big level. You know, Shop had that big run. Huge stock, probably one of the strongest ones in the market yesterday, rejecting sort of that 48.5 area. And if it does a bit of a flat bottom break here, this one has a lot of room to come back into the downside. But I want to see if I'm going to take a bottom break, I don't want the NASDAQ holding support. I want the market sort of flushing if I'm taking a bottom break on something like a Shopify. So I need sub 12,000 and this breaking 47.7, and then I'll go short Shopify.
All right. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I'm just sitting here waiting for levels to break or something to happen. Nvidia, it's coming. Hopefully coming back down here into, just making sure my mic is on there. Maybe this coming back down into 194 and be patient with it. If we can get it, that should be a good trade as well. Back into that 194. Alibaba again. Starting to break a little bit lower here off that bottom area there. So we actually got stopped out, but let's put on a different position now because there's 12,000 break. So we're a little more confident now about any of the shorts that we may have. So that top tick right there is 70, was it? Yeah, 70 there. So I have some good faith here that maybe Alibaba does want to go back down here as we start to get hit now on the market. So coming back in right now is Alibaba coming back into the downside. So, you know, unfortunately we did get stopped out there, but there's the 12,000 break. So we know we like this name. Let's get back in. And there it is. We'll take a quick spot there at 34, get a piece out. Now we can see if it can come back in. And Nvidia is getting really close to that level as well. I don't know. I mean, I feel like exactly what we thought would happen, except for this is now the second break lower of 12. So that's not great for the NASDAQ that's now happened 2 times. So yeah, maybe there's some sort of a bottom coming through here, but I don't know. Like the NASDAQ, 11,900, we've talked about that as the area where you really would want to load up if you can get anything down here. That's kind of the spot for the NASDAQ right now. This chart is e-signal, so I want to give a big shout out to ICE Data Services for last night's party. Thank you so much for that. That was a hell of a lot of fun. And Neil, myself, Randy. Where's Randy? I haven't seen him today, so yeah, maybe he's feeling some ways right now. 11,900 right now there at that bottom. So that's an area, if you're going to go short, you might want to look to cover something around there. But for right now, NASDAQ be falling through that 12,000. Hold on to some of your shorts, I would think.
So like this is me getting out. We just went for the reload in Meta. Again, it's like the same thing. Like if I'm gonna play inside of the range on the dip buy and sort of take it out, not holding the high of the day, then when it breaks VWAP, I got to be able to get out. Like I'm risking like 25 cents in these trades because I feel like it's not warranted to risk more on the long. I missed Shopify. I was just talking about it, like 12,000 breaks. Let's get some Shopify on the breakdown of the low. But you know, you saw how fast that happened. I wasn't able to get it in the 60s. I'll try to, on the way back up, I'll probably try to get some 47.5. But that was a flat bottom break if I've ever seen one, and a trend move to the downside. I wanted Shop. I didn't get it. At least Lucid. I mean, we'll have something to the short side. It's never enough, right? Actually, I should get a bid here because we're at the 3/4 mark on Lucid. I thought I had a bid 75. We'll get some out at 75. Next stop, hopefully 850. As we go to Brendan for Sector Watch, it feels more red than that board looks.
Brought to you by Stock Odds. Learn how to trade market neutral strategies with the top 10 odds from Stock Odds. Get the top long and short stock ideas from the S&P 500 delivered right here in inbox every single day. Check out the link below. 10% off. Shout out to Stock Odds. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised at this board as well. Expected a little more red, but individual names really offsetting all of the negativity right now, including Tesla, obviously the biggest one, still holding on to a nice 10% gain. Travel very strong. We talked briefly about the airlines this morning, but also the casinos. LVS 3.3 win here. Caesars, Domino's even having a nice day, up 1.5%. So consumer discretionary names having quite the day, including obviously Tesla, the big one. Over here, semiconductors, it's STX. 9.25, and then WDC. There's still rumors floating around about that combination or possible combination with that Japanese company I saw this morning. 4.3% again today for WDC. Semiconductors, yeah, they're positive, but overall not huge moves happening. IBM downside off earnings 4%. There's ServiceNow 2.5%. Back to the upside. Adobe having a nice day as well. I just saw 2.25 there for Adobe. But here are the outside of love. I was talking about the airlines there. Outside of love, all the airlines in positive territory. Love down 4%. URI positive as well off earnings. There are some negative names, though, in the industrial group, mostly earnings related. Want to mention that one as well. MKC was an earnings report today, 6.8% downside. So typical for an earnings season, you get those individual big movers kind of offsetting each other, leaving the rest to fight it out, including Meta today, 2.5%. So we are positive, guys, right now. Nicely, in fact, 0.37 for the market.
Right. right. Our Alibaba trade, it's printing. I don't know. I just saw Brandon say PDD new highs. I was like, oh, crap.
Is it?
And of course, a couple minutes ago. And of course, I'm just like shorting Alibaba. But you know what? Hey, man, they different stocks, different companies. There goes Alibaba to the downside right now. Off of that, again, this is what's been happening to me today. It's ridiculous. Like, just getting stopped out at levels and then, like, watching it go right back. It's, like, so stupid. But that is trading, man. And we'll have to just deal with that and deal with it. Right now. So right now, there it is. Okay, we'll take another one out right there. Awesome short for Alibaba, but needs to still print out, man. I mean, let's wait for a little bit lower. Sure, we'll take 35 cents right now. But we still got a position on. Let's see if it can continue to work right now. Alibaba to that short side. I don't even have a 19 fill. I'm gonna wait for like this 85 or so. I'm gonna put it right there right now. I'll put a 90. Let's put a 90 there so you guys can hold me to that. And then we reloaded it again. So let's just keep on failing ourselves down here on NVIDIA because I feel like I should just be loading the boat like huge right now. But that's another move to the upside right here. We'll see if we can grab this right in there again for the dollar. But hey, what if we take 12,000 again? Excuse me. Then does NVIDIA go to 196? Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to put an offer right now. See if we can take it. There it is. So we just took $1 right there. That was a good one. And now we can hold it. Got out of half right there. Just try not to be stubborn, right? Our big trade on right now is Alibaba for the short side and the NVIDIA long, but we have this $1 lower. So we'll take the money, make sure we grab it. Hey, if we take 12,000, the reason why I just got out there, I just thought about it. Excuse me, like I got this little horse in my throat, or a frog in my throat. Hopefully not a horse in my throat. Oh gosh,
no, horse is a
horse throat. Yeah, frog is fine. I can always get that out. But yeah, I was just thinking like the highest we went anyways on that 50.12,000 break for NVIDIA was 196. So like, take out half here. If we get the break again, great. And we'll be able to get out. But now we don't have to worry because there's the short printing back in for the market. And we just took out half. So that's part of it. Look, I know it sucks we're going to be red here today, but it's a little bit of a difficult trade today. And all we really did, my whole net is Tesla. Everything else has been washed out here today because what we made on NVIDIA, Intel's currently in a position, but the Intel and Google loss being made up for by NVIDIA. So it just leaves us with that electric car company hit that we have there.
Here's the thing to keep in mind, right? When you're looking for a key monster breakout level, and we said there could be a bit of a trap, if it doesn't work, you're going to be red because you're favoring. And look at the NASDAQ. You're favoring a break like this on the overall market. Look at the room overhead. Like to go into this long, if it works, it's probably going to be like one of your better days. Let's just leave it at like one of your better days if it works out. And if it fails, yeah, you'll be red. But even here, it's not that deep of a failure. So it's worth the risk, and as a day trader anyways, it's worth the risk to go for moves like that because the over-under is so good. It's the exact reason why I'm going to get to Shopify. I finally got that short. It's the reason why I like that XOM off 115, and now I'm kicking myself. What's up with those wicks? I'm kicking myself for not being right back in. It's a monster level on the daily. When it clears out, there's so much room for it to run. Now, I didn't reload here when it retook this breakout. I am going to reload at 115 on the dip. When it was beneath that 115 level, I kind of didn't favor the longs beneath that monster level. I did jump back into once. If X1 dips again, I will take 115. But you've just got to go for some of those trades. Just an update, I am back into BuzzFeed. Well, I never really left it altogether, but it bounced again off this 125 area, so I was able to grab some low 30s here. Let's see if it gets back into VWAP, but it's making lower highs. So not nearly as exciting as like MG. What's that other one? You guys tell me in the chat.
Mogo or something?
Mogo or No-Go. The one I'm talking about.
I think
Mogul.
it is.
Obviously, that's a little more exciting. I mean, this has a setup which I'm like, okay, it makes sense to me. Mogul has no float, so I kind of feel like I don't want to be long that stock. Sorry to say that, but I always feel like those are going to come back to the downside, and when they do, it gets really ugly. So I'm in the short now on Shopify. I don't want this getting past 48, but the other way to look at it is we start holding above 12,000, I might just get aggressive, maybe taking profits or getting out close to flat if the market shows me signals that it's too strong. But this is one, if the market does hold beneath 12,000 and we get a flush day, I really like the opportunity for it to pull back. I'm just short off this bottom here, kind of similar to what we did with Lucid. Brendo again.
Just looking at this one as well, jumping off of my screen right now on a screener. SCLX, 50% to the upside, just ripped through $10 there on huge volume. Not seeing much on this, but big move here for SCLX.
So, of course, like I was just saying this on it's MLGO. Thanks, everybody. This is what I love about the community is like I don't have to actually look up the stock. I don't have to pull up the watch list or go to my quote board. I can just kind of say, what's that one? You guys know what I'm talking about. And it's MLGO. This is why I wasn't really looking for long. Where's my support on a stock like this chasing the long? On BuzzFeed, I knew exactly where I wanted to go long because there's a bid down there. Here at 250, there's probably a bid. So you kind of look for those reasons to get in. I want to know where I'm wrong on a stock before I get into it because if you don't know where you're wrong, you're not going to get out when you need to. But as I just said, you guys are the best community. So take a second because you can't help us in the chat or ask questions or participate. Take a second to hit subscribe. If you're not a subscriber, you can't ask questions in the chat. You can't engage with us, which we love to do when we get the opportunity to. So if you get a chance, go ahead and do that. It's weird. I actually did not know MLGO was doing this when I said that. But now that it's making a move, it's not just 250 that could form some support there. $3 was the pre-market high. It did have some consolidation down around 310. And when you pop, forget about the daily. Can I do this on the 15? Yeah, why am I not getting data all the way back? If you look at this, this is hard to see on the daily chart because it's ridiculous. But if you go back to the utter nonsense, it does have a decent consolidation area off of $3. You'll have to trust me on that. The scaling's a little bit messed up. So this could be a level where it bounces. I like 250 for support better. We'll see what happens if it does want to go. Lucid is bouncing a little bit on me here. And Shopify, that's the one I have to watch. That short that we just got because 12,000 is incoming again.
Yeah. Okay. So just a little bit of a reload here on Alibaba. I mean, again, it's a good thing that we got these out in the 20s and the teens. You guys saw me punching like a maniac down there to get them out. We'll reload the trade and then we'll take a hit here of about 20 cents or a little bit more than that. If we take down 70 right now, that's the high. It looks like we're going to do it right now. We missed that. I know there hasn't been enough Tesla trades today, but like that 157, I can't believe I just. Again, this is what I mean by like sitting down and like, you know, calmly looking at trades instead of like panicking and getting into them and doing this and doing that. Because like our NVIDIA is just so cash money right now because we did exactly that. We waited for key levels. Now NVIDIA's $1.40 in the money and actually like ripping, like it's been a great trade for me today. But that Tesla right there at 157, I do want to try it because finally, you know, I have something to do here on that name. So let's see if that will work out right there for us on Tesla. Not a great trade for Alibaba, but a really good out. We got out at 70 there. It just ripped to 120 flat right now. So maybe this is a better short. I don't want to go short, though, right now on Alibaba because of where it is. It just made a nice move to the upside. We were relatively, I think we were down 1.5 at one point today when we were down here. Now we've just made the move back up a clean dollar from that low. So there you go. Get that 1% back. Probably was down about 1.2% back in the money right now to the upside here for Baba. Wouldn't surprise me. I can't believe the time. It's already 10:50 right now. That's the plan of action for me. And like Neil said, man, we're not going to be red or green every day here. So, for me, it was just really the Tesla trade today. But the funny thing is I said that the couple days before that I don't really like trading names on earnings. But that's my fault.
Tesla's unavoidable, I always find. It's the one.
I do like. I haven't traded Meta today. That's normally the one for me. Normally AMD is in my pocket as well. But I think and I don't think it's like chip related. I'm not going to say like, oh, I trade the chips really well. To me, I look at all of these things pretty much the same. It's if levels are there and I like the long, we take it. If it breaks, then you get out. But I still feel like pretty much every trade I've made today has been a good one because the levels that I hit were levels that I'd hit again that just didn't work out. And
that's the key.
Yeah, and sometimes that's going to happen. But
would you do it again? And that's the thing.
I'm still not even down that much like the way I'm talking.
No, I mean like when you're evaluating a trade, because when you evaluate your trade, it's important to do so. That's an important question to ask. If I saw that same setup, even though it was a loss today, would I take the trade tomorrow? If the answer is yes, then okay, you should be happy with what you did and understand that nothing wins 100% of the time. We're going to go to Brennan. I'm going to get to the poll because I like the poll that's here. We'll go to Brennan for Money Talks, maybe get to the poll when we come back.
Hey guys, strong dollar right now. Strong dollar all morning, really. Back to the upside on that GDP number. If you missed it at 8:30, coming in stronger than expected. sending this back to the upside so far today. It was a little bit volatile initially, but you can see we're back to, this is an hourly chart, we're back to basically yesterday's highs. On the DXY, back above 102, up about 0.4 right now. So pretty red across this board as a result. Outside of the Canadian dollar, 0.2, 74.8 holding on right now. Euro's down 0.5%. More than move higher, obviously, on the dollar. So 108.6 right now for the euro. The British pound, 123.5. Japanese yen back to the downside today. A couple days higher for it, 76.6 right now. This had Bitcoin, had an initial move higher on that GDP number as well. But you can see we're starting to leak to the downside a little bit for crypto, guys.
Leak to the downside. So we
I like that.
We just jinx.
It's like dripping. It's like dripping, leaking, like, you know, just a smidge, Neil, for you right there. It's not a dollop, though. It's not a dollop.
We almost jinxed
crypto
again.
today, right now. But yeah, okay. What a great show. And thank you again for all the commentary there in the chat, man. I mean, I really, really appreciate everything that everybody's saying to us here again today. And yeah, we're going to pass it over to the midday show, and these guys are going to crush it as well. So we're getting ready for that one right now. Yeah, let's go over to the poll. I can tell you what I selected after. But
I haven't selected yet, but I'm going to call out Bevan here in the poll, because every time money talks happen, someone makes a comment about Canadian peso. Oh, it's like that, eh? I mean, Canadian dollar ain't that bad. Come on, man. Canada's great. I don't have the oh, I do have it. Don't trash talk Canada. So over under 12,000 end of the day on the NASDAQ. I'm going to cheat here. It's implied. I'm short Lucid, I'm short Shopify, and I'm long BuzzFeed, which probably doesn't give a rat's ass. Did I just say rat? Oh, shoot.
You did.
So I'm picking under, which BuzzFeed isn't going to follow the market. I mean, I'm not saying anything you don't know. It's a small cap, so I'm picking under
is
here.
happening?
But you guys gave the odds, and we just.
Oh, the market is really tanking right now.
See, basically,
we just got
our
Microsoft.
poll is such a big influence on the market. I just got, whoa,
what
okay.
There must be something,
Something
man.
just happened
We got in and out of Microsoft there at 243.
What the?
I don't know. I mean, all of the longs just got cracked there. Let's wait to see what just came through. But Microsoft just got cracked to the downside.
It was the poll, baby.
It was the poll. Yeah, the poll definitely, hit that to the downside right now. What is happening? I don't know.
I didn't do it, man. I'm like,
that's a big candle, though, right there.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. It was Shaggy. Yeah, Microsoft, a big move to the downside there. I wanted 243, but it just broke. So, yeah, we'll go out of Microsoft right now on this move down. We'll wait to see if Brendo has anything. But I'm flat on everything. Everything got stopped out there. Wasn't that bad because we're waiting at key levels. So it's not like we hit anything high and got out low. But right there, unfortunately, we don't have Alibaba, as that just tanked in as well. Sometimes you got to be lucky to be there. Maybe it's Powell, or I don't know who's speaking right now, but that's a downside move that, yeah, not too happy with that one right there, but it's still a move and we got to respect it, and it's still going lower right now in this market. So I don't know, good downside move there, but hey, we got taken out of some of those longs that we had. So yeah, downside move right there.
So, I mean, look, it is, look, obviously it was a complete coincidence, man. Like, sometimes that happens in the market. I just took some out, ring the register on Shopify. I did not on Lucid because I was kind of looking for a little bit lower. But when you get a spike, so here's the thing, when you get a spike like that to the downside, a lot of times, I don't know what just happened, but you take that spike, wherever it happened to bounce, that's a good place to just take profit because you don't want rubber band action back to the upside. But guess what doesn't care about the market? A small cap named BuzzFeed. So it's actually coming right back up to VWAP. Oh, my voice. I'm going to have to drink some honey and lemon, I've heard is pretty good with hot water.
Yes, I heard that.
But I'm on the offer at 138. It has now twice gotten to 138 without actually printing the offer. So we'll see if it does the third time. But I'm on the offer here. I'm on the offer at 140. It's the only long I've got right now. The shorts are tending to print. I was looking at Netflix to roll back into the short. Well, just like Winston says in Ghostbusters 2.
Uh-oh, reference time.
I missed it. There's no other way to put it. Like, I like that. I really like 370. I also like that short off 366, off 67. Now it's breaking low of the day. So I missed that one. Thankfully, I have something to the long side because, or sort of the short side, because if you have nothing, it's like this market is just, how do I not have at least Netflix? I should have more shorts today. There's no question about it.
No question. We're going to watch out for softy here. We just bought in ahead of that 250, but it looks like it's going to break as well. It just went into the 80s, and we had a nice winner, but I was like, nah, we're not going to take it. I guess Brendo has something quickly. What's up, Brendan?
Still digging around here, guys, but just seeing a tweet from a Fox reporter regarding some comments from Majority Leader Chuck Schumer talking about the debt and how the U.S. has never missed a debt payment, but there's going to be some cooperation required for them to be able to do so in the next couple of weeks. But that's really it as far as I see, as far as overall market catalysts. While I have you, there's a look at the earnings board. Big names on this once again today.
Oh, man.
Oh, leave it up for a second. Thank you, guys. We've already talked about Intel. They're going to be reporting. That's a big one. We get two of the credit card names. We get Visa and American Express. I want to say it was MasterCard that's going to be Friday after market, I suppose. And, of course, Chevron. Like, you can't ignore that. That's going to be beast. We already know about the buyback, monster buyback for Chevron, 20% of their market cap. I don't see anything else I really like. I saw Colgate out there, so I guess maybe I like Procter, so we'll see how that one goes. Maybe it could move the market on some of the consumer durables. But it's going to be all about Intel and the chips, I think. Big names. Big names coming next week, but we're not done earnings just yet. We'll see what happens in this market. It's starting to go flush to the downside. I'm going to go next. Lucid just
could go red.
Shop just broke 47. I'm going to go 47 3/4 for the next out here.
Alibaba.
I wish I had more to the short side. We're about to go potentially red on the market. Here's the thing, man. I'm not touching the darn bear bull again. I'm not doing it.
No, but it's fine. I mean, you're still.
I'm 0 for my last two. Every time I touch this damn thing, it's like if I turn to a bull, it's a red day.
Ugh.
If I can change it to a bear, and usually that means I'm right.
Yeah.
But if I change it to a bull, it's a curse on the market. When you change to the bull, it works. When I change it to the bull, it's like the market's going down. So I'm only going to touch that when I think it's a bear market. And back to Brendan again. Sorry.
That Kansas City Fed index we got a little early here, guys, was scheduled for 11, but the market bouncing on this. It looks like -1 versus -7.5 on that. So a little bit of upside here from that.
Irish Mac, it's not a bull until it is.
About upside.
I like that. I do have another long here. SJI, if you see me in that stock, it's a buyout. So it's literally, I'm just literally trying to take 1 cent on that stock, bid to ask. I've done it a couple times here. XOM, I'm back into the long, but it's not at 115. I just want to quickly show, I got to get rid of that wick. This is 115.35 for some bid support. So I'm trying to risk about 25 to 30 cents on this dip buy to see if it can hold and then try to go a little bit higher. So that just came in there. I still favor this one above 115. I'll take shots in the long on XOM above said price. I don't know if you have anything until we go back to.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just punched long again on Microsoft down there. I mean, it came to some levels that we liked, so we're back in it. So here we go. First of all, it dropped down and we got hit there about as fast as possible back, and then it just made a move back up there. I'm gonna say Dan Emmons, man, great short that you had there at that 1060 right here. Talking right there. What's up, Dan? 12.060 there. Great short on the top of the NASDAQ. So, yeah, man, I mean, keep that trail in there. I don't know how far you think it's going to go down, but, yeah, congratulations on that play. And that's what we're talking about, man. No matter what, we're doing here, there's always opportunities to make plays, right? So, yeah, slow clap on that one. Good reload there on Microsoft. Let's see if we can get another one at 60. We'll take that out. And again, here we go. We're trying to make that money back. We did get dipped down a little bit on that move. But yeah, it's 11.01 right now. Tesla came back down to a bottom. I mean, everything got hit there. We still don't really know what was up with that, do we? So I don't know. We'll find out what that break was. Maybe someone got flattened on something there. But either way, man, the market just ticked down, broke that day's bottom. That could have been what it was. But it really started up here. So I don't know. Maybe a clean break of 12,000 and then back down. So yeah, NASDAQ still holding out for highs on that. So we'll wait to see if it gets back there. I don't know. There's another take for Microsoft. Let's see if we get back up much higher than this for MSFT. All right.
It is time.
It is time.
It's 11:01. We're going to get to the boys here. I feel like Sharif knew something was up in that reversal based on the shirt that he's wearing today. So let's get right to the midday. It is Sharif and the Scalp Demon.
Scalp Demon.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? We have a new setup here, Luca, so we can kind of look down when we're looking at the fans. That's Luca. I'm Sharif. This is the Midday Show. As always, guys, this market wow, it's headline driven, Luca. Anytime we get any sort of release of any sort, it seems to move the market up 30, 40 points at a time. We saw it this morning. I think we're gonna see it again. All right, guys. I have been trading unsuccessfully today. This small cap MLGO. I'm in a long now, and I'm about to get popped out. There we go. So I'm going to get out of that. I was trying to take this one short all morning to no success, to be honest with you. It was more upward minded. Now I'm trying to take a 3 hold or a VWAP bounce here, and it looks like it's downward bound. I mean, I haven't had a feel for this one the entire day, and you know, I kind of feel like there's a bit of a shift now happening with some of these small cappers where, you know, before they were kind of selling off, they were making their highs, and then, you know, we could kind of short them below VWAP. Now it's kind of the opposite. We're kind of switching a bit of a bull market. You know, the NASDAQ's up, the S&P's up, all these earnings are come out. We're making new highs on some of these big cap stocks. So now I feel like the move is not to fade on these small caps anymore. You know, I'm spitballing here. It's nothing really concrete or that I've tested, but it's a feeling that I have. So I'm going to keep this one on watch. You saw Neil trade BuzzFeed today. That one I dabbled a little bit in. I didn't, not too much success either, to be honest with you. It's very range bound and kind of hugging VWAP from the high side and the low side. Let's have a look at BuzzFeed's chart right here. This is the 3-minute chart. As you can see, you know, yeah, it's up 41% on the day, but not much in the way of notional range. I mean, since the bell, we've gone as low as 123 and as high as 159. So you've been range bound for all intents and purposes, and it hasn't translated into any success for me as I'm looking for basically a trend. So it looks like we're holding 3 here on MLGO. And I'm thinking I'm going to dabble in this one a little bit more to the high side. And I'll give it, again, the same type of risk that I had before, which is that break of 3 and a little paper cut. And I'm going to try to ride this one in the right direction once it chooses a trend. I just hope it doesn't, you know, consolidate sideways, because then I'll just get cut up in the range. And that's like a momentum trader's worst nightmare, you know, like to be caught in the range when you can't get it going. So I got the Scalp Demon over here. He's to my left. He's getting ready. We're just having some, you know, because we're switching computers around and stuff. So we're setting up the software on there. So we'll keep talking about some of these small cappers, or not even small cappers. Let's talk about this big tech. All right, so we'll bring in the big tech chart. Here we go. So Meta, up second most on the day, 2.17%. Kind of flirting with VWAP, made a high at 145.98 for all intents and purposes. That's 146, so a new recent high on Meta. The other one, though, we got to talk about is that Tesla. But this one has been choppy. Kind of give you that big move early in the pre-market there, that 8 a.m. You had a nice little move up from that 154, and then right at the bell, we had that 160 top, and then, you know, there's the wick up to 161. But that comes after the bell, and it's been choppy ever since. So the pre-market was definitely the move on this bad boy, as it was a lot more steady at that time. I had a trade in Microsoft successfully. This one was basically just taking the uptrend on the futures and looking at Microsoft and saying, okay, it's not relatively weak or anything. Let's go and ride this uptrend. So I basically took it through a VWAP here around 244 and rode it for $1 into that 245 area, which was nice because I usually don't have that much patience. So Microsoft was an interesting trend. I haven't looked much at Amazon or Apple, if I'm being truthful, neither with Google. So I'll keep my eye on those, but it looks like Amazon's relatively weak here, only up 0.5 percentage point. Now decidedly below VWAP, almost $2 below VWAP here is that big red candle. So it looks like Amazon really took it on that chin when the move down happened on the futures. Likewise with Apple and Google. Not so much though on Meta or Tesla, to be honest, nor on Amazon or on Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft took a little bit too. All right, so that's the analysis there. Let's start looking for some trades. What we're going to do going into this day trading hour. So I'm long 306s here on MLGO. We just popped up into 312s, but you know, we're looking for definitely more momentum up. So I'll start scalping at around the $0.25. I don't want to start taking profits too early here. It's up 85% on the day, but we just got a nice VWAP bounce. I got shaken out of this one. Obviously, I had the break. I had my stop through the break of 3 rather than having it below VWAP, which was a mistake. So anyway, let's go ahead and start setting out some profit-taking orders here. We'll take some out Yeah, let's go ahead into this area here and see what the chat is up to. Good morning, everybody. Let's see what this guy is saying. All right, Luca. People yelling, obviously. Luca, of course. People saying
What's going on,
cold.
everyone?
Go for it.
Yeah, no, I'm just setting up here, making sure that hopefully everything works. Yeah, what's going on? Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the show. First comment that I did see was someone was like, "Oh, I feel like Luca had a scrap with Tesla." You are wrong, sir. You are wrong. I did not trade Tesla today. You know, I do know that the 160 break to the upside was a really good trade, I think, right off the morning. And then the fade back to the downside was, was very nice. Obviously, short to be had there. Very exciting. You know, it's I noticed that earnings plays, when they're good, a lot of them are good, right? So if like Netflix is good, then Tesla is good, then Apple is good, then Microsoft is good, and they kind of flow into each other. When the first few show that they're really, really choppy, kind of chopping around in the morning, it can be very challenging. So I sort of stayed away from that, stuck to XOM, NVIDIA, and Amazon. 2 wins, 1 loser. You know, I was thinking Amazon was really going to make that run to the 100 mark. It was really looking very, very strong, I do have to admit, and kind of loaded the boat there, but then took the fat L because, you know, market just turned around very quickly, and I kind of feel like it was an overcrowded trade, which just led to the sell-off, the fast sell-off. So I will show it in a sec. I just want to get some indicators up here. Yeah, let me get, so for anybody wondering, or with Day Trade the World and how I kind of structure my, my layout over here, I'll just do this very quickly for you guys to see. So simple moving average, wherever that is, simple moving average, view 0, and then I basically put this to the 13, then it shows that, and then create, and then simple moving average one more time. You could use exponential, you could use simple. It's basically just understand what you're looking at. That's the main thing. 50 period, and then I'll put this dark blue over here, hide indicator, apply, beautiful. Okay, so hopefully all is well and these kind of stay here. Anyways, I'll quickly share my logic on the morning trades. I think it's a great example for, some setups that I was looking at. XOM, new level, 115 in play. Looking very good, looking very strong. You got Chevron cutting the dividend, XOM, Chevron kind of moving together in tandem. I basically loaded the long below 115 with the anticipation that 115 would break. It was a scalp trade for myself, so essentially, loading the long, basically, risking discretionary risk, but risking off the idea that, this should go up and not down right away. And so I kind of like loaded, and it showed me what I wanted to see, giving me the conviction to hold that. 115 broke, and then it was essentially scaling up. I know on these breaks with XOM particularly, they're not going to run the way that Tesla runs. So to give you guys a kind of comparable option here, Tesla earnings positive. Okay, Tesla earnings positive, 160. It broke. I know the prices. I don't have to see the chart, which is kind of funny. Look at your own charts, guys. But essentially, the break of 160 right off the morning, running to 161.5. Like that's giving you $1.50. Sometimes Tesla gives you like $2, like give or take $1.80. With XOM, when things break to the upside, you're going to maybe get like 40 cents or 60 cents or 70 cents. So the break was really good to the upside, and it looked really good. But essentially, me scaling out at the 30, the 40, the 60, the 70 area. Like if I can get a 70-cent win on like a move on an up move on XOM, I'm a happy camper. I'm definitely a happy camper. So yeah, XOM was really good to the upside. That's atop my board right now. I had really kind of managed it well. It worked well. It broke the level, instantly in the money. That's what I call free money, when you kind of take the trade and then things just kind of move right away. So it's pretty solid there. And NVIDIA 200, that was Neil's call. That was pretty solid. I never really trade NVIDIA unless it's really in play or at a significant level. The move into 200 was pretty clean, man. It was pretty clean. Nice gamma squeeze. Hasn't been at 200 in a while. So the break of 200 to the upside. I wish I could show you. I mean, this chart, I don't know what's going on here. But break of 200 to the upside. Really, really good. And basically taking the scalp trade. So that is second on my board. And then third on my board is the unfortunate Amazon, which, again, I did think, I can try to show this again if this wants to load. But essentially, looking for, okay, beautiful. Hopefully this stays here. And let me just make this bigger. Show the fills on this one. Okay, let's go charts. Work with me here. So basically, greens are long, and I'm loading the boat here ahead of 99 with the anticipation that we had the open. It ran up right away, right off the open into 99. Little bit of consolidation, and then I was looking for a break of 99.50 to the upside, a move into 100, and then we maybe get that kind of break upside through 100. So, you know, obviously hindsight's 2020, so it looks kind of sloppy the way that I traded it. But this looked really good. I was super confident. I loaded. I had, you know, good size for kind of Amazon trade for the up move. And then this move right down here, which was at 940, was a basically middle finger to myself. That killed me, and I punched out, and then I punched back in, and then kind of took the win back to 99s, but still down on the name. So I wasn't a big loser on that one, but then kind of making some of the money back. And then thinking, you know, does this have the steam to go? I was watching the 98.50. You know, we ran back up. There was a big dark pool print at like 98.96 for like 800,000 shares. I thought, you know, maybe there's a VWAP buyer here. But yeah, here we are now back at like 97.30. You know, market flushing to the downside. You guys obviously just saw that. So, you know, I'm just wondering how much longer do we have to wait to see Amazon 100? It's going to be interesting when it does come into play. You know, at this point today, I'm not thinking it's possible. We're already breaking pre-market lows to the downside. Even if we do come back up, you got that 99.50 resistance. So, you know, for future trades on the day, I think, you know, if we do get back up to this 99 or even 98.50, this is my short target for scalp trades. You know, I'm making the assumption that everybody who loaded the boat long with the anticipation that, oh, the market is green, we can potentially see a melt up. Amazon through 100, maybe we go to 105 for the swing. Those longs are bagged, and now if we go up there, I do expect some resistance at that area. So that's basically what I'm looking at. You know, for Amazon, that was my Amazon trade. NVIDIA, don't really have another idea on it. Might just stay away from it. XOM, probably recycle the range that it's created. It looks pretty good. And yeah, maybe get some Tesla trades going, maybe. We'll have to see here. I kind of like that 153 bounce area. But yeah, I'm going to have to take a closer look on that.
All right, guys, in a couple of trades. So initially was long on MLGO, took a piece out for like a nice 10-penny winner, and then the flush and the stop out through a VWAP. Looking here on my other chart, I see that we are bouncing off the 50 period, which we use often on these small cappers. So I'm taking another long here off this 50 period to see if we can ride it through, to see if we're just going to get shaken out with a tight stop right through my break-even price. We'll see. We'll trend up. I'm long. Where am I long? 89s. Okay. So let's see if we can break through 3. Otherwise, if we head down, then we're going to have to start looking short. This definitely has not been my stock today. Amazon, doing well on this one, taking 2 pieces out already. So got short at 34s. It's trending back up a little bit now. I got another little order here to add through the $0.50 break, but I got to keep an eye on the market. This is obviously relatively weak compared to the others, but you know, if the market really does get going, it's gonna move too. Meta just made a really big move up here as a nice little Greek candle came in on the ES March contract. Nothing really to write home about. So we add to our position on Amazon there through the break of 55. So now I am back to a 90% position. I've already scalped twice here through the 34 short, and then took out in the 20s, and then again in the teens. So if it goes against me here for breaks 98, we got to start thinking we're wrong on this trade. So monitoring this one, also monitoring MLGO. This has been a tough day, to be honest. So not many wins coming my way today. It looks like my hit rate is down, but we're going to try to work out of this funk by not trying to overtrade and trying to keep our eye on like what setups actually materialize. So what is the chat up to today so I don't look too much at my position? People saying AMC, okay. I didn't know that the memes were moving. Okay, so AMC's not done much. It's kind of down 1% on the day, but I think 5% since the open, no, 4% since the open. So it's kind of trending to the downside, holding below VWAP, not much to speak about. 561 high, 525 low, and we're definitely nearer the lows. So if you're short this one, you know, especially after the bell, you're printing. Didn't have much in the way of volume in the pre-market on this one. Oh, geez, we're going to get stopped out of our MLGO long here. This looks like a flat bottom breakdown if I've ever seen one, but you know, I'm just going to let it go, see what it does. Also, Amazon going against me a little bit too here. They're both going to the upside as the market starts to trend higher. My 98 out on Amazon, that's for sure. But now the question is, do I add to it on the way up for that rejection? Well, what about 98? I'm asking myself this question, obviously. What about 98? You know, why should you be adding into 98? What do you see on the futures? And the truth is, I don't know. To be honest, I don't think that's the right thing to do here, and then I'm thinking about it out loud. Like, you obviously have a little bit of a trend down this way. Crashed again, eh? Has a little bit of a trend down this way, and you obviously have a parallel trend, but I mean, this is kind of a short-term move here. Not much to speak about. So if we maybe bounce off that 40.46, VWAP's also at 40.47, right? I mean, I don't know what market information came out. So I think I may add to it at this level here. Let's add this many shares and take that short, and then we'll see what happens through 98. But I don't love this trade, especially now that I'm seeing a lot more green candles coming in on a lot of these big tech stocks, namely Meta, who just tried to break through 145 again. 145.88 is the high on Meta. So it looks like we created a bit of a higher low here on Meta. So, I mean, if we break through that 145.25, that may be an interesting push back up to 145.88, maybe later in the day. So I don't have much going on right now. I'm just going to nurse these trades. If MLGO goes against me, it goes against me. But we've added it to this Amazon short. Let's see where that goes, Luca.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still, okay.
Yeah.
Everything got reset. Okay, yeah. So we'll come back to me. We'll see what the chat is up to today. Put some tickers in the chat, guys, if you want us to have a look at it. I see FSTX. Sure, let's bring the chart down for that. FSTX. Okay, so that's F-Star Therapeutics. What is this one doing? It's down 33.5% on the day today. It is a $3 stock. It's been one big halt fest to the downside. Looks like we started the day at 593, and it's been one big move down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 to the downside, 1 to the upside, kind of trending back up above VWAP, now taking that 50 period, but rejecting off 4 for the moment. It looks like we got up to that 426, but you know, this is not my kind of stock. You know, it's one big halter, and I don't really know how to play this one. That I try to stay away from them until they basically really settle down and go in a trend, and then we can kind of talk about that. How much volume has it done on the day? 2.78 million, not a lot for a $3 stock. What's the okay? So what's the average? 407,000. Okay, so yeah, it's up about a few RVol today. What's the daily chart look like? So it's been very, very whippy lately. Wow, look at that. So this one's obviously a former runner to the high side and the downside. The general chart trend, though, obviously is down. But look at these moves, man. That's a lot of average true range right there. I bet you the ATR on this bad boy is high. I'll steer clear of this one because the levels are just too whippy for me to be able to gauge anything off. But good luck with that. Obviously, it's got a downtrend, so the trend is your friend. Ride that down if you can. Let's see what else the chat is talking about. COSM, yeah, I was trading COSM yesterday. It's a multi-day runner. Let's pull up the chart for that, see what it's been up to today. I had it up on my chart earlier and then took it off for something else. Should see how my positions are doing here. Oh, they're doing relatively well. Good. All right, COSM. Not much today, up 0.45%, very small notional range, 617 to the downside, 689 to the high side. Yeah, very obviously, you know, range bound in and around VWAP, so there's no trade for me today unless it breaks out of the highs or the lows and the volume starts coming in there. So I'm going to avoid this one. I suggest you do as well, unless you really know how to range trade. Rivian, people saying, okay, so let's have a look at Rivian. I know Sean was looking at that today, and this one had a big move up in the pre-market as a result. You know, a sympathy play with Tesla. Obviously, some of these EV plays getting that move. So look at that move yesterday on Rivian. I guess in anticipation of that Tesla news, and it came in nice. Anyway, 1988 to the high side, but we really made that on the wick after the opening bell. It's been all the way down since then. 1811 to the low side, all the way down, proudly yelling from the back there. You had a really nice opportunity to reload or to get in on the retrace of VWAP. This is beautiful, classic retracement here to a key level, and then you had a continuation down, so you could have been nicely in the money on that one. I was not involved in that. I was too busy losing money on MOGL, but I think we are ready with Brendo at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, bit of a mixed market to deal with so far today. A bit of a mixed sentiment board to show you as well. Again, if you're seeing this for the first time, just a visual display of what is being discussed on social media. Directionally speaking, pretty self-explanatory. Red up, green, or sorry, green up, red down. Maybe it's not pretty easy or self-explanatory. The size of the individual boxes on here just represents the frequency as to which we're seeing comments coming through. So Tesla here, jumping off the page, obviously off of earnings, very, very positive. So was the market. MULN downside today. Hellbiz back higher. This was red yesterday. MLGO in the green today. There's the Qs, BBBY. A bit of a move higher initially this morning, hasn't done much since. AMC on here. There's that Boyle we discussed late in the day on the show yesterday, that NASDAQ related name, down huge over the past couple of months. COSM, NVIDIA, Apple, NIO, all to come as far as earnings. Guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, mixed board there, but interesting here. Back on Amazon, taking profits now, very profitable on it. Finally, the day may be turning around. Let's punch out a little bit more here. We get a little bit out. How much we got? We got 63% of the position left. 48 average. Now we're down in the 28, so that average ends up working. Okay, let's take a little bit out there again as we flush down a bit more. So nice little move now on Amazon. To me, it's one of the weaker of the bunch. So if I'm looking south anywhere today, if I'm looking south, I'm saying if, I'm looking at Amazon and maybe, you know, I see a flat bottom breakdown brewing on Apple here too. So let's take a little bit. So how much we got left on the position here? Okay, let's end it. So we'll get there. So lock in some profits here on Amazon. We're also printing on our MLGO. So we're long 89s. Now we're printing 98s. But now it's going to be whether we can break through 3. Something tells me take some profits here, young man. I'm not young anyway. Okay, what's going on? Why am I not able to enter my, there we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and take some out at 97s. Do we get that? Yeah, we do. So now we're holding 75% of the position. There we go. We get the breakthrough 3. All right, let's go ahead and maybe put a little bit more out. If we can continue the breakthrough 3, 307, lucky number 7. Let's see if we can get up there. But yeah, it's going to have to hold through 3 at the moment. You know, I'm getting a little bit of a tug of war between buyers and sellers at this level. To be expected, though, at the whole dollar level, up 78% is MLGO. The chat, what's the chat up to? Netflix, you're killing me. What's Netflix? Oh, Netflix looks bad. Netflix looks like it's kind of like Amazon, Apple-ish, flat bottom break here brewing on Amazon. I mean, on Netflix. Let's have a look real quick. Where are we going here? There we go. NFLX. There we go. Yeah, obviously I don't want this one to go down. Full disclosure, I'm holding this one and I'm holding it for a swing, so obviously I want it to the high side. It's been good to me lately, but today not so much, down 1.4%, but that's, you know, normal. I guess it's got to give back a little bit. Now what I'm looking at here is what I mean to say is that 363 decided break. Now it looks like it's being supported to that way by the market. So let's go ahead and punch there. Do we get the fill? We don't get the fill. That's no good, man. We don't get the fill. Okay, so we don't get the fill there. I'm gonna wait on this one a little bit. Yeah, but it looks like the market is headed to the downside. Do we bounce off that 40.27 though? Because I mean, that's kind of what's gonna decide off if I get into this Netflix long here. I mean, I got to look at the general market move because it looks like Netflix is moving with the market today. 40.27 is where we're sitting at the low. We're at 430 right now, so we're much closer to the lows than we are to the highs. High is 40.6825. It looks like we have, you know, multiple moves up and down this channel. So, oh, there we go. Netflix now flushing to the downside through 71s here, but the spread is a little wide today on Netflix, more typical than what I usually see. It's up at 20 pennies at times. So I'm not sure if I want to punch into this one just yet. I'm kind of upset the fact that I got out of this Amazon short. I got out of it way too early. It's now continuing to flush down. That would have been a much bigger winner than it was. Amazon's kind of holding me afloat here, green, but we get out of that too quickly, so we kind of paper hand that trade. No good anyway. Back to MLGO. This one rejected off 3. We're long 89s, so it's okay, but you know, we're getting back into that 92 area. Where do I have my stop? Do I have my stop at a break even, or do I give it to some random level? Well, I basically have bottom wick as a long here, so I really should give it to my stop. I mean, to my entry. That should be my stop. Because if you've got bottom wick, I mean, usually where I place my stops is a little bit below the lowest low, right? So how you doing over there, buddy?
I am like 1 minute away from greatness here. 1 minute away, guys. Yeah, sorry about that. Just kind of loading everything here, making sure it's all good. Yeah, that was a nice little short there they had on
Is
Amazon.
Luca dropping a deuce? No, he's been next to me the entire time.
Yeah, it's I need some spros. I had a couple. No, I'm good, guys. I'm just trying to load up everything, make sure that it's everything is good here. Now, you know, first kind of thought at Amazon 97, just looking at this, I think this is an area that I kind of want to recycle here, so I'm going to bid down below 97 and, you know, try to like add to that and build into the position. But same kind of thesis. If we do pop up to 98, I want to short above 98 into VWAP, and I want to long below 97 for a couple of recycle trades. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Dropping a couple spicy meatballs, yeah, maybe. No, I didn't have meatballs yesterday, but yeah, definitely in the future that probably happens there. We can take a look here at Apple too to see if there's anything. I'm just kind of getting everything ready. Where is the market? Yeah, I'm wondering if this 40.30 to 40.20 area holds. So my first thought on this this kind of down move that we had off the morning is the wick off bottoms. Now this is the 5 minute on the ES. I'll just drag it up for everyone to see. 5 minute on the S here, and we sort of dipped down below VWAP. Now, if you guys remember, right off the morning, 8:30 numbers coming through, we sold off right away, and this is the bottom of that move. So I sort of kind of go off this bottom and say to myself, okay, the bottom was 40.36, and the bottom of, you know, pre-market action or overnight session, you could argue, is this general vicinity, right? So it's like we have the kind of move up, you know, the dip and the move up. It was a little bit of resistance. We sort of broke above it. It starts to act as support. Then we kind of rip to the upside, moving into the almost 40.70 region on the ES. Then we dip down off the number, right? We stop right at 40.40, right just below there. And then we kind of bounce and then run back to the 40.65 region. So, you know, 40.65, then we get the little bit of a sell-off down. Then we get a little bit of a sell-off down over there. And where do we stop? We stop right at the low of that move. So volume spike to the downside, reverses off 40.37. I was watching these wick off bottoms. Now again, guys, this is the 5 minute. So to show you the 1 minute, for anybody wondering, you know, how does this look? You know, what do you use? Do you use 5 minutes? Do you use 1 minute? It's on the market. If I'm taking a bigger picture play, I will play off the 5, and I will kind of flip it to the 15 or the 30 to say, you know, where's the potential? Where can this actually go? But if you're looking at the 1 minute, it's pretty choppy, man. It's pretty choppy. You know, you could look at this and maybe you'd start telling yourself, oh yeah, it looks like a bear flag. It's negative. You know, I'm going to start shorting this. And so everybody who's looking at this and saying to themselves, okay, maybe this is a bear flag here that's kind of being created, right? You know, shorts are basically shorting 40.45, like shorting into the pops, waiting for that actual breakdown to happen. And then what ends up happening there, just remove these. And basically what ends up happening there is, you know, a reversal back and then a break of VWAP, and then you get kind of this little bit of what I call or classify as like a little bit of a short squeeze action to the upside. You know, anybody that was shorting this region is now saying, oh, we're going to go back to the highs. So if you zoom out a bit and use the 5 on this kind of like, you know, it's 5 to 1 is still kind of short term, but it's showing you wick off bottoms, right? And so for myself, looking at this on the 5 minute, I sort of tell myself, this is wick off bottoms off of a level that held off of news. You know, we could potentially reverse back and go to the highs, and then, you know, do we then test 40.60, 40.65, the high region? I did think that we were going to rip to the highs and then make a high and then get the reversal. That's kind of been the common theme. We just didn't get there, and I guess, you know, the reason we didn't get there is as to why we're getting these nice, you know, sharp moves down, right? Maybe if we did get there, we'd be holding up a little bit longer. So yeah, you know, for the most part, looking at the general market, looking at the number coming out, seeing the dip, mapping where it stopped, and then it reversed to the upside. The general theme for the last week or so has been, you know, let's trap the bears and then rip it to the upside. And so as we're going down, I'm like, okay, well, if I was a bear here, where would I be shorting and where would I be scared? It's sort of showing me that 40.35-ish area is holding, and so risk off 40.30 for the first trade, getting the move back to the upside, breaking VWAP, and then actually getting 20 points from that. So like risk 10 points, 10 points to make, you know, 15, 20 points. Not a bad risk to return on that trade. Just kind of, you know, working with my levels on futures and trying to kind of build it out. It's a work in progress. You know, I'm not a star, that's for sure. But yeah, we'll see if I can become one in the future. Good things to come, hopefully. And yeah, you know, kind of looking at these levels and then basing my market trades on that, right? Which proxy, what is stronger? And so watching this sort of reversal up on the ES, and this is happening at basically 10.10. And I want to pull up Amazon because to start the day, obviously Amazon was relatively strong, or I should say, you know, a little bit stronger. Let me just pull up percentage. You know, at this point in the day, it was up maybe 1.5%, give or take. And so, you know, thing being is, and I want to show this because it's kind of interesting, you know, 10.10 is this up move right here. So we went from 98.63 to like call it 98.30s, right? So that's basically a 70-cent move to the upside. But the market had that super strong move to the upside. So I'm sort of kind of wondering, you know, how was the first bounce so violent to the upside on Microsoft when there was really no bounce in the general market? And then, you know, how do we get like basically no follow through when the market's actually ripping to the upside? So it's weird to see when you're looking at a name that's strong, it's stronger than the market, you know, we're moving to the upside, and then the bounce back to the upside, you know, is not as much as I thought it could be, right? So yeah, these are just my general thoughts. This is why I didn't have a long in this area, because I was watching the market go back to the upside, and then I was like, well, I don't know, this looks pretty slow and pretty robotic. Then we finally get that flush, and I almost want to say that, you know, this is an area that you flip. So I didn't flip, that's my own mistake. But, you know, looking at this, considering the long, then getting back up, getting that first flush down, it's like, okay, that liquidity flush down, like that is a big, like we are like grinding to the upside, and then we flush down to the downside, and then, you know, this is a short area because, you know, you have that 99.50, very, very hard level that didn't break, couldn't break it the second time, hard flush down, very robotic, slow up move, fast, sharp move down, market now flushing down, rejecting the 40-60 level. This is the banger short level. So anybody who, yeah, had this kind of look on Amazon today and then flipped short and rode that and then cover on the way down, like that's a banger, man. So I just want to say, you know, congratulations if you had that. But again, I didn't have that, but a good example, right? A good example of where do you flip? Not every day do you flip, but at the 100 level, you can definitely consider the flip. We are going to go over to Big B at the big desk now for the European close.
Hey guys, wrapping up the day over in the Europe session right now. We are still in positive territory for the most part right across the board. As we saw early on, we did follow North American futures initially, and then once North America got open, a bit of a move back to the downside. Just waiting for the final few prints to come through here for some of these markets, but still up is the key word right across this board so far this morning. Here we go. 0.62 for Sweden and the Swiss market, 0.63 there, the two lagging everything else, but nice day otherwise. Italy leading, Milan up 1.1%, 0.8 for France, 0.325 for England to the upside, guys.
Yeah, nice board there, Brendo. Like, nice to see everything in positive territory. Guys, update on these trades. Okay, Meta has been paying us. We get 61 long, scalp through 75, scalp through 83, scalp into 94, and now we're back into the mid-80s. I'm holding for the dream, as Brenkles and Luca likes to say. But no, I've actually got a resting order here sitting in front of 145 in the high 90s. So if we can get up there, I'll scalp there. I'm holding 33% of the Meta position still on MLGO. This one, look at this. It went through my profit taker, but it flushed down. It looks like it was an area of illiquidity, so I couldn't get filled. But in the money on this one, long 81s now. We're hanging out in above 3. I scalped a little piece out here at 307, and I'm waiting again at 315 to get filled if possible. Meta now through my, oh, come on, man. How many periods of, there we go. We get filled for that meta trade through the break of 145. We're hanging, we're basically knocking on the door of 145 again. So, you know, I take a piece out there, holding now 23% of the position. So that was a 10% out. I'm looking now to hold the remaining through that 143 break. Since I've got 61 entry, you know, I can afford to have more breathing room here. MLGO, the one that is annoying me a little bit. I don't like seeing topping tail candles of this sort. They freak me out and they make me feel like a reversal is imminent. I've got, where am I long? 89s. I said 81s earlier. I'm mistaken. Sorry, 89s, guys. So I'm not going to let this go a penny, half a penny against me. My out for the remaining 65% will be my my entry point, but I'm looking to ride this one long. Like I said, it's respected the 50 period very clearly on the 3-minute chart. Let's have a look at the 3-minute chart so I can present my case. Look at this. It breaks below VWAP over here, very clear below VWAP. This is earlier on, by the way. This is open. This is pre-market right here. I'm talking about subsequent to the open. Breaks below VWAP, holds the 50 period, makes a new high, retraces, breaks below VWAP, holds the 50 period, and then retraces up. So I'm trying to kind of follow the trend, not get shaken out. I don't want to be the weak hand in this particular, dynamic. I want to be the stronger hand here, and that's going to take like patience and guts and buying power, obviously. So I'm going to have to hold on, but yeah, I'm not going to let this one go against me. 289 will be my out. Looks like Meta is continuing to go to the high side, baby. We're still knocking on the door of 145, and we just busted it down because now we're printing 05s and 06s. There we go, baby. There we go to the high side. I'm still holding 23% of that position. We're going to ride this one through. Maybe we'll make high of days. We're not even close to high of days on the market. We're printing 41s now on the March ES contract, while highs are 68. Let's go ahead and take another little piece out here. We get a little piece out, and now we're holding 13% of the position. Let's ride this one to the north side, baby.
Yeah, no positions yet, just kind of chilling, waiting for something to happen here. We'll see what happens, man. It's been a super exciting morning, lots of things moving. And you know what? Shout out to Arun for calling that potential reversal. I think, I was actually late getting in, but I think it was either Neil or Sean saying, watch out for that morning reversal. We do look like we're going to break to the upside, and all these things look very exciting. But, at the first sign that we turn, man, and just kind of looking at the chart here, like running to that sort of almost 70 region, turning back to the downside, and then actually going below 30s, right? Going below 30s. So, yeah, extra nice move there. I'm sort of asking myself, are we actually going to turn on the daily? So this is the daily on the ES, and it's like, missing some data, not sure where it is, but essentially coming into this upper echelon of the last move up. And I almost want to say, just kind of loosely using these levels, like the simple levels, like 4,100, 4,150, we kind of had the strong up move and then reversal. We had the up move again. And then, I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this was CPI day where we exploded to the upside, reversed the whole move, then had a multi-day to the downside. So it's been super choppy. I'm not sure, the candles are hiding because they don't want me to process the data. But I know what happens there, man. I know what happens. But basically what I'm waiting for is a move into this region if we do get it. And then are we going to see the same thing? The common theme has been it looks like we're going to break out to the upside, and then we flush to the downside. It looks like we're going to break to the downside, and then we flush back to the upside. So it's like playing the opposite of what everybody is comfortable doing. People see breaks to the upside and they say, I want to get long because it's breaking to the upside. It's very uncomfortable to, look at something that looks long, we're going to break to the upside, and then slamming it short for the reversal. That's kind of the big money. That's what big money does. They're taking big bets because they understand fundamentals. They put their money where their mouth is, and, obviously managing large sums of money, placing it where capital is appreciated. But at the same time, as a day trader, I need to react to things that are moving. And, where can I take bets that make the most sense? Sometimes it's, taking breaks. And then other times it's doing the opposite of what feels comfortable. So the only thing I could say there is just get comfortable being uncomfortable, especially if you want to be a day trader for the long term, because you will not survive in this business if you are somebody who cannot adapt and, be comfortable being uncomfortable. Because, again, it is a painful ride along the way. So you just have to kind of adapt to the market that's, it's showing you at the time, and you basically go from there. So yeah, basically kind of market themed idea here. Do we get to 4,100, break the highs, look like we're breaking out, and then give some type of reversal? I guess FOMC around the corner coming up, maybe that would be the catalyst. A lot of these, bigger move days are driven by FOMC, CPI, market data coming through, obviously. And the potential for, geopolitical events that come around the corner or resolve, right? So, yeah, lots of things, lots of potential. On the equity side of things, I'd say stick to key levels, man. You can always risk off these levels, find good trades. I will remind everybody that all it does take really is 1 or 2 good trades a day.
So true.
5 trades, 5 good trades a week. You make your week. If you're at the point where you can take 2 good trades a month and make your month, that's the dream, man. Everybody gets into trading, or I think most people get into trading because they say, that sounds amazing. I'm going to work 2 hours a day. I'm going to work 1 time a week, and I'm going to make my month. Like, let's do it. And then what people end up doing is over trading and the opposite of what they actually, why they actually kind of got into that, right? So I will remind everybody watching the show, 1 good trade, just remind yourself that really 1 good trade a day, 1 good trade a week, that makes your month. You do it, you repeat it over and over again. I personally love taking multiple good trades a day, multiple ins and outs. That's just kind of my style, and it's definitely really, really exciting to trade and to watch. But again, guys, you want to...
Has your style evolved?
Has my style evolved? It's, you know, I wouldn't say my style has evolved. I would say I continue to add more to, you know, the playbook that I'm building for myself. And I am learning a lot along the way. But I will admit that, you know, if you want to, you know, there's different levels of traders, right? So there's traders that take, you know, huge positions that are anticipating moves. And they're like, I am the smartest guy in the room. I'm anticipating this move. I am putting $50 million on this trade. And we're going to see where this goes. So if the Tesla short, you know, pre-split at 1,000 looked good, and then this thing goes down to 500, you make 50%. You hold that for like 8 months. I mean, that's a banger. That's you could deploy 100 million. You know, Bill Gates had that trade. How much money did he have on that trade?
Ridiculous amounts.
You know, billions. I'm not saying he's a great trader or anything.
That Tesla short. Let's not get into that.
But
Up billions on that.
And there was traders out there who had that and held it, man. So that's kind of one echelon of trader, and that's how you make big money, in my opinion. But there's different kind of areas that you can take advantage of in the market. There's different things that you can do. You know, I myself was a swing trader before, now kind of learning how to day trade and try to, you know, build it out and, you know, see where I go with it. It's definitely exciting, but one thing that I will say is it's funny that when you are a swing trader, you look at things in a certain way, and then you kind of flip to the day trading mentality, and you're like, oh yeah, this is the area where swing traders would be getting involved, and this is how they would be taking those bets.
Absolutely.
And then you see the day trading side of things, which, to be honest, you know, Neil and Sean, OGs, they do it very well. In and out, they understand levels, they know kind of the action and what's happening, and how to structure risk. They explain it very well in real time. I think it's pretty awesome. But yeah, it's just seeing, you know, the day trade, like as an example, you know, and I hope this doesn't crash here, but essentially XOM. Let me just load this very quickly to give an example. You know, people like the oil trade. The oil trade has been good. Commodities make sense just because, you know, in an inflationary environment, commodities have shown that they are strong, they stay strong. And so people aren't necessarily, you know, getting long and then getting out after a dollar move, right? So swing traders are like, oh, let me buy the dip at 103 on XOM and then ride this to the potential highs and see where it goes. If we break 115, that is a new all-time high. Do we get to 120? You know, that's a great trade, right? So that's one type of style. That's something that I look at from a swing trade, you know, just with the basis of what I just said there. But then from a day trade, look, I'm buying this below 115. It's a magnet through 115. I sell it above 115. I'm in, I'm out, I make the money.
Of course.
Now, the thing that people don't want to hear, it's the ugly truth about day trading, is if you want to make more money, you have to just take more size, which is challenging at first to kind of comprehend, because, you know, as a swing trader, maybe it's, oh, how do I kind of get in and get a bigger portion of this move? And then, yeah, you size up. But in day trading, a lot of it is like, you know, like you're going to do the exact same thing. You know, is it scalable? How scalable is it? Can I go from 100 shares to 1,000 to 10,000 to 100,000? So obviously everybody who's a real day trader knows that, you know, on an XOM trade, you probably could get 10,000 shares, maybe, but can you get 100,000 shares the way that this took place? Like, the answer is no, probably not. If you want that kind of big swing trade investing mentality, this is why I referred to the Tesla trade off 1,000, where everyone's like, this is overvalued. I'm shorting this because eventually things are going to go down. You know, they're tightening up. It's going to shift to value from growth in the overall kind of money management world. And, you know, that goes and happens.
So true.
And, I mean, it's like, you know, like that's where you would deploy big money. You know, day trading is scalable to a certain extent. And for the most part, you know, if people ask, you know, well, how scalable is it? It's scalable all the way up to probably the max that you can trade. And then at that point, you're going to have huge psychological issues, man, because it's, it's something else moving,
and it's
moving
market
size
affecting
intraday
at that
and
point
kind
too.
of.
You affect the markets in a way where you become like a certain type of size player, and you can't really move around size like that.
Exactly. And one of the things that I've noticed as a day trader, kind of sitting in front of the screens and watching it every single day, big money intraday for like the next hour that the trade progresses is never wrong. And there's obviously a reason for it.
Yeah, of course.
Big money is never wrong because they are loading millions and millions of shares. I remember there was a huge gap down on Apple, and I can't remember the catalyst as to why this actually happened, but there was a huge gap down on Apple, and it was at the 134 region. This is maybe like 6 months ago. And somebody was just reloading, you know, thousands of lots, 2,000 lots over and over and over and over again. And then, you know, in the next hour, what happened? It went all the way back to the upside. So why did it go to the upside? Because, hey, if someone's loading the boat with 20 million shares on Apple, you know, that's going to move the stock up for that day, right? So, yeah, it's only, obviously, day trading is, you know, scalable up to a certain extent. But I'm talking, we're talking in the millions and billions here. Like, if you
We're
got
talking about a lot
200
bigger.
million, 500 million, and you're like, I'm going to be a day trader, I would be like, well, maybe there's other areas where you can deploy that capital. But who am I to say that? Obviously, speak to your financial advisor.
Yeah, true, right? I want to show my meta trade here. So we're completely out of this trade. We're donezo on it. Got in at 61s. That's 141.61. And we ride it for momentary right now, top wick through that 135.36 area. So nice little move there, riding kind of the trend on Meta. It's been the strongest of the bunch. I mean, we talked about that. Obviously, Tesla's up more percentage-wise, but that was the majority of that move was pre-market and aftermarket yesterday. Meta looking to be the strongest of the bunch today, subsequent to the bell. So out of that trade, it's done. The other mogul trade that we have, we get a couple of outs on this one. So we got in at 89s, we get some out at 98s, and then again we get some at 08s. But then it rides all the way back into my my stop area, which is my break-even point. At 289, we get stopped out. It looks like it made its way down to 285, and then now it's retracing back into 292. So this one hasn't been my cup of tea. I mean, I get a couple of profitable outs on it here, but really nothing to speak of. I was still holding 65% of the position when we broke to the south side. All right, back to Meta real quick here because it just made a new recent high. Breaking up to now, where do we get up to? 41s. Okay, so we're at very close, 50 pennies away now from the high of day. 145.88 is the HOD on Meta. This one, goodness, geez, it's got legs. All right, let's have a look at the futures here on the ES March contract. We drew a couple of these trend lines where we were kind of making highs and retracing. It looks like we're kind of breaking out. I'm not putting too much stock into these trend lines, to be honest with you. They kind of give me guidance of where we're at, but really nothing more, nothing to rely too much about. Too much on, I mean. 40.46 is VWAP on the ES March contract. So if you're taking that, if you're looking for a rejection off VWAP here for a short, that's an idea as well. But, I'm going to ride the trend on this one today. I'm not really going to try to anticipate retracements, if I'm being honest. So Meta continuing to go to the high side. Every time I look at this stock, now we're going to break 50s. I see size show up here on the book at 50s, at least for the moment. Do we get taken out now? Up 2.8%, Luca. This one is going to the high side. All right, so we're working some stuff out here. All right, let's see what else is going on. All right, let's see what the chat is up to. What are they taking a look at? All right, Steven wants me to look at Verb. Okay, let's have a look at VERB. Not to be mistaken with the Verb. Okay. All right. VERB. There we go. All right. So what is this one up to? Penny stock. Verb Technology is a software as a service application platform development company. The company platform includes a suite of interactive video sales-based enablement business software products marketed on a subscription basis. Okay, the float on this bad boy, let's find out here because we got to know how this is going to move. The float is pretty big, over 100 million shares, so this one can, it's not really going to become too parabolic. What did we do price action wise today? Looks like we got a low of 17.60 and we got a high of 21.88. So for a sub penny stock, we've obviously had very good movement, up 16.25% on the day. All right, let's go back actually into that and see if this is a former runner. What do we got on the daily chart on this bad boy? Okay, so we've got the main trend is downward. All right, we got maybe an intermediate trend here brewing to the high side, what we would call a retracement. Obviously, going back to the 23rd, you had that crazy day where we went up all the way to 58 cents. But, that's pretty good for this kind of stock since we started the day off at 22. We had a red day the day subsequent. Look at the size of that topping tail candle. I mean, the body is like not even a fifth the size of the wick, right? What does that tell you? I mean, obviously that, there's a whole lot of speculation that day. We had a couple of red days. Today's the first green day after 2 red days. So we've broken yesterday's high. We've already made a new high. To get anywhere near somewhere where we ended off 2 days prior, we're going to have to get into that 32 penny range. So I'm not going to be keeping my eye on that. I hope that kind of analysis helps. I'm not sure how much it did, but I'm not going to trade these sub $1 stocks. They're not my cup of tea. G-Trader says, I think if Tesla breaks 56, we could see 154.50 or 152.50. I will try a big long with tight stops on those. All the power to you, brother. Obviously, you're kind of riding the trend there because we've got, well, it's up 7.25% on the day. Obviously, on the way down now. Let's look at these levels you were talking about. 154.50. Where are we at here? Okay. Yep. So the bottom wick from this area is that definitely that 154. What's that bottom wick? 154.76. So 154.75. But that $0.50 tends to play better. And then 152.50, all right, where'd you get that one? 152.50 right here, which is the basically yesterday's 8 p.m. close and 4 a.m.'s low. It wicked down to that level. So I see where you're going with both of those. It's also that institutional order 8 a.m. bottom as well. Looks like it bottomed there. All right, cool, great. I mean, I like those levels. If it makes its way down there, all the power to you. Are you good to go?
Yeah, should be good to go here. Let's get some trades going, man. Let's see where we are. Where are we on XOM? I want to pull this up right now. Did this actually dip? Guys, I want to pull up an example from yesterday, which was pretty cool actually, and I'll pull it up on this chart here as well. Everybody remembers AT&T earnings from yesterday. Was below. Where are we here? Was below the 20 level. And ripping to the upside. So, basically where I'm going to get at is showing the XOM. Yesterday, AT&T ripping through the 20 level to the upside, coming back down, holding that VWAP/20 level, and then floating back to the upside. So again, 2 to 3 trades that I see on this in hindsight, and I want to just go over them very quickly. The long through 20 because positive catalyst up on the day, looking strong, ripping through a new level of 20 and going to the upside, clean break, giving you basically 35 cents on an AT&T when you can get 35 cents when it's doing volume. It's nice because AT&T is one of those names that, I think you could scale a lot easier than something like a Tesla because Tesla, touching a lot of prices. AT&T, very smooth, 1 cent. You're not getting that much slippage on the orders, assuming that you're moving, let's call it less than 10,000 shares. First trade the long, second trade the fade play if you do like that mean reversion. I like it less on a day where it's doing, volume to the upside and good earnings. And then third trade, which I did have, was the bounce play off the 20 level. I can't remember who it was in the chat that had that as well, but yeah, somebody was like, oh, nice trade AT&T, had that one too, so I'm always going to say congratulations. But I will remind you guys that it is all you. You guys are clicking your own keys. I'm clicking my keys. So, yeah, you can say thank you, blah, 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 this and that, and, I appreciate it. But at the same time, it was all you, man. Continue to do you. Trade your own book, learn from everybody around you, try to get better every single day. I will remind you that. And then today, showing you that the fade play is good, right? So I thought the 20 bounce would be good for a print of VWAP, which at the time was 2015. Breaking 20 to the downside, ripping back to the upside, almost getting there, and then fading to the downside. So yeah, relatively weak on that one there, and didn't really give you the print of VWAP, which was kind of surprising to myself. But for the most part, with this example that I'm giving, the up move, the VWAP bounce at 956 yesterday, and then the move back into the highs. So you have the first long, you have the secondary bounce play long off VWAP, and then you have the potential slow move up, right? Now going to XOM, where I was going to kind of get in this example, XOM today, obviously very strong, over 115, giving you a new high. This is today, right? So XOM ripping to the upside, coming back down, breaking through VWAP, but then holding pre-market lows. So what I tell myself is there's 2 types of examples. There's 2 things that I look for. In this scenario, I didn't actually have the secondary bounce long at VWAP, but because, new level to the upside, very strong up move, CVX cutting their dividend, announcing buybacks, strong buybacks, I would have tried the VWAP bounce here. If it failed, I would have let it go. And then the next place that I would have tried a long at was like pre-market low area, right? So, that 115 area where that initial long took place, that I was sharing with my trades kind of long and then blow through the 115 to the upside is where I probably would have tried it for the secondary time, right? But again, pre-market low, it's kind of like a wider area over here. And then moving back to the upside. So when things are very strong, XOM, I would have tried it for the bounce and then the continuation, the same way that AT&T kind of gave the bounce and then moved back to the highs. XOM didn't. Fortunately, I wasn't in that trade, but didn't. But then eventually went back to the upside. So, on a day where something looks strong, where it's breaking a key level to the upside, I kind of look for these key levels. I try the long scalp through. I try the bounce play off VWAP or pre-market lows. Target is either back to VWAP or the highs. target over here would be the highs, and basically risking off key levels. The risk has to make sense. So yeah, just make sure that you know, your risk is always in check on that one. I'm looking at Tesla right now. It's back below
Tesla
155. So let's have a look. I know there was a buyer. There was a big buyer at the 155.
I just saw it.
Wiped out.
One shot got taken.
One shot. Ooh. So this is Tesla went below 155.
We see it, Dan.
At 10 o'clock this morning, and there was 1,000 to 2,000 lots that got filled right away. I didn't see it in real time, but Sean just saying size there again at 155. So yeah, definitely a notable area, and I'm gonna go long here.
Oh, those
because,
are definitely
you know,
Pratt's charts.
Yeah, these are. I'm using Prad's.
I know those
Prad's,
colors if I
yeah,
see
yeah,
them.
Yeah. This is
right
this
away.
is not. I'm uncomfortable right now.
Proudly.
But be comfortable being uncomfortable. Yeah, and Sean throwing out 100,000 shares at 155. Like, this is a buyer who's reloading because they had it the first time. You know, they had it maybe the second time. It's just reloading at the same level. So obviously it could be a different buyer. Like, there's so many things that could be happening there. But look at that. It bounced. I'm so sad that I missed it because that's a banger, man. That's a bet. You know what? Now I gotta cancel the order.
Tesla and Meta are completely different stories. Meta is flying to the high side. We're about to take out that high. We're 20 pennies away from that high now. 145.88 is the high. 145.70 is what we're printing now. This is big boy move. I feel like I paper handed another trade. I thought I was like, King, you know what? Getting out at 34s over here. It goes up another 30 pennies. I should have let that one ride. Man, come on. 146 is around the corner. It looks like we made that move earlier, right? Yeah, where was that move? Yeah, that was right off the bell. It looks like we topped out there, 145.88. I don't think we've been at these levels for quite some time. Let's go back to the daily chart here and see what we're working with on Meta. Look at that move up, man. Okay, so I have this 143.27 earmarked from before, which was a key area of what I thought would be resistance. It looks like we just kind of consolidated 2 days around that area. You saw yesterday we made 145 high, or the day before yesterday, 145 high. Yesterday was more of an inside day. Today we're breaking out. We're going to new highs, it looks like. So I don't know where the level is on this, man. Like, I have another level here that these are my analysis lines from home. I have another level at 160, I want to say, because you know, there was a good area of consolidation in and around 160 for a while. I'll have a look here from, I'd say, maybe June to around September. We kind of hovered in and around that 160 was the base of that range between 160 and 180. So I don't know. Maybe $20 upside possibility. So that's kind of how I see it on there. Obviously, we're not going to make that in a day, but you know, that gives you an idea of what to expect when you come into a stock on how to trade it, right? So anyway, Meta now making a move up. I don't have a trade here. D-Low says, where would you say this downward trend in nat gas can be invalidated, being bear for a while and looking to realize profits sooner than later? Let me just basically preface everything I'm about to say by saying that I'm not an expert in nat gas at all. I don't even follow it. I typically follow WTI. I do have a nat gas area on my watch list here. It's probably not as exhaustive as I say yours. I have nat gas plays. I have LNG, EQT, KMI, and these rest. What would I use for a nat gas kind of futures type thing?
That is a great question. If anybody is listening in the back, what can we use for nat gas? Or Sean, if you know.
I don't know what they are yet. Okay, we're gonna get them. I
personally don't know, but guys, just very quickly here, yeah, Tesla, that bounce off 155 was really, really solid, and the bottom of the move looks like 154.90-ish area. So I want to give it just a quick example here. It's like it shoots into the level, it prints the level, and then the whip back is very, very sharp and quick, right? So if you're saying like, you know, like I don't necessarily, I don't know how to draw lines on this thing, but essentially imagine there's like a line here. Like I don't draw like a support line and be like, oh, this is where you like take the size for the move up. Like that doesn't make any sense. To me at least. But what I look for is like a rip and then like where's the liquidity vacuum? It's from 155.60 to 155, the rip down, the rip back up. So see how it like went down, went back up, retraced the whole move, and now it's a whole different play. And now we're actually getting, you know, a fast, sharp move back to the upside. But yeah, you know, you have the level 155, you see the size reloading, so that's already two things in your favor. You map that little liquidity vacuum to the downside. You know, maybe there's kind of robots and people that are using this line as support. Once it breaks, it's a fast, sharp move to the downside. It prints the size, it goes down, it instantly goes back up, and you're in the money on the long. So multiple ways that you can think to structure something like this is like, okay, you can sit there and wait for the print. You can let it break, then get long below, which is like what I like to do. You can let it break, let it go back up, take the long back through, and then stop low of day. If it keeps going down, then you know the level's invalid. And obviously Tesla, scalable to a certain extent. Somebody before was asking oh, tape reading, can you show me how to read the level 2? It's not as simple as me showing you how to read a book and then you saying, I understand the English language, and I say, okay, great, it's in English, now go read this book, read it from page 1 to 100. It's not exactly that simple. This is digital warfare, man, so it's very, very challenging to read the tape. I would say screen time is very, very important. So, sit in front of the screen every single day, get that screen time in. There's just really no other way to do it. There's no easy shortcut. You have to go through the pain of watching and actually putting your money where your mouth is. That's how you're going to learn. I call that stakes learning. When you lose, it's painful. Write it down, remember. When you win, it's great. Write it down, remember. Move on. What can actually help with that is recording your screen. So record your screen, record the open, trade it, then watch it back, and then say to yourself, like, wait a second, wait a minute. It's actually moving way slower than what I remember, because when my money was on the line, things were just going crazy. And, now I'm sitting there and watching it. It was actually slower than I thought. So, anybody who plays video games out there, that obviously you're recording your clips, you're watching it back, and you're getting better every single time. And it's exciting to do that. So, do that with trading as well. Record the tape, watch it back. That'll improve your trading greatly, especially if you're a scalper like myself. But yeah, for the time being, we're going to go to happening now with Big B at the big desk.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go. Still pretty much positive board right across the entire thing. Looking pretty good for a busy afternoon. 0.4 for the S&P right now. 0.44 back towards day highs anyways, or in that region. 0.12 there for the Dow. Struggling a little bit. We've seen relative strength over the past couple of days coming from the Dow 30, so a bit of a breather maybe today. The Russell 2000 specifically showing some weakness as well, down now 0.15. It's been all about tech though all day long, 0.82, 0.98 for the NASDAQ. Composite and the 100, the big ones leading the way so far, including Meta, Tesla as well, and Mobileye. Yeah, we were talking about that in the pre-market. Coming off their earnings, same with Tesla, record revenue for the quarter. This one reported this morning, AAPL back to flat. Been a choppy kind of back and forth day, but setting up for something maybe here for American Airlines, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, so D'Lo, if we got the Nat Gas continuous contract here, this is a look at the daily. And I mean, how do you feel about this? I mean, I don't know where you got in short, but I'd be ringing the profit bell here because we're at $2. It looks like we topped out at 11. This is the daily. It goes back to November 2019. We can have a look at the weekly to see if we had even lower levels here. Give it an opportunity to load. It takes its sweet time. Yeah, we are near, at least according to this chart, okay? According to this chart, we are near the lows since January 20. Going back to January 19 is as far back as this chart goes, and we are at those lows. I don't know enough about the nat gas industry or anything like that. I don't follow commodities that closely, so I'm not going to make any comment on that with respect to any macroeconomic issues or economical political issues or whatever that have to do with. I know politics is tied in heavily into energy. Anyway, so hope that helps. I mean, if I were you and I was holding, and I wouldn't be holding something I don't understand, but if I was, I'd be ringing the profit bell here because it looks like we're near all-time lows, Luca.
Yeah, somebody saying nat gas killed me, sharp falling knife, but how are gas prices at highs? Two different things. Obviously, nat gas, is the tradable price, but yeah, the retailers definitely bump that up and like to make margin on that. And when they take big L's and then they think, well, I'm going to make this money back because I'm going to rinse the consumer at the end of the day and ride it there. They hold price high as prices. So there is a delay, but again, keep in mind that they can do whatever they want. Technically, obviously, they have monopolies, right? So that's the unfortunate reality. Greg R. saying, what's going on, Greg? Saying, why do you guys not use level 3 or book map? I personally don't. So level 3, essentially, to like my interpretation of level 3 is like you have like the level 1, which is top of book. You have level 2, which is kind of like prices below, and then you have level 3, which I like to say is the matrix. Now I don't know if I'm right to say this, and maybe everybody has a different terminology for it. But I say level 3 is like the matrix. It is like the orders that are being sent and canceled in real time. and seeing that kind of depth and visualizing it a little bit of a step further. I'm gonna hold on here.
At a high of day.
Yeah, I know these things are moving to the upside. So guys, I'm actually going to try to take an XOM short here. I feel like this is a little bit of a topish area, so I'm trying to get a fill on that trade, and I do want to short Tesla here to see how this one goes, just for a quick scalp. So we'll see how that one goes. So I'm going to short Tesla short XOM if I get that fill. But anyways, going back to why I don't use Bookmap, why I don't actually, I don't subscribe for it, I don't pay for it. But for myself, it's one of those things that all this information is the same. It just matters how you look at it. That's the way that I see it. And so, when I look at the book, when I look at the tape, and I'm just kind of looking at this stuff, whether you look at it like this, whether you look at it like this, whether you look at it, visually on Bookmap and say like these are the levels, you just have to, in my opinion, you just have to really understand what you're looking at and take it with a grain of salt, in the sense that it's all showing you the same information. Your brain might trick you into seeing something that's there because it aligns with your bias. That's why as a day trader, I always reiterate, you want to react to trades, right? You want to react. Yeah, I see you, Michelle. I mean, maybe it does go there. I'm not going to hold this too far against me.
But their Bookmap was helpful because Cal back there, he uses Bookmap.
Yeah.
I have never used it, but he was telling me a really interesting strategy for those who use it. So for I'm not going to get into what it looks like and everything, but there's bubbles and then there's like heat lines, and he's like, when someone takes a short, say they go short 146, right? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden that they were there because they were sitting there because of the bubble. And then this heat map or this heat line all of a sudden shows up when their bubble's gone, which means that their order got taken out short, and they put their profit taker. So you think it's a support level when it's really their profit taker, right? So
I personally don't. I'm not 100%.
Basically, he was telling me how to use it from that sense. Even if it's the other way around, the principle is still the same. Basically, you can see who got in where and what their intentions are, kind of thing. I mean, if you're good enough, obviously you need a lot of time. He's been using it since the summer, so but I don't think that's level 3 though.
Well, so and correct me if I'm wrong, and guys in the chat, feel free to correct me if you have a little bit of a difference of opinion. But yeah, level 3 to me is the matrix in real time. It is the sending and canceling of orders that all the robots see. When you route a stop order to an exchange or whatever, when you route it to the broker, where do they send that order? This is all this stuff in real time that obviously, if you guys read Flash Boys, or if you have read Flash Boys, you know what and that's old news, right? But you basically know that they see these things in real time and how they're kind of moving. So as soon as I press enter on an order, like there's a robot that already sees this and then makes a decision. Do I want to front run this order? Do I want to give them the shares? Do I midpoint this? Do I take the shares and then hold it against this order? Like they can do all this in real time, right? So this is why you have to react to their reaction. It just makes your life a lot easier. But yes, record your screen. It will help in the future. I cannot stress that enough. That is how you optimize your trading for sure. And yeah, guys, I am just basically adding to this XOM short. The charts, I don't have the charts here, but basically my plan is, I want this to go a little bit higher. I just feel like maybe we top out a little bit. I know that there's a potential that this could go to 117, but I feel like 116.80 is like top-ish, and then we potentially get a move back down into the 1650s, 1640s. So I'm basically scaling into this. My average right now 60s, but I want to kind of add to that a little more and see where that one goes. Dean B saying level 3 is reserved for market makers only. It's I don't see level 3. Like I can't see the canceling of orders, and I'd imagine as to why market makers get access to that, because they're trying to make the market keep it orderly and all that other stuff.
Oh my goodness.
But robots doing their thing, man, making life difficult for myself.
Okay, so lots to talk about here, Luca. Sorry to get in trouble. BuzzFeed is absolutely going wild. Likewise with Meta, now 146.16 high on your boy Meta. While BuzzFeed just decided, hey, I'm bored, it's midday, let me just get going now. Off that 125, I want to say we consolidated, flying up to 178, now retracing back into 169. People taking profits or initiating shorts, no idea. Let's have a look at the daily so we can kind of get some levels for BuzzFeed. So obviously yesterday moving on the news because of the association with your boy Meta. But here is an interesting level. We have the top of this peak over here. It's that 210, 212. You got to say that it's got to be like between $2. I want to say the The buying or selling range, however you're looking at it here, is between 210 and 212, maybe, yeah, 2 and 212, so 12 penny range.
That is not a catalyst. That is a short. That is a short.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm just laughing and yeah, okay.
Are you talking to me or something else?
Yeah, go ahead. Do you see the update? So BuzzFeed to use Chat GPT creator OpenAI to help create some of its content. So that's the news coming out there. That's I mean, you know, I don't want to sit here and say like that's a short. I'm going to short this, but that's kind of what I wanted to do. Yeah, this is the chart
so contrarian.
here, man.
I love it.
Well, no, it's because
I feel
you know, like what you just say AI and then stocks go up. Like that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't.
It
you know,
did
but I'm
for
not
2 years. 2 years. You're forgetting 2020
look,
to 2021.
The market move can be irrational longer than I can stay solvent. Yada yada yada. I get all the rules. You know, trade the setup that you see. This is a candidate that I was looking for an over/under move. But obviously, you know, coming in with the volume spike there, you know, definitely interesting. On watch right now. Does it go a little bit higher? I mean, I would love the risk off of 2. Let me see. Let me pull up daily on this thing. And I don't know if, again, I'm new to trading views, so having a great time learning. Where's the level that I see? Yeah, 2 is kind of interesting. How do I draw a line here? Let me draw a nice, beautiful line. There's a line. There we go. Horizontal line. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that line. Okay. Just above 2 is kind of where we topped 1, 2 times, then the fade. Obviously getting the up move, getting the catalyst coming through. Do we get there? Yeah, maybe. Maybe the short is better, just kind of telling myself this, at around 2. It's just not failing right away. So maybe it does have that steam to get there. I'm gonna, yeah, we'll see if we'll see if that gets to 2 and then, yeah, go from there and get a little bit of a move there. But yeah, definitely exciting for the longs who are in this. Congratulations to anybody that took, you know, high day break, anybody that built the long. I think the float is like 60 million. You know, so this isn't really a candidate that, you know, goes, in my opinion, that goes from 2 to 5 to 10. Those are always the micro floats, the low floats, something like 1,500,000 shares, maybe 2 million, maybe 4 million. But once you get over 10 million, you know, the book is very thick. So if, as an example of, you know, watching, you know, going back to look at tape reading and stuff like that, BZFD, it's like you see this and you see the size on the book, right? So it's like this is very different than the nano floats that you watch. So GNS, you were looking at it the other day, it makes the high, it goes crazy, it's like 11111. This is like, okay, there's like 10,000 shares on both sides, multiple gateways, lots of liquidity. So, you know, you got to imagine that if you are trading, if you're new to trading and you're watching something like this, you know, manage your expectations. You know, if you're in a trade, you know, understand that this isn't something that tape teleports as quickly as something as like a 5 mil or a 2 mil float. So again, guys, if you are trading small caps and you're, you know, trying to kind of build a strategy around that, you should understand the float of the stock. And the reason people talk about that is because the float sort of gives tell as to how fast the tape will teleport. Trading's all about managing risk. If the tape's teleporting all over the place, you know, it's quite hard, quite difficult to manage risk, right? So yeah, this is looks to be very liquid. I'm watching that 2 level. Does it get there? Does it fade? Does it reverse back? That'll be interesting to see. My orders are out. We'll see if that that comes to fruition. Somebody's saying, Scalp Demon Luca, have a look at Apple. No problem, man. No problem. Let's have a look here at Apple. I'll pull it up on my level 2 and over here, Apple. And we have the daily. Guys, these lines, these are the lines of Prad. Prad's for Dominus. These are the lines of Prad. You know, and I want to say that this 29 level was drawn, you know, at this point. So that is a good level for, like, you know, value. And I'm not sure if Prad loaded the boat on Apple down there.
I loaded it, baby.
He's like, I loaded it, baby. I know Prad's been loading Apple. Microsoft, too?
Yeah.
Microsoft, yeah. This guy's sitting pretty. This guy's sitting pretty. He's pretty for, now just let's go straight to the upside for Prad. And give him his early retirement, maybe. I mean, yeah, it would have to go up quite a bit. But yeah, guys, you know, the dip buys in these names showing you that they're good. But anyways, let's go to the 1 minute, which is basically what I'm looking at for some scalps here. And I'll try to delete the drawings.
Oh,
then,
BuzzFeed a-going.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Just
So let's see if I get
up
those
to
fills
190. My goodness, this one is moving. I was just about to punch in there, but look at that retracement. As quickly as it went up is as quickly as it went down. This one just all of a sudden became super volatile. Luca just finished saying it's a big float. It doesn't move that quickly, and all of a sudden it moves. And I would agree with everything he said. I mean, that's a big float for my in my book, even though it is a dollar stock. But this one, getting all sorts of attention. We're getting a lot of volume coming in on this one. Now it's done almost 53 million shares already. Yeah, it's not that great for a dollar stock, but I look at this. Have a look at this chart over here, because this one will show you the volume a little bit better. Can I show you the volume here? I got to move it up a little bit. There we go. Okay, so now you guys can see the volume. We have equal amounts of volume now midday that we did at the bell on this. So it gives you an idea of just how much volume we're getting in. 190 high, we're printing 187s. I mean, I'm just salivating at the thought of this one coming down, but I'm not going to obviously punch in here because that's just absolute gambling. D-Loaf, the lines of Pratt sounds like some ancient powerful wielding sword used to scalp these enemies. Yeah, that is funny. I know, right? The lines of Pratt. He shorts his enemies. He says that's his weapon. He doesn't sword them. He shorts them, baby. We're going to keep it peaceful, but yet, you know, still exact revenge. All right.
Somebody in the chat was asking quickly about AMD, and I want to pull this up. You know, Pratt's enemy. Hey, you know, if you're talking about AMD, you got to share my tweet. So let's go to this very quickly. AMD giving you a nice 15-minute opening range, 76 short to 75 or 77 long break if the market wants to go above 12,000. That is the NQ. Let's have a look here at AMD to see where this kind of opened. You know, everything's strong to start the day, right? Breaking the 77. What I want to add to this is if you have your levels, guys, not every time is it going to be a break of 77 and that justifies the long. Obviously, watch how price reacts at the level of 77. And so it goes to 77, it quickly reverses. You know, where's the NASDAQ at the time? Probably not above 12,000 at that particular moment. And, you know, instantly reversing, giving you the first telltale sign that, you know, 77 longs are not good. You know, does the 76 break to the downside bring you to 75? And, you know, voila, you have the VWAP overhead, you have the higher low, you know, the lower low, and the break of 76 to the downside, and then kind of confirmation. Again, something I would say is the first break of 76 isn't necessarily justification to like slam something because it puts you way offside. So unless you guys are the type of trader where, you know, you're like, oh, I'm going to short 76. I don't care if this goes $2 against me because I'm going to go for like a 69, 65 area move, then okay. But I would almost say as a day trader, you know, price is super important. Watch how it gets there. Watch if it breaks and continues to sell off to the downside. If it doesn't, rips back to the upside. You know, you kind of wait. Second time's the charm, goes back down, never breaks VWAP, all the way to 75. So yeah, shout out to Pratt for that one. And I almost want to say there's another tweet here that he probably said, look, this is what happened here. Yeah, now AMD 75. If NASDAQ stays under 12,000, look for AMD to retrace back to 73, 72. Swing trade idea here. I think 72 is kind of far off. You know, how much is AMD up or down on the day? I'm not really too sure. But this is sort of barcode action now. You know, large caps sort of respect the average ATR that they have. If no catalyst, they're not really going to move and go crazy. And so, you know, this is, you know, nice little down move to start that short. Do we continue and go 73, 72? Let us know in the chat what you guys think. I'm sure Pratt is swinging this short and doing well right now, so congratulations to Pratt. I want to pull up BZFD because I did just short this thing right now, BZFD. Where are we on this? I don't know, Sharif, if you got trades on that as well.
Yeah,
you want to talk about it? Yeah, feel free, man.
I didn't know you were short, dude. Why does this always happen? I just waited for the first retracement.
We're going back, though, so
basically to get it on the first retracement. I'll probably get stopped out here. It's a quarter position size that I'm taking. Let's see if we can get through that 195 break. What did I get long? 84 is okay. So let's take a little bit of profit if we get up to that 95. So let's have this sitting at 95 and see if we can break through to that $2. Obviously, the idea here, what I was trying to do, my whole thinking is to take the first, it's not the first pullback. I mean, here is the first, oh, wow, okay, so I'm noticing this now. Okay, this might not be a good trade. All right, so typically, I don't like to take the third retracement here, the third pullback, because usually those they're weaker. The first and the second, I should analyze this chart a little bit better. Anyway, 195 is where I'm going to sit at. Obviously, if we break through that, I'm going to take profits into 2. There we go. I got filled at 195. Can we break through 2 here? So I won't take any profit until we break through 2. So let's go ahead and sit here at 205. If we can break through, there we go. We get that. We're going to get that flush, though. Almost certainly we're going to get that flush. It breaks through 2, comes back down. Let's see who wins here, buyers or sellers. Yeah, I'm waiting at 05, so if we can get up there. Anyway, where am I long? 84 is okay. So now the question is, do I allow this to go below 84s? And I think my immediate answer is no, even though this is a quarter position. I mean, it's not going to be a huge win, nor will it be a huge L either. So, all right, let's let this one ride. I've got my resting order there, and it's doing its thing. So what's left is just the place to stop for the out. So we'll go ahead and put 184 And yeah, so then we'll cover, 184, and then we'll give it to like 182 in case it goes bonkers. And is that a sell? Yes, it is. Okay, so we've got that. Stop in. I just want to mention as well, Meta continuing to be near high of days, 146.25. I think we're in the 17s or 18s, so very close to high of day. Now we just created a new high of day, 30s. Meta really going, man. 31s. Okay, so I want to get into this stock, but I don't know how to get in, man. It doesn't give opportunities for retracement. All right. I'll continue to watch this. We'll see how I can get in. But I just hate not being able to take advantage. I keep calling it out and not being able to take advantage of it. So a little frustrating. Anyway, we're holding at 2s here on BuzzFeed. It looks like for the moment this is going to be a rejection level. So I wonder if I should just take my out here or wait for the rest to go. Always a conundrum. Quite the conundrum. There you go. Word of the day. Conundrum.
Conundrum, I like that. You know what we should even do with this as I was thinking about it in real time, but you know, word of the day, little segment, use the word of the day, who uses more, and get a little bit of a prize there.
Oh my God, no, then we're gonna be like, we're gonna be overusing it for sure.
Yeah. How can I, no, but you got, it's gonna be genuine. But yeah, no, maybe we don't do a competition there. We're already, you know, trading. That's a competition in itself, guys. So I am basically short BZFD. I'm adding to the short. I was looking for that break of 2, so I got the first fill at 94s, which was a pretty nice fill. It was a part fill for myself, which I, you know, get lucky to get the size that I got on that one. And then coming back down, covering nothing, didn't even notice it, but I'm just kind of like liking the level, expecting it to actually break 2. I think Neil said it best, this can go to 215. My level was like 210, so you know, 210, 215, kind of same general vicinity based on the daily that we looked at from before. And now looking pretty good. So yeah, we're gonna see where this one wants to go. I think when it does, it looks like it wants to flush right now. How far can we actually flush? I'm bidding 75s, so if I can get 75s, that'll be awesome for the scalp trade back down. I will hold maybe some. Yeah, maybe I'll do 75s, 81s, and then maybe try to hold a little piece. Basically, what I'm going for is like the move back down. You know, every time you get explosive moves, like whether they're earnings-based moves or I would say on the small cap side of things, a 50% retracement is great, especially intraday. And so moving to 2, you have the institutional level based on the daily. That's basically my level that I'm looking at. This is why I'm short. Now I'm waiting for the flush back down. Best out in my mind could be like a 165, 170. So this is why I'm bidding like 75 region. It's because I know that I'm not going to get 50% every single time. I will take 30% and go. And so $2 stock, you know, technically 30% of like a $2 stock is obviously 40 cents. You know, that would put you at 160, but I'm talking about like the move. So this is the start of the move, this is the bottom of the move, this is 50%. So like here to here is like, you know, not 50% of the move, call it 30% retracement back down. So yeah, it is popping a little bit back. I kind of want to like watch 2 again. You know, if it makes another high, great, I'm going to continue to short more. But yeah, we'll see if this wants to continue to flush back to the downside. I just I like the short there, man. So we'll see what happens. I know Sharif had the long and banked on it. And, yeah, I took the long. You know, making that money. I'm taking the short. I think eventually I make that money there. So we'll see what happens. Heads up on XOM as well. This thing is now showing that it's slowly getting in the money there. So I sort of added to it, average of 65, and I'm kind of waiting for a break of, you know, the 50s. Flush down into 1650 and then do 45, something like that. So we'll see if that one wants to actually fail. I'm going to throw some bids out right now to make sure, you know, 51s, 41s, something like that. And yeah, we'll see where that goes. Covered a little bit of Tesla on the flush down. The Tesla position is kind of like an impulsive trade. I just glanced at it and I was like, I think I need to short this. Where am I short this? Because now the charts are not lining up. 156. So that is, yeah, 156 over here. I'm doing well. I mean, I'm in the money on this one. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, 67 cents in the money, short from 156. When I glanced at the tape, there was actually a seller of 100 lots and then 300 lots that reloaded. And so I was answering Michelle's question in the chat. And then I saw Tesla, and I was like, 1 sec, Michelle, let me just quickly short this. Feels like the right play. And man, what a play that was. And I see you now saying, yeah, Tesla closing in on 155. The 155 bounce play maybe is good again, maybe. But the thing is, you know, if it's good the first time, it was amazing. If it's good the second time, it was like, obviously the first time was great. The second time was good. You know, the third time, it's maybe not going to be as good, right? So I'm not going to actually wait for 155. I'm just going to take the rest off over here on the flush. So that was a nice winner. Call it 60, 30 cent average winner. And yeah, BZFD waiting for the flush there. XOM waiting for the bids to fill. And yeah, maybe get a couple Apple trades going. I just don't like Apple at VWAP today. Jeff, I know you're asking about it. I was looking at it from before just to quickly cover it before I pass it back to Sharif. You know, that over-under VWAP short was good, but but I kind of pulled it up and it was already over here, and I was like, I don't know, do I chase it? Is it really going back to the lows? To be honest, I sort of want Apple lower. Like if we can flush back down into closer to the 142, 142.20 area for whatever reason, I'll try like a bounce play long on that. So yeah, if we get down there, I'll have an order out to take that long. You know, if it doesn't come to fruition, I mean, so be it. I'll definitely be able to find another trade.
Kala is moving here, so I've been trying to take a little bit of a position to move in. Do you remember your girlfriend Kala, man? That one that you rode for like several tens of dollars. Taking a baby long here, seeing what is going to go on. So we'll wait. We'll report to you on that. It's up 29%. I don't really see if it's on news. Let me find out here if there's any news for this stock. Okay, I'm seeing the last thing came in on the 25th, so nothing that I'm seeing anyway at the moment. So let's put some resting orders to take some out here. Where are we? Okay, so we're along there. So then we got to take some at least like right here. So I'll have some resting orders waiting around there. Let's put another one as well. Let's pop that up through that bad boy, and we'll have that resting. Okay, so we'll let that one work out. BuzzFeed, I'm still in that. You know, I've got my out. My stop is my entry, which is 84s. Breaks 84s, I'm out for break even on the rest. How much am I holding? Oh, did I get filled? Oh, I got filled. Woo! I didn't even notice, guys. We get top wick there through the break of 205, so that ends up being a money trade. We'll drop some money for that. I'm holding like 10% of the position remaining, so now I've got to adjust my stop, and if it breaks 84s, I will be out. There it goes. So I actually get 1 penny in front of my stop. There you go. So Luca's pumped now. He gets a flush. I get my pop. He gets his flush. Everybody's happy.
Everybody's happy.
I know, right? There we go,
Let's
baby.
Go.
There we go. How many times does that work out? So we'll take that, guys. Dub for him, dub for me on BuzzFeed. Now we'll get back to this Kala trade because it is, you know, we're holding it and we've got some outs here set. Now it's just a matter of whether, you know, this one can hold up. It's spready, as it always is. It always was. Even when we were trading this back in December, it was super spready. But this one has a real tendency to just skyrocket. And a lot of people are going to remember this one. It's going to be on their minds as that former runner. There we go. We're moving up here. Can we get some out? There we go. Let's go. Let's cross. We get, oh, wow. It crosses. It's crossing and not filling me. That's crazy. Like between both, oh, because the bid is only up to 57, so we need the bid to move up as well. The ask flew up almost to 21, while the bid didn't move up. All right, now the bid is at 70s. Do we get the fill? Wow, a great area of illiquidity. I'm waiting up at 75s. There we go. The fill comes in. That's a huge win. We're going to move up. We get the fill again, baby. Let's go. Kala is flying. Sean spinning the money there. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Sean. We're flying to the high side on Kala. We're holding 25% of the position left. We're long 52s. Be careful with this one. Super spready, super crazy. There we go. We're moving up. Okay, so we're going to have to hold this, man, because this one's headed to the high side. Can we hold 21s here? We're holding a sizable position here. There we go. Let's go. Keep going, baby. Let's go all the way to the high side. Do I take out half of this position here? I'm going to punch out half right there. Okay, so now we're holding 13% of the position. Huge dub to the high side. Big boy dub. Pumped about this. I'm letting this part ride. What is up, people? What Sharif respect, please? What? Respect?
I think that was maybe, guys, we're always joking around. If you're ever hear me say a funny thing, just understand that I'm a funny guy.
What did I say?
And, I have no idea, but I just say, you know, yeah, Ponzi, market is fugace. I know, man, I know, it is. Good trade on Kala there. I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, that's great, but if I was in this trade, I would be holding for at least $70.
Oh my God! No,
it just doesn't have. It doesn't have the steam today, guys.
There we go. I'm done with that trade.
Yeah, guys. You know, to be honest, as soon as you're excited, that's where you should cover.
I know,
you get
I
into a trade, you're worried. You know, buy when others are fearful. You get excited, get out of that trade, man, because you don't want that euphoria kind of messing you up. You know, messing you up. Yeah, all in good fun though. Always a lot of fun. Yeah, just basically nursing these two shorts. I had the BZFD, you know, cover there, BZFD. The first initial cover, let me just go back to the 1 minute to kind of open this up here. So this is what I was looking for, right? I was talking about, you know, looking initially for the two break. Short, please, thanks. Looking for the initial, yeah, short. Looking for the two break to the upside, coming back to the downside, and then saying, you know, I want this to go higher because my level is 210. Like I actually want 206, 207, like, you know, that general area, because, you know, it was just kind of done. It pops. It does a lot of volume, right? Or let me drag this up for people to see. It like does like that little bit of a volume spike. Then it reverses and comes back down. So again, I covered a little bit at like, you know, 86, just because when you get these over-unders, you need to take what the market gives you. It just so happens that in this particular instance, it gave, you know, a 15-cent flush, not all the way to the 70s, which is what I wanted to see. But, you know, the first time, great. The second time, amazing. Now that it's actually going the third time back to the upside, I'm sort of telling myself, like, do I really, like now I'm removing the shares to like take that short. You know, this is great. You know, 1 minute candle, over under action, lots of volume. This is actually now showing that it's holding 180. So now it's a different scalp trade altogether. So I am basically with the shares that I have now. I'm going to watch how 210 reacts, because maybe it makes another high and then goes back down again. If it does, so be it. Maybe I'll consider adding to it. I'm going to roll with what I have. If it continues to go down right now and it acts right, I'll just hold it and wait for the 270 flush. If it goes higher, breaks like 215, 221 to the upside, I'm going to put a stop in at 221. I can always just get back into the short. Not really going to hold this. If it breaks 221 and goes, where's the top? I'm not sure. So we're getting that pop right now, and if this gets slammed down, which it looks like it is, okay, there's the money. There's the money short. So the thing, I was not prepared for that. That was quick. But essentially, look at that, guys. We're basically watching this in real time, breaking 210 to the upside, doing a lot of volume, then reversing back to the downside. In a market where I like to see these over-unders work, this move should now go down to like 170. But if it's an overcrowded trade and everybody's doing the same thing, and you know, me obviously telling you guys what I'm doing here or what's happening, you know, there's a lot of people that would be covering into the flush. So if for whatever reason that 184, 180 region, you know, holds, it holds. If it holds, it holds, right? So I mean, we're not flushing. So let me just take some more off here. It's just a product of what has to happen. I'm comfortable seeing these over-unders. But what I really want to see is a break of the $1.80 and then a flush into the downside. So that would make the trade A++. It'll just be over, short, under, cover, you know, make 20 to 50 cents. You know, that's your 20%. It happened in 2 seconds. One good trade. You know, take whatever size you can on that. Pretty liquid. You know, make your day, make your week, make your month. Move on and go live life. That's kind of but again, this market, little bit of a challenge. Over, under, flushes to the downside, holds, and then, you know, holds. Probably going to do it again the longer that it holds. So because it held the first time, because it's showing that it's kind of holding the second time, I still do have shorts on board. I did cover a little bit on the flush, so covering basically like 88s over there. Now I'm just kind of like, come on, go down, because if it goes up again, is this some type of soak action where they're clearing out both sides? That's level 4 to somebody that was saying that. You know, seeing these orders kind of fly through. Yeah, man, definitely exciting there. So we'll see where this one wants to go. I'll revisit it. XOM is moving up 116.80 now, so let's have a look. Let me pull up XOM. This is not what I wanted to see, so I'm not really worried, because I knew 117 could actually go. But the worst case scenario on this right now is a 117.21 print, where I'm now holding like a big loser. So I'm only 20 cents out of the money right now. It's not a big deal, and I did factor in a part of my plan that it could do this. But what I wanted to see when I started to get into this trade was I wanted this to go up and then down and then cover the flush. So I did glance at it and see that it's sort of channeling. I did add to it. I added less than what I would have originally added, but now I'm kind of watching this level. You know, on the pullback, I feel like I'm now not going to make money on this trade, but I probably could break even. So I'm not going to be in a rush to cover the trade. You know, the market always gives you an opportunity to get your money back. It's XOM. It already had a nice strong move to the upside. You know, if we go all the way to, you know, 117.50, then so be it. I just don't believe it based on kind of my feel of the trade. So, yeah, we'll see. Neil saying BZFD is bizarre right now. 3 runs of 2 that fall, but no flush. Yeah, it is bizarre, Neil. It is. Like, honestly. It's, I think you have 96? Yeah, well, I had a scale into it, so this is now the residual. But it's, yeah, it's interesting when it doesn't fail. And, like, talk about, like, algo games. Like, when I loosely talk about, like, these algos and how they soak and they play these games, you know, what I'm basically talking about is in a genuine market, which, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? But in a genuine market where you have an up move and then you have a down move and a flush, it's like you would imagine that if people are taking longs here and then we flush, those longs are bagged, they're terrified, they're punching out. If people are looking to short this thing like myself, you know, it goes up, it goes down, I'm slamming the short. Eventually, I have to cover. So longs need to sell. I need to buy because I need to cover. But I'm patient with my buys. And depending on the size that I take, I'm not really holding the stock against itself. It's super liquid. But if it becomes so two scenarios. One, overcrowded trade where everybody's doing the short and now everybody needs to cover, therefore there's tons of bids. You know, if it's going to be a good short, it'll still eventually get there, but it'll just be slower to get there, right? Obviously 60 million float, you know, big float, it's kind of, you know, you got to understand that it'll take a little bit more time to flush. The other alternative is, okay, now we're getting that flush. That's pretty sick. I'm going to cover a little bit more here. No, there we go. Okay, that's the flush I wanted. That's a beautiful flush, man. Down to 71s. This is the that's great, man. That's great. So that's basically what we're looking for. I basically covered the rest there. I'll take my win on that one. That was pretty good. But essentially, yeah, the other example is like algos that recognize that volume is here because of news, and what they do is they use that volume, they clear up both sides, they see the level 3 because they have the access to it. And they basically see everybody with their stops. They run the stops, dump it, they flush it down, they cover. They make it look like the short's going to be good. Shorts short that. They buy it back. They run it up. They do it again. So they clear out both sides, right? So, you know, when I say like react to these trades that are basically happening, it's so much easier to let the level break to the upside, watch it. Oh, looking at the tape. Oh, it's going up. It's not continuing. There's a lot of selling. That's the confirmation for the short. So anybody who was watching BZFD and saying to themselves, how do I learn, you know, tape reading? Hopefully you recorded that, you watch it back, eventually a light bulb will go off and you'll say, oh, okay, so that's what I'm looking for. And then you kind of build on that and you know, work it into your playbook and go from there. You know, hopefully that helps you guys. I'm just trying my best to add value as best I can. You know, I'm always happy when I can be of service to others. That kind of, you know, really, really makes me happy. I'm going to look at Alibaba very quickly. That 120 level from yesterday eventually broke, if I'm not mistaken. It was a battle, man. There's buyers, there's sellers. It's a magnet of 120. We were above it this morning, dipping below it, now getting back to it. I'm sort of wondering, does 120 still act as a magnet, or is it now done? You know, because it was there for like 3 days, I think, and I kind of feel like now it might just be done altogether. So, yeah, not really too sure if I'm going to take a trade on this one, but I was just kind of curious in real time.
Yeah, some people yelling FSLR. And by the way, guys, I'm going to dedicate like half an hour today of just, you know, basically answering your questions and looking up tickers. But the only way you can engage with us and ask us to look up tickers is if you're subscribed, because you can't actually chat in our chat here and communicate with us unless you're a subscriber of the show. So hit that subscribe button, please. I'm going to be dedicating some time here to some of these tickers that you want me to look at, or just general market things you want me to talk about. First one comes in from Farm Trader. Wants me to look at COSM. We looked at it, but we'll look at it again. No worries. Let's take off this square over here, COSM. In case you guys are wondering, woo, COSM making a move. Okay, we may have to pause this question and answer period and have a look at COSM here.
That might happen a lot.
Yeah, I know, right? That may happen a lot. Good call, Luca. But we'll do as many as we can, guys, without getting interrupted. But COSM making a nice big boy move here that we'll have to look at. There we go. So COSM, a multi-day runner. Let's bring in the daily chart so we can have a look here. So yeah, obviously this one's been moving back in November. Obviously it was moving all the way up to 22.5, made its move down. Then we have the 1 to 25 split back on December 15th, where we've been trending up though after a big move down since the 20th. I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th day in a row that we've been green, at least so far. So COSM has been a hell of a swing if you bought maybe on, well, any day basically before yesterday. The 20th, though, is when it started making its move. Going back even further, this stock was almost at $100. Looks like it topped out at 98 or so, but it's been one big move down since. But that doesn't matter for our purposes at the moment, because we're going to look at this from an intraday lens, and that's what we're looking at it right now. 712 is the high for me. The low is 617, so almost $1 range. VWAP is hovering in and around 662. Do I punch in here? No. I mean, basically, I'm not punching long at these highs. I need to see something set up. In fact, you know, I bet you, I don't want to bet you, but I think Luca maybe was thinking short COSM at this level.
Well, not really, because it's shown to rip everyone's face off. So it's had good short opportunities for sure. But yeah, you know, somebody in the chat called it before this move actually happened, saying COSM heating up, and I think it was at like 680. And I was like, I'm not even going to look at this because I want to short it, and it's probably going to go up. And here we are above 7 again. So congratulations. Hopefully you're long that. I mean, hopefully you're making some money there. But I want to pull it up as an example. You know, I spoke about this the other day. What is the perfect time horizon on this? Is it an hour? No, maybe it's a day. Maybe I'll just use the daily.
Okay. Well, Let's keep going on
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
we have more to cover, right? So COSM is the first one. Some people saying Tesla long. Okay, well, you're not completely out of town here because we are retracing to VWAP on Tesla. Yes, we are that 157, I want to say 50-ish area, maybe 47 or so. Now back up to 9%, finding a bit of a bottom. Maybe I want to say the low of day is obviously that 154.74, but looks like we rejected off a general area. I want to say that 150 and a quarter to maybe 154. 155 and a quarter to that 155 and 154 and 3/4. Sorry, I said a lot of wrong numbers there.
That's day trading, man.
Yeah, right. Over and over, you keep saying.
You guys
numbers.
trade long enough, you'll start quoting random prices. You'll start saying Tesla at 500. It's not even close to that price. You'll start saying
Right?
Apple at this price.
And things that I like visualize, but I don't actually see. Anyway, 161.42 the high. Okay, put that on ice for a second. COSM continues to head to the high side now, up 8%, popping up to that 719, almost at 720 level. The buyers are still in control here, guys. The volume's picking up. Where are we at volume-wise? 3.12 million shares. But having a look at this chart over here, this is the COSM chart. Look at that inclination on the volume bars there. The volume definitely starting to pick up after a long period of being dormant. In fact, the volume bar on this last candle is higher than the one we had at the open. So all the volume's coming in now, and keep your eye out on it because it's going to be a good candidate to the high and low side. Something tells me. But back to this Tesla trade being asked about in the chat. I mean, I don't take it here. Let me see what the market is. The market's kind of sideways at the moment, hanging around that 40-50, 40-50-ish, up or down, plus or minus a few points. Let's see if we can get a general market trend. Otherwise, I'm just punching in blind here. And if I was to be forced to ask something, I would take a short off this VWAP for maybe a ride back down. But again, the market would have to comply with that, and I don't know what the market's doing at the moment. So gonna, basically have to forego this Tesla long, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I want to share a quick picture. Motivation for everybody. Trading is obviously a very fun sport for everybody doing the dues. But, this is a friendly reminder, guys. Make the money, keep the money, drink the beers. This picture is sent from my brother to me. He's drinking a nice espresso at his job, and he's like, hey, Luca, make the money, keep the money, drink the beers. So I will remind you guys in the chat as well, that's a great statement to live by. Shout out to Greg for that one. Greg, full of legendary quotes. And I guess as, the years kind of progress, you stick around long enough, you just have these quotes that start in trading, but I honestly think have a lot of value in life. So, trading teaches you a lot about life. Find good traders that are ahead of you, learn from them, grow. That's kind of the easiest way to do it. Somebody before was asking about how do I get a mentor
I saw that.
Grow and get better as a trader? There's no perfect science to it. I would say
That's something that I struggled with a lot for a while too, bro. I mean, I was trading at home for 2 years, and it wasn't until I got on the floor here back in May that I really had people to look up to and to speak to. It's a legitimate problem if you're trading at home. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, shout out to Lone Spro Life, baby, absolutely. I just shout out to Sharif for bringing me the Spro right now that I had. But yeah, finding mentor, I would say, listen, guys, buy this book. It's great. It's called Never Eat Alone. It talks about networking. It'll really teach you a lot about, networking and how to kind of maintain relationships in the business world. It's I have no affiliation to this book, but I read it. It was a great book. I stand by it. Let me just pull it up here on the images. It is this one. It is Orange, Never Eat Alone by Keith Ferrazzi. I don't know the guy again, but it was a great book. I read it. I vouch for it. It'll show you how to maintain relationships in the business world. You're talking about, how do I find a mentor? Read this book, and it will unlock the understanding of how to actually go about and do that. So, yeah, that's a great book there. But back to Tesla here. That 155 long, I think it went to 155 15s. Yeah, that's kind of funny, right? Went to 155 15s over there and then ripped back to the upside. So shout out to Michelle in the chat saying, 155 long. I don't know where my order was. I'm kind of bamboozled right now, missing that, but I did want that long. I wanted to watch it. I preferably wanted it to, again, break the 155, and then I would have kind of done my thing with the over-under longs. But yeah, what a very, very strong move back to the upside. So again, guys, obviously hindsight is 20/20, but Tesla earnings today, ripping to the upside, already up a lot on the day, coming back to the downside. Oh, I want to dip buy Tesla. Where do I actually buy this thing? 155 shows you that it's good. If you miss it the first time, no problem. Remember the levels. It's super important as a day trader, as a swing trader, as a trader in general, to remember these levels that show you that they are the level. And, you know, it shows you the first time 2,000 lots. It shows you the second time 1,000 lots, gives you the bounce, you know, the third time giving you the bounce as well. So, you know, as a day trader, long cover, long cover, long cover. As a swing trader, oh, maybe 155 is a level. You know, long cover, you know, double over under. I was trying to think of another rhyme there. But yeah, you know, it's, so again, multiple strategies, multiple ways that you can approach this. The 155 long has been a banger on the day trading side of things. I'm just kind of sad that I missed it, but you know, Michelle, hopefully you had that one because that was a banger, and I know you're in the chat saying 155 coming. I basically covered my short into that, and then I was like, I'm going to go long, and then I didn't go long. You know, problems of a day trader trying to multitask over here, but always getting better every single day, man. Having a time. You know, shout out to the OGs that do it very well to my right. Oh yeah. You know, Neil over there eating an apple, living life. Yeah, it's
he always eats healthy, this dude. I see him eating, drinking a Boost in the morning. He has that salad. What? Rice Krispie Square is actually quite a healthy snack, depending on how much sugar you put in it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's so now he's like mentioning, he's like, oh, I had a Rice Krispie Square, I had a banana bread.
I think a lot of the people in this office are quite healthy. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what? To survive, you gotta be making the conscious effort, and it's like the little things. So you know, hydration.
What's the point in having money if you don't have health? Can't be real about
you know, somebody was asking me this the other day, and you know, I'll say this. I'm sure you're aware of this. Like it's a kind of just vague, but you know, the key to happiness, health, wealth, and love. You optimize those three things in your life, you're happy.
And you're never at a state of harmony with any of them. It's always a fluctuating, like harmonious, disharmonious relationship with both. You're always trying to like find that level of balance. I don't know how your life's been, but me, I've been trying to find that.
It's a battle, and it's like, well, okay, working out. Let's speak towards that.
Yeah.
Rent is due every single day.
Absolutely.
So you literally, you got to be there every single day. You know, pumping the blood. You know, if you want those washboard abs, if that's a goal. For my brother, he was like, I just want a bicep vein, and then I'm done. And I was like, yeah, but here's the thing. You're going to get a bicep vein, then you're going to be done. You're going to lose the bicep vein.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's basically what happens. And he's like, I don't care. I hit my goal. Now I can go back to eating chips. And I was like, oh, do you?
All right, guys. It's 12:45, so let's have a little bit of a sports rant a little bit. You guys know, big Arsenal fan. Big match tomorrow. Come to my screen, please. Big match tomorrow between the much maligned and hated Manchester City against the noble, awesome Arsenal. Of course, speaking hyperbole, of course, guys. But it's going to be a great match. This is being touted. It's in the FA Cup, by the way. It's not the EPL, but it's being touted as the race to watch for the EPL this year. City 5 points behind 5 points behind Man City. Arsenal 5 points ahead of Man City with a game in hand, which means that they could be up to 8 points ahead of them, which is pretty good at this time of year. You guys know we're about halfway through the season. But basically here, the FA Cup is what we got on board for tomorrow, and this is like basically the hardest draw either of these teams could have. I mean, I saw the kind of teams that Chelsea drew and that Manchester United drew. We're talking about teams from the second tier and the championship. In case you guys don't know about English soccer, it's the EPL, the Championship, League One, and League Two, and all those teams in all those leagues compete in this cup, this FA Cup. So sometimes you have an EPL team versus like a very bottom tier team. And so it's the luck of the draw. Obviously, these two teams getting the more hotter of the draws. What's going on? Why is everyone yelling back there? I always get like FOMO, extreme FOMO, as soon as I hear people on the floor yelling like, oh, wow. I'm like, what am I missing out on? What am I missing out on? Anyway, so that's the Gunners going on for a little bit of a rant there. I think we have a real shot against City. I think we have a lot to prove. We probably won't have our first team playing tomorrow because it is the FA Cup, and we are playing at Manchester City. But I think that he will put a strong side on Luka because he knows that a point has to be made here. So that's my little rant for the moment. All right, let's get to some trades. You saw us talking about Meta earlier. We haven't been lately because we've been focusing on some of these small cappers, but Meta made a high of 146.83. It has since retraced down now, 146.22. You got to assume there's going to be a retracement. There was absolutely no exhaustion in this uptrend. Look at this uptrend. Started from 11:30, continued all the way up to 12:30. For an hour straight, we saw one green candle after another as it moved up from that 144.50 to that 146.83. retracing now, up 3.5% on the day is Meta. What else do we have? We have Google holding VWAP here, looking good, but kind of, nothing special, not a standout. Kind of moving with the market. Here's the chart of the market. Here's the chart of Google. You kind of see a little bit of a similarity. Google ahead of VWAP, the market a little bit below in that dip. So some confluence, some divergence between these two, but we'll continue to watch them and we'll continue to try to play the standouts, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I just want to, talk about don't overstay your welcome. It's the flush on BZFD. It's like over, short, under, cover. That's the move. And now it's just in Chop Central. So, if you have high conviction and you want to hold, I mean, I don't long these things.
You don't long them?
I don't long these things unless they're like super low floats and they can actually like show that they're going to go to like, I mean, HKD when it starts going and I long and I say I'm holding for 2,000, like I'm literally holding for 2,000. Like I'm not taking the $5. I mean, I scalp out some that time, but I'm literally holding for 2,000.
That'd be nice.
It'd be nice.
It'd be nice
to get 2,000.
But it did take like a long time to get up there.
But obviously, that's not a trading strategy. That's like a hopium strategy. And anytime that hope comes into your vocabulary as a trader, you're about to lose everything. So yeah, keep that out of your vocabulary and use that as a telltale that if you say the word, you should probably get out of the position. But yeah, real trading, in my opinion, is something that could be structured, done over and over again. It's very systematic. BZFD, doesn't matter if it's BZFD, doesn't matter if it says DFZB, doesn't matter the ticker, doesn't matter the news. Looking at the tape, finding over-unders, taking the short, covering the flush, that's a win. If you top-ticked it, which, nobody really does, but if you top-ticked it, 210, and then bottom here showing 170, so that is 40 cents on a $2 stock. That is 20%. 20% in how long was that? 1232 to 1236. That's like it's 20% in 5 minutes. It doesn't get much better than that. So that's pretty much what I was looking for on that one. I want to pull up Amazon because I feel like a short is coming into play here, and this is just my gut intuition telling me to short this thing. Maybe it needs to go a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get 98, just over 98, kind of scale into a short on that one. I kind of like this, double top-ish area that it's showing. You got the VWAP overhead. I said that I wanted to short this level, and then obviously I'm forgetting because I'm not, just kind of forgetting. But basically, bouncing at this level, then when finally failing, the logic is, longs are bagged. So when I say longs are bagged and I say BZFD, it's easier to be like, yeah, longs are bagged on a small cap because a lot of people who are just kind of, buying the highs, they do it on something like a $2 stock because they say to themselves, well, I can actually buy 1,000 shares of that. To buy 1,000 shares of Amazon, a little bit of a different story. But at the same time, there are still day traders and people trading positions, and there are still people, using options. Dealers want these options at 100 to expire worthless. They want the 99s to expire worthless as we go into the weekend. So, that's what I generally say. Longs are bagged. As we get back there, probably get a little bit of overhead resistance. Then you got VWAP, any programs that are sell VWAP programs, hit that around here and into VWAP. So, yeah, was good the first time, was good the second time, didn't take it. I just hope that I don't take it the third time, that it actually kills me. So, yeah, I'm going to look to get 98, 15-ish, scale into that short. Maybe it does go higher if it does get there. If it goes lower back into low a day, so be it. I'm going to have to let it go. I'm just looking at the ES and wondering, where are we on this chart? Giving a little bit of a kind of top-ish feel just above VWAP, but at the same time, the traps have been real. Dip and rip, dip and rip. Are we going to try to dip below
Tesla
VWAP
just exploded to the
make it look
side.
like the short is good, and then we go back to the upside? Sharif saying Tesla just exploded to the upside. That 155 long, man, that was the long. That was the long to be had. I'm just kind of, I mean, my calls were right. They're not making me any money because I'm not in them, but yeah, my calls are right. 155 long, now this thing actually going back to the upside. I'd imagine some resistance comes in at 160 just because the over-under 160 was really good. First level that I kind of see here is 159-ish. And then second level, I would say, okay, it's not drawing the line, but basically 160. So 159.50 to 160 kind of overhead resistance. We're $1 away from that, but it is Tesla. Anything's possible. Yesterday was Stressla, man. I was in that short.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
To the upside. It ripped my face off, and I was like, I'm done with this. I'm going for a walk. That's why it is Stressla.
I love that.
Stressla. Yeah, man, it is what it is.
All right.
What can you do? Just got to keep going, keep the chin up, and move forward.
All right, so Daryl Finch saying he's taking Probably taking short again on Shop, 47.65 to that 47.70 range. Out of it breaks VWAP. So far it's been working as I covered most at 47.35. Good stuff. Let's have a look here at Tesla. Sorry, Tesla. What am I saying? Shop. I just want to say Tesla there for some reason. Goodness gracious. That's what happens when you're on the show. Talking a lot. All right, let's have a look at Shop here. Shop, what has it done? It's up, almost half a percentage point on the day. 46.44 low, 49.08 high. Not much of a range, but it's a great short. If you took that off the bell, that's really nice. Where are you taking it to again? You said 47.65, 47.70 range. Okay, so probably taking the short again. Okay, so where are we at here? All right, so we're in that range, 47.65. Okay, so looks like we got right to that range. We topped out at that 47.72. I guess you're looking for a rejection of VWAP, which is basically what you said, which is at 47.75. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's up on the day. It really hasn't done much. What's the daily been like? We looked at this one a few days ago because it was in the news. Yeah, it's been jumping off the bottoms here. Look at that bottom back in, when was that? Geez, that was mid-October, so October lows. Yeah, we remember those days. $23 and change it got down to. 49.08 is the high today. So we haven't been at these levels for a while, not since August anyway. Anytime I zoom out, it's distorted by the split that happened, that 10-to-1 split that happened back in June. I don't know how to kind of adjust this chart for that distortion. This is the much maligned platform that I'm using here. Anyway, good little trade. I guess your idea here is to take the rejection and the retracement off VWAP, if that's what it is. I kind of agree with that trade. That's a nice little trade. I am printing here on BuzzFeed on that north side. Let's take half a position out. Nice little move to the high side. And I was too busy talking to the chat to get that top wick at 208. I miss it completely, and I have to take 10 pennies south of that. But nice little trade. And I had all these dip trades set up for that too. I'm like, okay, this looks like a bull flag with a longer period of retracement. That was my thinking on this. It's gonna break out through these levels. It's a compression pattern, and that's what these bull flags look like when they extend for long periods. That was my thinking on this, and that's why I got in long. Where did I get in long? 84. So right at the bottom end of this range here, I got long 84s, taking profit out here at 9. Where did I get? 97s. Could have had all the way up to 208s, but I was busy blabbing. Back up to 2s now. Here we're getting a little bit more. All right, so let's get some more. Let's have a profit taker waiting. Where are we going to get? Lucky number 7. We'll put it at 207. That will be the high. 205 seems to be. There we go. We get the print, baby. We drop the cash. Good day so far on BuzzFeed. Printing to the high side. Got a little bit left.
Yeah, it's. I'm just taking the short again. Same kind of plan. If it does rip higher, then I'll just basically punch out of the full position. But yeah, it's we'll see if it wants to flush back to the downside. So not really too worried. Paid me the first time, paid me the second time, pay me the third time.
Pay the
and
man.
It's funny because as Sharif is basically in this long, and like I'm taking profits. I was like, and I am starting shorts, baby. So let's see what happens.
Attaboy.
Round 2 of both of us getting paid.
How good was that?
Yeah, exactly, man. Let's see where this goes. There was something else that I wanted to touch upon, but I totally forgot. Maybe it was somebody in the chat. Hey, Roastal Money. No, GFI.
Same, got my lunch money going to eat.
Dogecoin, Dodge Cult member saying, stop playing with those 1-minute charts. Laugh out loud. So
hey, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. I mean,
well, there's
a time and place.
There's
for
a time
everything.
and place. The thing is there's a time and place for everything.
Yeah.
So basically, what I mean by that is, you want to make sure that. As a scalper for myself, as an example, I'm a scalper. I'm basically looking at these levels, and I'm basically, watching the 1 minute. It's all the same information. It is all the same information that I'm looking at. I understand that, and I basically react to moves, and I look for 30-cent moves, 50-cent moves that I can capture. 1 minute is basically showing me the same thing as a 5 minute. Like 5 minutes, the same information, and then no, this is not. I don't want to be long here. This is the same information, 1 minute, 5 minutes.
I'm just messing your scalping.
Yeah, exactly.
Caveat.
But it's a great question because there's other people that don't know trading. So when I see these comments, I'm like, I talk to you, but I talk to everybody. So I think that's where there's value. When you're looking at these charts, 5 minute and 1 minute, it's showing the same information. But obviously, understand how to digest what you're looking at. The reason why it's called when in doubt, zoom out. You ask yourself, well, where are the levels? and you kind of look at this and you say to yourself, okay, well, you know, maybe the level is like right up here. That's 2 to 220. And then you watch the tape, you look at it, whether you're looking at the 1 minute, whether you're looking at the 5 minute, you know, it's going to do whatever it wants to do. That's why it gave you over-unders, over-unders, over-unders. But again, me and Neil talking about this, saying, why is it not actually flushing? Maybe that's a little bit of a sign as to, oh, it's not done yet, right? So I basically short, cover, short, cover, short, cover, and then now short, 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 and then stopped out. So now I'm like losing on the last trade. So again, it doesn't really matter if I look at the 1, you know, if I look at the 5, I'm basically looking at the same thing. It's based on the daily level. That is like the max level of like, I like this kind of level for shorts. It was good. I recycle it until it goes bad. Now that 222 was the high, I was actually the top punch out of the high. I don't really know how high this is going to go, but I kind of feel like another fade is coming. So I'm not going to be shy to short this again. I'm just going to wait for that kind of reaction around 2. Maybe take, let me take a little bit short here again. And then, I'll scale into this one as, again, if we can break 222 to the upside. For another over-under, I would love to see, you know, 222 break to the upside, 227 high, flush back down, and then be back in the 2s, and if not lower, that'd be awesome. But we'll see what happens on that one. Yeah, use whatever works for you. So I see Derek in the chat saying, I use 2-minute charts for scalping, and then sometimes 5-minute charts. Whatever makes the most sense to you, right? Works, and then understand that if you want to kind of grow as a trader and become like, you know, I want to go for the bigger moves, I'm going to move more size, I'm going to try to, you know, understand where the bigger institutional levels, you know, you have to then zoom out and look at like the 10, the 15, then the hourly. You know, eventually if you start moving millions and billions of dollars, which is like, you know, we're getting way ahead of ourselves here as day traders, but, you know, you're looking at daily levels and you're holding and you're taking big bets there, right? So, you know, in the short term, you're kind of looking for these scalp trade opportunities. You know, I love trading because there's just so much creativity that you can apply to the game. As long as you have discipline, you can kind of grow your strategy, you know, find repeatable events that you can just do and make money on over and over again. So yeah, as myself, as a kind of scalper, I'm basically, you know, finding where can I make 20, 30 cents and do it over and over again, repeat that strategy and, you know, move on from there. So yeah, life is good right now. The short's looking pretty good for the time being. Probably not going to get the rest of the size, which is okay. You know, maybe we get a flush back down. If we break 2, I'm going to cover the rest of that.
All right, Renata Haddad wants to know if Microsoft looks good as a short here. So basically what we're looking at is we're looking at a 246.06 high. So for all intents and purposes, 246. We're right now at 244.5. All right, 43s. We're above VWAP and we're retracing into VWAP. We have basically a higher high over this high, but kind of almost a double top here. Yeah, being reasonable, we have, for all intents and purposes, a double top, about a 25%, 25 penny range between the top of here and top of there. It's hard to see if this is a good short. I mean, you know how Renata watches the show often. I always see her in the chat. You know how I like to do? I like to take these short below VWAP. I probably wouldn't pop short here. I'd also keep an eye on the ES to see what the ES is up to. Obviously, this one had bad earnings, and then, you know, it kind of retraced. Yesterday, getting everything bought up. It looks good. I mean, we have at 245.77 high here, and then we're back like now into 31. So $1.50 move off this peak here. So look for, personally, I would say look for a break of VWAP and then maybe a continuing market move. But I wouldn't punch short in here. But again, that's your trade. You see that. I may not be able to see it. You heard Luca and I taking completely different trades, one to the north and one to the south side. But we'll talk about that and more when we get back from Brenda, who's at the big desk, with the energy update.
Hey guys, positive day for crude oil, positive day for a lot of energy stocks overall. We are seeing a bounce back after a big move to the downside in natural gas yesterday. All the comments, all the analyst notes on the natural gas market pointing to forecasts of a warmer winter throughout the Northwest, specifically the reason for the big move to the downside that we've seen for most of the year, really, in natural gas. But as far as crude is concerned, we are green right across the board so far today for these markets, 1.6% right now for crude oil back to the upside. That GDP data this morning also helping, pointing to better than expected growth for the economy, meaning more people may be out and about needing more fuel. So nice bounce off that 81, once again, that last time down. Big volume came in back to the upside after that sell-off we had initially this morning, guys.
It's not intensive purposes, it's intense and purposes. Thank you for correcting me in that chat. I didn't say intensive purposes, I know what the difference is. but always nice when people hear you accurately. Kidding, of course, tongue in cheek. Guys, we're completely out of this BZFD trade. BuzzFeed, we're done with this one. First out, we got long 184s. We took some out 96s and again 07s, and then almost top wick here at 18s. But I'm done with this trade. Because, you know, I don't want to overstay my welcome. Where I am looking at now, though, is this cause M. This one is curling up and it's creating higher highs. I feel a little silly for not punching in 7 there and giving it at least 10 pennies of room because it didn't retrace down below 690. So if you gave it 10, 11 pennies, you were golden. Then it moved up into that 720 area, kind of 715 at the moment. But you know, yesterday's high, let's see what yesterday's high was, Luca. It was very close to where we're at now, 735. So we should be expecting maybe some resistance coming in at that 735, 730 area. We're 10 pennies away from that on our high. Let's zoom out a little bit more. What does the half-an-hour chart show us? Okay, so we're at most recent highs here. Where were we above? Okay, so we got to go back all the way to December 20th. The high there, or like the interesting area of resistance, I'm going to say, is going to be that $8 area. A lot of action through that $8 area. Let's go ahead and put a line, a trend line right there. And then the tops of these peaks here are going to also be an interesting area of resistance. And surprise, surprise, it's that $9 level. That whole dollar level strikes again. So we're going to say 8 and 9 are, you know, areas of resistance. We probably knew that already, being that they are whole dollars. We do tend to have psychological support around that level. So, what's my plan on this? I really don't know. It looks like a flat top breakout. It looks like I should be punching long here for a ride, maybe into that 7.5. But I don't know. Something else I see. It could be a possible double top, especially if we break south of that 690 area, right? And then we'll have a new low and 2 peaks, hence double top. So, not sure how to play this one, but I know there's a lot of action. The volume's picking up on it. Where's the volume at with COSM here? Let me just look real quick. COSM doesn't show me on this chart, which is kind of poopy. Today, 4.75 million shares, so not the greatest. Typically, it does about 15 million shares a day. So the RVOL is not really there on that. That kind of detracts me a little bit from getting into it. But to be honest with you, the majority of the volume just started coming in now.
Yeah, guys, BZFD just going for that little bit of a high a day again, pushing over. So stop myself out on the size that I had, kind of punch right back in. Hopefully this flush now actually goes below 2. So we didn't go below 2 over there. I got a little bit of covers at the 1 area, then kind of punching out the highs again, and then just getting back into that short. So now 217 short. We'll see where this one wants to go. I really do want to see it break, 2 to the downside. That would be awesome, man. That would be awesome in that one. So we'll see if that one wants to come to fruition. I just want to cover my XOM trade from before that I was in that I did cover. This one I covered for break even, so I was essentially short 64 average. And I was looking at it at the time and I saw this and I was like, okay, I could probably, break even on it. So we'll see what happens. It actually did flush eventually to the 50. So I took it off. Basically taking the break even, flushed a little bit more. I saw it at the 50s and I was like, oh man, why didn't I just bid like 55s and try to make some money on it? But we're higher now. The trade is dead for myself. I shouldn't have even been in that trade anymore. So kind of happy that I did get my money back. Patience sometimes gives you your money back. So yeah, really, really good with that one. Honey Badger saying BBBY news. Let's have a look at BBBY.
Oh, yeah?
Well, no, I mean, I don't know yet. But let's have a look at BBBY to see if there's any. No, basically dead.
What?
I mean, maybe there is news, but again, look at the stock price. Look what it's doing. If there is a substantial move, then, like something substantial, maybe a trade to be had there. If it's not really moving, not really doing anything, then, there's nothing and it's just not really that exciting. Something notable on Meta is this little bit of a top that it's creating over here.
I'm noticing that.
It's, for whatever reason, it's stalling at like just below 147. So I'm almost wondering, like 147 is a new recent high, and I'm almost wondering, is that a good area to short? So we're obviously very far away from it now. I wish I saw it from before. But if we do get back there, that is a level that I will be watching. I'm gonna throw an order out to I would love for this to break 147. Like go back up, break 147, and then kind of give another flush back down. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. Someone's saying BuzzFeed is a gold mine right now. It's a scalper's paradise, man. This thing is filling up and down, lots of trades there. Best of luck if you're trading it. Hopefully you're doing well on it. It's awesome for sure. Is the market tank too much to ask? Small Ben. You know what? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it could be a trap. Like in the past, it's just been traps over and over and over again. So I just feel like you know this is telling me that the long is probably not going to be wrong. But I'm not going to try to anticipate. I'm not going to take a trade on it. But, you know, if you gun to my head, I would almost say, like, this could be another potential trap. Like, it's going down, quickly retracing. It's going down. It's breaking the low again. It's breaking the low again and then ripping back up again. So, yeah, if this, you know, what is this? A little bit of a trap, trying to entice shorts. You know, we're going to go down and then we just rip back to the upside. That's kind of the feel that I'm getting, but I just don't know if that's the absolute correct feel on that one. Yeah, BuzzFeed back up again. It is a gold mine for those who are trading it well, I'll say that much. Let's see if it wants to break the high again, what it wants to do here. If this goes through 220, I'm just going to watch this. Like, if it goes higher, maybe I'll just punch out and then, yeah, so, you know, that's the thing. It's always doing over-under, so why would I should be taking more size here. Yeah, we're going to see what happens. I mean, this is another high. This is another high and then flush back down. But it's not giving the flush that I want to see. I don't know why. But I'm sticking to it. If it doesn't break 230 to the upside, I'm gonna hold on to this and see if we can get a flush into this line over here. You know, $1.93, sort of holding trend on the 1 minute. You know, it doesn't matter how you cut it, but obviously 5-minute trend. You know, this thing could really come down. But holding short-term trend on the 1 minute. So even if it does fade back to the downside, I do have to respect the fact that it bounced off trend, went to the upside, could come back down, hold trend again. So that kind of below $2 is the sweet spot for my cover on this trade for the scalp. But yeah, if it doesn't go over 230, I'm not going to cover, and then I will cover below 2 there.
All right.
We'll see what happens.
Let's have a look at the like count, Luca. We're at 2,000 likes, but we've got 4,824 watching. Guys, let's smash that like button. In case you guys missed it, but a couple of weeks ago, Luca and I held a challenge with respect to likes. We said if we got over 7,500 likes, I dress up as Big Bird, he dress up as a Cookie Monster, and we trade for 3 hours in those costumes. We're going to be men of our words. We're definitely going to do that. You hear him giggling because we actually have to follow through with it. Ended up getting 8,300 likes that day, guys. A record for the show. And we couldn't be more pleased to be a part of that. Obviously, that all has to do with you guys. You guys are what make or break this channel. In case you guys don't know, in order to engage with us in the chat, to ask us about stocks or ask us about general market trends, you got to be a subscriber. So make sure to hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and share it with your friends and family. I know that I do. I send to my friends all the time, and they probably had enough of me sending it to them. But you know, keep going out there, because the more that you guys, the more that we grow, the more that we get good feedback from you guys, obviously the more we reinvest in the show, and you guys stand to benefit from that because the content will be better. So smash that like button, please, guys. We're at 2,100 likes. We just got 100 likes since I started talking about this. Let's get that up to at least 2,300, guys. A measly 2,300. We got 8,300 for that little gimmick that we're gonna do. So let's get that like count up, and let's get it going, baby. All right. So I got into a long here on Cause M because I was just kind of sick of waiting. I'm thinking, you know, this is gonna skyrocket up, and if it doesn't, well, I have a game plan. So I'm long at 13s. We're seeing 13 now on the ask, 11 on the bid, so I'm a couple of pennies out of the money. I've got another dip trade here set up right in front of that 7. Should it want to test 7, I want to be part of that dip trade. So I've got something sitting here at 701s. Otherwise, if it doesn't make it down there, I've got my scalp for the first piece out, the first leg of the profit taker at 23. So that would be a 10-penny winner should it make its way up there. Cause M up 8% on the day now. So that's my trade. That's the only one that I've got at the moment on, but I'm watching multiple others. Let me just double click that so I can have a look. You heard Luca talking about BuzzFeed. That is now at 219. High of the day is 225. That one looks like it wants to go. I'm not sure what's going on there. Kala, though, we had that nice long through Kala. Let me go. Let's just get rid of this here. Let's close that. We had that nice long on Kala, and then look at this. Big retracement down, but holding above VWAP. Actually, VWAP on this chart, it's bouncing off it exactly, actually. Have a look here. This is the 3-minute chart. We get a nice bounce off that 1906 area, and then we're back into the 19.5. it's obviously very spready, and you're going to have to cross by a bit in order to get filled. That's kind of what happened to me up here. But holding VWAP, so more bullish, up 25% on the day. I don't want to short this yet. Definitely not looking to short it. But if I will short it is when it starts breaking down below VWAP, moving sideways, and showing me that inclination that it wants to head to the south side, at which point I won't have a bias. I'll just take it short. But right now, it's still showing me a propensity to head to the high side, so not going to fight that one off. But let's see what that cause M has brought us. I think I just got, okay, I got filled. All right, so we had a big wick up through 24s. I get filled at 23s, so I've got a bit of the position left, so profitable trade so far. Where do we go next? Let's set up another profit taker here for this many shares, and let's put it through 33s, because why not? What's life without whimsy? Now, what do I do here if it goes against me? Do I let it fill that 7? Because I got that dip trade still set at 7, and I want to be a part of that because it's going to give me a way better cost basis. Or has it made its move here, wicking up, and then it's going to flush down? No, I think that we're more inclined to head to the north side on this one. So I'm going to leave my 7 dip trade hanging out just as it is, and if it gets filled, great. But where am I wrong? I want to say I'm wrong through the break of 690. There's the trough here. If we make a newer low, I don't want to be part of that because we may be breaking VWAP and heading south. That's the problem with this one, though, is that it is kind of extended away from VWAP. Okay, so we just crossed here, and I didn't get my fill. I guess there was no liquidity. There we go. We're back down into 703, 702. I still haven't gotten filled yet. I really want to see how this acts around 7. Does it hold 7, or does it collapse below? In either case, I should have my resting out here at 6. Let's go 92s, and then we'll cover, 692, and then basically we'll cover everything at 688 in case it really gets going there, and that will be for this many shares. So let's see what this one does. Profitable on it, but now it's kind of retraced, I want to say 10 pennies below my entry, and hasn't filled me on my dip. So this one a bit tricky. Let's continue to watch it. It hasn't broken any major levels at the moment. Pardon me? Yeah. All right. It hasn't broken any major levels, so I'll continue to watch, and we'll see how this one ends up panning out, Luca.
Yeah, guys. Great question in the chat coming. What? Oh yeah. Okay. Great question in the chat here coming through, and I might have just lost it. By Matt Carnes saying, Luca, how do the bonds of that company? Sorry, let me just rephrase the question. I'll paraphrase it. How do the bonds of a company affect the price? The question is, is the bond, okay, here we go. Like if the bonds drop, should the value of the company rise? So the answer is, as soon as stock is issued or bonds are issued, they then free float on the secondary market. And so the secondary market is where buyers and sellers come and trade those bonds. So there's a difference between, enterprise value and obviously, market value, what the market thinks that the company is actually worth. Bonds are basically what, can the company pay its interest? This is like, they loan and say, we'll give you back all the money. A lot of boring stuff. You can basically Google it. I'm not going to get into it. But essentially, the prices are free floating. You would think that, yes, in theory, things move in tandem. And if a company says that they can no longer pay their debts, then you'll see it in the bond prices. You'll see it in the stock price. They kind of should coincide and move together. But for the most part, it is a free floating market. The market price is when anybody's willing to pay for it. So to simplify that, I'll say real estate, you're selling a house. What's it worth? Well, it's worth what anybody's willing to buy it. If there's no buyers, it's worth nothing, right? So, you could obviously yield cash flow by renting it out. But for the most part, no. So just a heads up, BuzzFeed is pumping to the north side. Is that the final move up? This thing, every time this thing makes a high, it instantly flushes back to the downside. So I don't know. I'm still in my short. I mean, I'm looking to add to this short now because, every single time it pops, it drops, but it never actually gives the final fail. I just feel like it's looking for that final exit of like a pop and then super drop, at which point it's just going to go down to like 183. So, let's see what happens on this one. I'm basically waiting, if it goes up, I'm going to try to get some more of this, and, let's see how this one wants to react. Super exciting. It's moving around. This thing's a gold mine to anybody scalping it. Best of luck if you are. Every single time it makes a new high, it comes back down. That's basically what I'm seeing. So, I'm just waiting to see. Does this want to break 230 to the upside and then go back down? We'll see right now.
Renata Haddad, shout out to you because you were asking me above VWAP if Microsoft was a short. It definitely is. Look at this, flushing now. 243.49 is where we're at. Nice little short there. I think you had that from the mid 40s, so good on you for that print. The market trending a little bit down. Well, it looks like Microsoft is relatively weak here relative to the others. Also, Meta now coming off its highs and printing 145.83 after making a 146.83 top. Obviously, it's above VWAP and strong on the day, but the chart pattern looks like it's headed to the sell side anyway. Yeah, so look, keeping an eye on Microsoft here for a nice little continuation down. It had a nice retracement on to VWAP after initially breaking it, but then we have that leg down that it's continuing on at the moment. Brendo sending in the work chat that WISA, it has a reverse split at the moment, WISA. This is a very expensive 12-penny stock here, and it just made a big boy flush off that 14.25. Now we're testing 12s. Can 12s break here? This is beautiful. This is a bear flag if I've ever seen one. Big move down, 2-minute retracement, and continuation with a big move down. So nice little pattern here, very tradable pattern, very tradable momentum pattern going on. Looks at that 12 broke. This one's heading to the sell side. We saw back, I think like October-ish, was it October-ish, early December-ish, that the reverse splits was like all the rave, just like the biotech stocks are right now. It seems to be like these things come in spurts and waves, and there's like all these like, you know, consistencies between some of these small cappers that we see continuously. So, yeah, WISA making a move, and the market also kind of hanging out sideways, guys, at that 40.50, give or take. BuzzFeed, you heard Luca talking about that one. That one is flying to the high side. $2.44 is the high on that. It's printing 40s and 41s at the moment. It's a continuation upward, now up 150% on the day. Yeah, we talked about this one earlier about its flow being a little bit bigger. So, you know, don't expect too much of a move, but it's had some nice steady state moves up to the high side, Luca.
Oh, yeah, man. I am basically looking at this too. I mean, it's a pretty strong move to the upside, so I'm kind of getting cheeky with the shorts that I'm taking here, but we're going to see what happens next. I feel like 240 hidden buyer here. If that eventually fills, now I do have a 233 average on this, so pretty basically 10 cents out of the money. I think we eventually flush back down. You know, target area, you know, below 2 is just not going to happen anymore. But yeah, let's see what happens around this 250 level. Giving myself room for one more over-under at 250. If it keeps going to the upside, probably just going to reconvene and get out of that trade, chalk it up to a loser and move on. So we'll see what happens with that one over there. I'm looking at all the orders that I have outstanding here, and like nothing is filling. So like Tesla, oh yeah, I forgot this doesn't do that. Tesla 159-ish short is what I'm looking for. So like, yeah, just in this general area, we didn't get there. We turned around at like 158.50. So yeah, no luck on those shorts over there, but my orders are still out there just waiting for the fill. Amazon, I keep going to that one. That's not the one. Amazon, I am looking for, what am I looking for here? 98 short, which is, yeah, that didn't come to fruit. Maybe that one actually comes in and fills there. But yeah, for the time being, no. And Apple, the dip buy closer to 142. It's just chopping, not really doing anything. So it's just kind of, I mean, like this is too close to VWAP for myself to justify the long. And then, you know, I want it down here for like the flush dip buy and move. So I'm sort of waiting for like this trap move where we flush lower, get the long, go back up. You know, that would be the move on the market, and it would coincide with the move on, you know, whether Apple, Amazon, you know, that's kind of the setup there. But it's just not happening. It's just very, very tight to VWAP. So when things are like this, I'm just kind of, you know, chilling, looking at other things. That's why BZFD, this is, you know, kind of exciting right now. Moving to the north side, you know, lots of opportunity on both sides. The long was not wrong. You know, abort the short, but here I am kind of short. Somebody saying Luca is XOM a good short right now. I was short in
that short earlier.
I was in the short from before. I let it go for break even. I built into it, and then I just didn't like it anymore, and I let it go. I mean, it's up now. It's just floating. That's the thing. When it was here, I wanted it to like go up and then down. It didn't. It just kind of floated. And so now it's just kind of like in float territory. I would say, you know, it's maybe 170. Where is it? It did break 117, and I said, you know, worst case scenario, 117.20. Luckily, I got out for the break even. You know, maybe I should have short that over there into the 15s and then kind of cover back down. But yeah, I just kind of missed it. Yeah, not really on my game right now, but all good, man. Just basically waiting for BZFD, like what's going to happen here. Is this going to kind of over under 250 flush? That could be exciting. Every single high has been kind of faded until it isn't, and then it kind of holds up here. So yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. Brad saying, yes, I'm a bag holder. Hopefully you're bag holding stuff that's in the money for you. And yeah, hopefully, yeah, somebody's saying BZFD is going to 10 IPO price. Hopefully not right now, man. Hopefully it just quickly goes down. I get out of the short, and then when I'm out, you know, maybe I'll flip long, and then this can go to 10, and then it'll be a lot of fun there. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. You know, guys.
Did you ever subscribe to BuzzFeed? Did you ever use them? I mean, I was never a big user of them either. I heard of them here and there, but like I didn't know too much about them. It looks like Facebook, in case you're wondering why this is moving up, Facebook Meta is using them for content creation for their Facebook and their Instagram platforms. And then we saw another headline come out later in the day saying that BuzzFeed was going to use ChatGPT for their content creation, which Luca, I mean, rightly so, says, you know, that's kind of bearish. But it looks like the market's hyped up about anything ChatGPT related. So you throw in that headline, and there goes kaboom, the stock, because, you know, the stock was already up on the Meta news, but it went up even further based on this most latest news, the ChatGPT. At least that's what we're assuming. That's what we're positing, guys. All right. So yes, Pratt is still a thing. Let's talk with B. He's right in front of me, and he's killing it. And he's in our ear talking smack all the time. So shout out to Pradley Beal.
Oh, that's not Prad.
Oh, that's not Prad?
Oh, yeah.
That's Fahad.
That's why I did this. I was like, yeah, buddy. And then Fahad looks back, and he's like, bro, I'm not Prad. I was like, oh, damn.
My bad. Yeah, because I can't see you guys through the monitors. All right, guys. Luca's got a better view of both Brendo and the production team than I do.
I got the best seats
you got
in the
the
house.
setup, man. Yeah, I know. And you wanted this area, too. You're like, no, everything's backwards.
I like it's backwards to what I'm used to, but I'm getting more comfortable with it. And that keyboard, too. This keyboard is, like, raised, guys. I don't want to complain about the same thing. It's raised, and I'm like trying to I'm like, oh, where's my keys? I covered
I remember you didn't like Prad's keyboard because the top left key was not the escape key, and that's my thinking too. Like anytime I want to bail out of a position, I'm smashing that escape key, and you want that to be the top left one on Prad's keyboard with some other function key. Not that you guys care. Let's get back to trading. BZFD near days highs. This one's moving. I'm still holding COSM. My average is 705 on that. We're printing 04s here on the ask. It doesn't look good though. It looks like it's going to break down below 7. My only saving grace here is that it really has resisted the breakdown of 7. When it's broken down, it's quickly retraced upwards. So that, I don't know, at least to me, it feels like the buyers are going to win this battle, at least for the moment. I just don't want to get shaken out. Probably the break of the low here, this little wick here will be my out.
There's
93s. What's going on? BuzzFeed retracing.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I mean, eventually, I feel like eventually this is going to fade. It's going to flood. There it is. Okay, sick. So let me see if I can get some. I want to be very patient with this because if it actually does fade to the downside, you know, I got the position now. I might as well try to hold it for actually the move back down. 211's target for best target on this. You know, Ken 21's print. I just feel like 230s was like that kind of level where I was like, oh, if I'm short, maybe this is my stop out level. So maybe you still do get some bids that come in of people who are stuck trying to get out at that 230 level. But yeah, if 230 to the downside breaks right now, my average being 233, which isn't bad. If we break to the downside, I feel like we flash down the same way we flashed down before. So yeah, super important to have bids out because we could flash down and flash back up. So when you think those types of swipes are coming, whether you're in position or not, just understand when to have orders sitting and, you know, when it's like less important. You know, I'm obviously waiting for like Apple, Amazon, Tesla, so I'm sitting there waiting to get those fills. But for the most part, if I'm watching it, I don't necessarily need to, I don't expect swipes like as much as, you know, on something like this, which could easily swipe. So let's see if this thing wants to continue to fade or if it wants to go back up. I was just kind of watching this consolidation over 250, and, you know, I'm like, I would not be surprised if we go back up, break 250, then actually flush. So I am factoring that into a possibility. My expectations are managed for this one. But, yeah, I do want to see the 230 break right now, make my life easy. You know, I went through the pain, show me the gain, give me the money. I want to cover that at 211 at the, I don't even know what line this is, but it was respecting it. So let's respect that line. 211s is best cover for myself. I'm trying to get 21s and 12s over there. So we'll see what happens. Thank you so much for the super chat. Breakout trade. Please give me money, buy new laptop, please. I hope the market blesses you with everything that you need to accomplish all the goals that you hope to accomplish. Best of luck. Stay disciplined. Good things will happen. Chin up all the time. I will remind you that every single day if you ask me. GE saying, Luca, thoughts on PDD at high of day overextended? Let's have a look here, PDD, where this is. My first kind of thought on this thing is, you know, it's not really, I like high of days when they kind of go up, go back down, run up very fast, very parabolically, and then make the high, do the volume, and then reverse back down. This, my first gut instinct is like, this is holding trend. This is showing you that it's like a very nice slow trend. The dips have been bought, so kind of dip down, VWAP buy, those were good. Dipping down, holding whatever moving average this is, riding it all the way up, dipping down into the kind of longer term moving average over there, finally bouncing back to the high of the day. I don't necessarily see a short on this thing, nor do I want to take this long at the high of day. Maybe there was, I mean, you know, hindsight 2020, the dip buys were good. I missed the fills on BZFD. Oh, man, okay, whatever, is what it is. But yeah, nothing really here. You know, maybe it eventually goes for a 104, but we are in the time of day where things are floating. Things will pick up, you know, in the next half an hour to an hour, so obviously stay tuned. You know, that's when volume is going to come back into the market, and Sean and Neil are going to come at you with that fire. But very quickly, I want to go back BZFD just to see where this is, because this thing, I was like, yeah, please just go down and then make my life easy. It goes down 1 cent and then says, wait a second, I heard what you said. Let's make life a little more difficult. So I feel like more pain to come for this one. But yeah, let's see if that over under 250 comes to fruition. You know, if this thing blows through 250, goes to 260, I'm just going to take the L on that. That'll be a 30-cent loser. But yeah, hopefully it you know, goes back down, makes a little bit of a low. I just don't like what I'm seeing right now. The long is not wrong. Part of me is telling me to abort the short, but I'm going to stick to the levels that I have and see where we go on that one. Rama saying Cala to the moon. You got any Cala trades going there? Maybe a squeeze going on?
Yeah, no, we watched that one earlier. Here's Cala right here. Nice rejection off VWAP. VWAP here is a little bit lower on the other charts, basically hugging this area here, 1906. Bouncing beautifully to that 2080, but the spread is still 20 pennies on this, and the volume is quite suspect, even though it is up 31% on the day. We've only done a little less than 2 million shares, so liquidity has been an issue. And even when I covered, when I took my profit takers out here, it was having to cross by like 20 pennies before I was getting filled. All right, I'll update you on the trade I'm in now. I'm in Google. And the reason I'm in Google is I feel like there's a bit of an accumulation here above VWAP for like a flat top break. I've got you know, my profit taker sitting here at 86s or 87s for a 10 penny scalp, but I'm in a full position on this one. I like what I see on the market as well. It looks like, what's going on here? I like what I see on the market as well. We're kind of in that range, but we're looking like we want to break out of it a little bit. 40, 53, 75 is where we're at. That top that we made, you know, most recently is at 40, 55, say 75 or so. So if we can break above that, I've got a trend line here that says 40, 56. Not sure where I brought that one from. But anyway, if we can continue to make newer highs, I think we'll have a decent little trend on the market. I just want to kind of participate early in it. And I don't see too much downside with this Google trade because the range on this is already limited as it is. You know, Google doesn't typically move as aggressively as some of these other big cap stocks that we trade, like Tesla, Amazon, Meta, whatever. So that's where I'm long at now. It's kind of retracing against me. Where am I long 78s, printing 75. So 3 pennies out of the money, nothing really to write home about. We'll continue to watch that. Abby Sheikh, SIE, wants to know if AMD looked good for a long around 74.30 level. Okay, so let's have a look at AMD here. Looks like the small caps. All right, WISA, AMD, 74.30 for a long. All right, where are we at with AMD? This is the 3-minute chart. All right, so what you're looking at 74.30, I'm assuming, because it's the low of day. 74.28 is the low of day, and I'm assuming you're looking for a key area of support in and around that area. Not a bad trade. I just don't like going against the trend. I mean, and if the trend is heading to the south side, and it has been the majority of the day, it's been below VWAP since the bell. I mean, I just don't want to make myself feel like I know how to pick bottoms, because I don't, and the past proves that. So I want to go with the trend. I want to participate, not anticipate, but that's just my modus operandi. You can do it in the way that you want. But obviously, if you're looking from a technical analysis perspective, you may encounter some buying around there because it is a low of day, and theoretically there should be an area of support. So hope that helps. Back to the Google trade now, looking like we're still hovering in and around that area. I'm looking for an 87 break in order to scalp a little bit out. Brendo sending in the chat, CRM, rumors on board changes coming. Let's have a look at CRM stock. Are we getting any movement on that? CrowdStrike, what is CrowdStrike up to? All right, so we get an obvious move initially. Look at that candle. We bounced from 160 all the way up to 163.83, and then we have an immediate retracement south. Let's get a more micro view. Let's switch to the 1 minute chart on this. Yeah, likewise. Look how quickly that candle went up and went down. These are all algo related moves. The algos are able to read. Maybe algos and AI. Who knows who's doing the reading and the acting now, but they do all that stuff way quicker than a human can do it, and they react, and they can trigger orders in a far less shorter period than we can, and therefore you see trades like this. You're like, who could have gotten in and out so quickly? So yeah, nice little move. We'll keep our eye out on CRM and see what that one does, Luca.
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. Finally getting that BZFD flush, which is pretty nice. So kind of held on to that one. Went through the pain. I actually finally loaded a chart here. So I'm like, I need to load this chart because it doesn't look bad. And I want to show this because it's one thing, talking about it over here, but it's another thing like when I see it myself and I go, oh yeah, that looks amazing. So yeah, coming back into this 215 level. So I like this line a lot better. It's more closely aligned with what I'm used to seeing. So, this is the sweet spot. I do think we do get a flush to 2. If we break 2, the fact that we didn't before, so short here, cover, 2. The fact that we didn't break 2 to the downside, I feel like if we break 2 to the downside, we're going to instantly flush to VWAP of 175. That's kind of my gut intuition of what it's telling me. But again, I am already short. I'm not considering slamming the 2 levels short. Basically covered the first portion of the trade in and around the 20s. Now going for the 50 period average out, the 2 average, and then the below 2 covers. Hopefully this just keeps going to the downside. It's obviously still at trend. So you do have to respect the fact that, it's one thing to say I'm a mean reversion trader. I'm going to short and then cover back into trend. I'm going to short and then cover when it goes into trend. But at the same time, I feel like holding here for a 2 test is the right idea. I feel like we are going to get a secondary leg down. And there we go. Okay, so there we're actually getting the flush down. Let me just get, I don't know why I don't know.
CRM is Salesforce, by the way, guys. I know I said CrowdStrike. Obviously, it was a bit of a wake-up moment. But, yeah, CRM, Salesforce. Go ahead, Luca.
No. We're getting the flush. So, again, it's important to have, so for me, I'm short. I'm like, I need to have my bids out. Because it could flush down and then go back up. So that's why I was just doing that. I was like, what's going on here? But no, my bids are lower. I just forgot about that. Okay, we're good. So yeah, basically having the bids out, super important, because if you get the swipes down, you actually get the fills. Then if it goes back, you're not worried, right? So this is not a scenario where you want to be greedy, because it could literally swipe down. You could have a 20-cent winner, and then it could reverse the whole 20 cents instantly. So yeah, super important to provide liquidity, sit on the book, be patient, understand when and when not to have that kind of ideology to it. Just a heads up, I am now short Amazon. I just noticed that as well coming in. So we are now going into the 98s. I'm basically looking to short this into this level. Pretty strong up move. If it keeps going, I might just punch out of this one.
All right, we just printed here on Google, and we're looking to print some more as the market move into the upside, testing that level we were talking about. We get another fill on Google. We'll drop some cash on that one. There we go. Now we're going to test 97s. 97s now is in our line of sight. As we make that big boy move up, you see Microsoft moving, Apple's moving off that news. Google obviously is moving. Meta, a bit more muted. It had a big boy move up already, so it's not going to really have as much legs as the other bunch. Amazon even finding a bit of a move up, even though it's below VWAP at the moment at 98.20, but we get a nice little move on Goog, and now we're looking to take some more out in the face of, there we go, so we'll take another piece out there, baby. 97's right in our sights now. We get some out at 99s. We want to have some more ready here. Should it break, let's wait at 07s to see if we can print through that 97. Lucky number 7. I always like to do that. What's life without whimsy, though, guys? If I don't do weird stuff, I mean, it's just, what's the point of being, a free autonomous creature? At least that's how I see it. All right, so guys, right? A little bit of a rant into my psyche there, guys.
When you're going, I'm just like, you guys can't see, but I'm just like,
what is this guy saying? What is he yapping on about? That's probably what you're thinking.
I love it, man. Keep it coming.
All
man.
right,
Keep
guys, we're waiting for that 97 break. Yeah, we're waiting. So there's some size there.
Shorting this
like Luca is gonna short the pop. I mean, true to form, those are his setups. I'm just gonna go with the trend, but He's got a nose for it, man. I'm long, yeah, it's cool. I'm long Google. I'm not long Amazon.
Yeah.
Amazon's completely different and weaker than Google.
I was talking about the trapping the bears and then the up move, and here I am shorting Amazon. Go figure. It is what it is. It's more so me respecting the level, and I think there's a chance that we actually flush back to 98.10s, 98s. Whether the move continues to the upside is not really my concern. I'm going for like 10, 20 cents here. So yeah, take the trades that I take. Again, guys, if you're tuning into the show for the first time, my name's Luca, Scalp Demon. I go for 10 cents, 20 cents, and I find those 100 times a day. That's basically my forte. And I just try to recycle over and over again. So, if you see me in a trade, you might be like, oh, that's a great trade, or oh, that's a bad trade, it's going to go up. Like, I don't care. If Amazon continues to go up, I'm just going to get out for a loser. And if it goes back down, I'm going to cover it for the winner that it gives me. So money across the board, man. Someone going laugh out loud, Luca getting wrecked. Like, no, man, I'm having a great day.
Saying these
it's so funny because, like, sometimes, like, guys, I'm not, when I lose, everybody that's been watching, when I lose, I go, well, look at this, I lost here. But it's kind of funny because there's always someone that's like, haha, Luca's getting wrecked. And I was like, no, I'm having a great day. Why are you saying this today? Why not say it when I'm actually getting? Are you paying attention? Are you watching the show?
I know, pay attention.
This is BZFD. That was a sick fade, man. I'm still holding this too for the move back down. But somebody said it best in the chat. They're like, yeah, great trades in BZFD, Dan. Hopefully you had some good trades on that one as well. Somebody in the chat said it best. They're like, it is respecting the line. So again, this is why I'm covering here. So I'm basically paying myself on the respecting of this line. If then the line finally fails, the banger short is going to come to fruition. So that's why I'm holding. It's not me deviating from the plan. It's just like, the higher it goes, the more that I like the fade play back down because it actually has the opportunity there. Scalpaholic, Andy. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely there.
It's a good holic to be, though, baby.
It's better than being an alcoholic. It's, Scalpaholic is a little easier. Actually, you know what? I was going to say it's a little easier on your health, but I know. Trading and alcohol
thought that. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. All right, guys. We're still profiting through this Google long here. I'm sitting at 07s, waiting to get filled. I de-risked a little bit at 99s. I want to take some off in case I got a flush. Google's not likely to flush as much as the others. We're waiting at 07s. We're seeing 05s here come in on the ask. We're also waiting at 15s. For a little bit of a scalp there, I'm holding 35% of the position left. I'm long 78s here. So looking to, looking at least make this a 50 penny winner maybe at its top, not obviously the entire thing. But nice little move. We're seeing a nice retracement on basically all the big tech names except for Tesla. Tesla is kind of just doing nothing. Decided to stay there in that 158 range, flirting to the high side and downside, plus or minus 50 pennies or so. But the other 5 are definitely moving on whatever news. I don't know if there was news on that or it's just a general market move up. But whatever it is, we're profiting from it. We're still hanging out, though, at that 97 level on Goog. It's not really giving me that big move up through the 10s that we want, but I do want to exercise some patience on this as I let the move materialize and let the buyer step in there and move this up. I don't want to paper hand this trade or get shaken out. I'm looking at most of these charts. Most of them are to the upside. So to me, that says be patient. Let this one play out the way it's supposed to play out. Apple looks quite strong now, breaking through VWAP now 143.33. Let's bring in the side chart here for Apple. Taking VWAP now, it had been kind of flirting below that level. Microsoft as well popped up at that 245, broke 245 by a few pennies, but it's having trouble breaking through it and staying above it at the moment. Meta curling back again. How many times are we going to say this? Towards high of days, 146.83 is high of day. We're 42, so we're like 40 pennies away. Yeah, we're still a ways, but it's curling back up nonetheless. Google still Making me wait, man. Let's go, bro. I don't like waiting. The market topping out at that 40.60 for the minute, 40.58 now. We'll give this time to materialize, and maybe we'll look at some small caps in the meantime. BuzzFeed doing nothing, kind of bouncing off an interesting area of support here. Look at that retracement. I don't even know where I put this. Oh, this candle goes back to a few days ago. So that's that 212 line, that, not candle, that line, 212 line that we were looking at. It looks like it bounced off it maybe for a quick dip here, back up into that 230. But I think I've overstayed my welcome on this. I'm positive on it. I don't want to give back any money. So I'll look for some more small caps. But did I get shaken out of COSM? Oh my goodness. This is the move that I was looking for on COSM. I got shaken out of this. I knew I should have given it to VWAP, man. Why do I not listen to myself? Okay, so the idea here, you guys know we tried to get in the 690s area for COSM, and I didn't know really where to have my stop. I thought about VWAP, but I felt VWAP was a little far from where I entered, seeing that it was at like 680, and I entered like near 7, average down. So I said, no, I'm not going to put it there, and I ended up paying the price as it curling back up now. Looks like we're printing 712s here, so nice little trade that could have materialized, could have, should have, but don't have it. Anyway, small L on COSM though, but positive. Is that my only red stock? I've got 2 red stocks today, guys. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm 5 for 7. Not a shabby day, especially since I started the day off not so good. Stonkonia. I like that name.
I saw that name from before, and I forgot to mention that.
And LYTS, what do you think? You want to have a look at that?
Sorry, which one?
GLOP and LYTS. You shake one.
Sure, just a heads up, guys. So BZFD is actually ripping to the upside, breaking 50. Is this now an over? Oh my God, that's an over-under. So guys, I covered a little bit here, but I'm still holding, and I wanna, yeah, it's funny, hit the money for my losses. Thanks, Sharif.
No, I didn't hit the money. I hit the siren,
for the
bro.
siren, yeah,
I wouldn't do that, bro.
It's all good, man, because I'm still holding the last piece because it happened too fast. I actually wanted to add to the short on like a potential over-under, which is what I was talking about. Maybe I get another opportunity here, but I basically covered 38s because I'm like, this is going to happen. Let me lighten up. I can add it back and more. So we're going to see what happens with this one here. I'll get back to that question in a second. Amazon, I was basically hitting the short here. There is a buyer that's trying to buy just below VWAP. I'm essentially taking the idea that maybe this fills, but now we're actually going to the north side on this one as well. So I might consider getting out of this one, but I just feel like the fade play might be okay. But let me just give that another like 2 minutes to maybe resolve itself. Did I miss my opportunity to get some short here? Let me just get a little bit more short on this one if it wants to fill me. Okay, perfect. And yeah, Luca, no chill. No, absolutely not. Sorry, what was the question? Which one?
GLOP and LY. I'll tell you in a second. LYTS. Go to GLOP.
Yeah, sure. So let's go here because these are actually
it makes
GLOP.
it way easier.
Yeah, GLOP.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty choppy. Not a lot of volume. Like anytime you see candles that look like this, you know, it's not really super exciting. But let me pull up the daily in case there's anything that I'm missing here. Maybe it's towards the high. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is coming in towards the high. I think it's very simple. You know, that 860 level is the recent high. Then you have like the 9 level, which is pretty interesting there. Then it looks like it has a gap to fill up to like just over 10. But because there's no volume, I would just stay away from this. I would not be trading it. It's a recipe for disaster unless you have setups on it. That's kind of my first thought, just because again, no volume. You know, can't really get in and out. Not really too exciting. You know, as you're trading things, especially as a day trader, is you know you want things that are going to be moving. This is just not giving the vibe that it's moving. So yeah, I'm going to stay away from that one. And sorry, what was the other one?
And sorry, I'll tell you in 1 second. LYTS.
LYTS, sure. So LYTS. Let's have a look here at this one. Oh, this is a very, very strong. Sorry.
Is that the daily?
This is the daily, yeah. So very, very strong move to the upside. Yeah. I'm just, you know, when in doubt, zoom out. I am in doubt because I'm not really sure where this thing is. This is the first time looking at it. You know, breaking out of the highs from before. This is going back all the way to 2016, guys. 2016. You know, just to draw the obvious line there. The high being 14, finally breaking to the upside. LYTS, what company is this? LYTS.
Give me a look.
LSI Industries. This is in
LY.
Atlas Light Products. Okay, yeah, $400 million market cap. It's anytime things are making all-time highs or highs like this, I don't necessarily buy it personally with the intention to, you know, ride it all the way to 16, 17. I mean, the trend is your friend until it's not. But I do like, high of day kind of setups, or sorry, all-time high setups on like an XOM that it breaks to the upside and then I scalp it in and out. This one does have like way less volume though than an XOM. For myself, as a scalper, I will stay away from things like this because I just don't think that I can, get in and out very quickly and fluidly as easy as I can on something like an XOM. So, it's the trend is your friend until it's not. That's the kind of basic thing. It's at all-time highs. Eventually, it gives some sideways days, some pullbacks. You can potentially look at the 14 level. That was the all-time high breakout level. It goes up, it pulls back down. Does it hold that level from a technical perspective then for the continuation, or does it fall back into the range and then go back down? So those are the things that I would the two obvious things that stand out to me. I just want to go back and give you the example of, it's an all-time high. How are you trading this from like a day trade perspective? For myself, 115 is the all-time high. I think it's going to print on XOM. Long, breaks the level, cover. It's the scalp trade. Give me 50 cents. I'm very happy with that one, and I move on. So it's something that I can look at. When it's XOM, it's more A+ because XOM is definitely something that you can size up, and it is going to give you the moves. If it's like something like that, like LYTS, it's not going to do what XOM does. So as a day trader, I will do XOM. As a day trader, I will look at LYTS, and I will do nothing because I just don't really see anything really, really good on that one. Just an update on this BZFD. Where are we here now? The ad was okay. It's just not, I don't know. We're going to see what happens here. My average is pretty good. I'm basically at break even. This thing, if it, I don't know what to expect. I think if this is a double top and we actually go back down and now break trend, I'm actually going to get those two prints. So, yeah, I'm still holding some for that. Got a decent-sized position that if I do get that win, it'll be pretty nice. Amazon is actually fading and now coming back to the downside. So pretty happy with this one, man. Got an okay position on this as well. We'll see if this wants to fade through that 98.20 and then flush into like the 98.10s and the 98s. Basically going for like a 98. If I can get 98, flush into 98s, get me out of this trade, give me my 25 cents and I'll move on. I'll be pretty happy with that one. Frank Jones, nice to see you in the chat. I noticed that you don't have the green name anymore because I usually always saw you with the green name there. We need velocity. Absolutely, man. As a trader, you need velocity, and velocity is the velocity of these moves.
We got
the speed
a
of
lot
these
of
moves.
velocity on Google right now.
Yeah.
We are absolutely killing this trade to the north side on Google through the 78 long. We took all profits. Where do we take profits? Up to 08s. I'm sitting at 15s waiting for this one to get filled. The market, got other ideas. So does Google. How much do I let this one go against me? I've got 15% of the position remaining. I'm going to say I'm going to let it go all the way to break even. It's 15%. I want to let it ride. Where's my in? 78. So let's go ahead and put a stop right now. 96.78. I put 69. 96.78. And then let's go and cover 96.75. We'll give it 3 pennies of room. We just reclaimed 97, which is a good thing. I really want to hold 97. We've been holding 97 quite well. There we go. So we'll have that stop ready and going. I see the chat talking about BZFD. No, this one's calming down a little bit now. 255 the high, guys. I'm not going to participate in this one. My move's been made on it, and to me, I'm looking short from now on. To be honest with you,
we're both looking short.
Yeah. I mean,
now the short's got to be good, right?
My only concern is it becomes a multi-day runner. And it becomes a multi-day runner because it's got a headline associated with Meta. That's not going away soon, this and that. That's my only concern. So how am I going to play this one? Simple, boring. Wait for the break of VWAP. But I started off the show saying that I've noticed something lately with these small cappers. They've had less momentum below VWAP to the downside. What I was doing a lot with these was I was waiting for them to make their move, retrace below VWAP, consolidate, then I'd take them south. I've been noticing because the market is generally stronger, these small cappers are trending a little bit more to the high side than they are to the downside. They're having a kind of less propensity to crash. At least that's been my observation. Obviously, it's anecdotal. I don't have the data to back it up, nor have I, kind of compiled all that. But it's been something that I've been noticing. So kind of concerns me a little bit to want to take this south. I'm just thinking out loud here, guys, so you guys are going to see my thoughts in real time.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah, what are you doing over there?
No, I'm basically waiting for Amazon. There was a buyer at 25. I was told, this is why I'm short. I just want to pair off that buyer. I just feel like, we go up, there's a buyer, it's below VWAP, I'll short into that buyer. Eventually we fill, then we get the flush down. It took a little bit of time, kind of added to this a little bit more here, and now we're actually getting the flush. There is another buyer at 21, so if this buyer does fill, that's going to give the final flush to the downside. So I'm basically being patient. It's funny how sometimes I'm like, hey, is this going to flush? I was like, what if I just cover a little bit? If I cover a little bit, then the market's going to be like, haha, he covered. Now let's go down. But haha, I didn't cover it all. It was just a little bit. So yeah, I'm just kind of playing games with myself here. But that's what I'm going for. I'm just kind of scalping this in and out over here and basically waiting for the majority flush into the 98s. That would be great. We'll see what happens there. Sharif is now thinking short BZFD. So I almost want to add a little bit more to this. But I will not. I'll just kind of stick with what I got. I feel like it's good. We'll see what happens next. The fade maybe is... Okay, there's the fade. As I'm talking about in real time. Okay, Sharif, your timing's perfect. Hopefully you're short that thing.
No, I'm not, bro.
Oh,
I can't
man.
get short until
you still got the chance, man. You still got the chance.
The
market always gives you another chance, especially if you're going to be wrong on it. It'll give you multiple chances, and then it'll say
give you as many as you want in that case.
All right, guys. I'm going to give this, I'm just waiting on this Google trade here. It's the only trade I've got on at the moment, 78 long, still nursing it, waiting to see if 97 is going to be a level here of support. It's breaking below it, but you're really not by that much. So I'm going to try to exercise as much patience as I have on this stock. But let's have a look at, where is the other one here? BZFD. Okay, so I want to have it ready, because I always see it a little bit differently from these white charts. Okay, here we go. So these are all our in or outs on it. We had a good day on it. Probably paper-handed this trade now that I'm looking at it because, pardon me? Probably paper-handed this trade because we got out at 17s and it made its way all the way up to 52. So, but such is a situation. 150. So where do we get short here? I mean, you could look at the $0.50 rejection, obviously. You could also wait for a break of the 50 period. I mean, it's held the 50 period basically the entire day. Look at this. From that move up, I don't want to say the entire day. That's not the right. But basically, when the volume started coming in around that 12 o'clock hour, with respect to the Chat GPT headline, it's held the 50 period. It dipped a little bit here, and that's where we got in. We got in at that 50 period, at that 184, and it tested it again right over here, breaking it by like how many pennies? 16 by 4 pennies. So if you were to give this one a 5-10 penny buffer below the 50 period, taking a long off that, you were golden. Yeah. So maybe what I'm waiting for is this one to break below the 50 period before we get involved. Maybe I won't give it down to VWAP. Maybe I'm giving it too much. Maybe I'm waiting for too long to give it to VWAP, right? And the majority of the short move will be done. Yeah, it's shown its propensity to continue to go higher, and so that's why I don't want to step in here. $2.50 though looks to me to be an interesting resistance area, at least for the moment. All right, what's this Google up to? We'll go back to that one quickly. No, that's COSM. Google still flirting with that 97. I'm not gonna sell this one because we just made another leg up in the market, and if we continue with that leg up, obviously we're gonna have a period of retracement. Let's show the market right here. Here's the leg up that caused Google to break out. Now we have a retracement, and then could we see another leg up and test those highs of days? 40, 68, 25 is the high of day, and we're hanging out at 55 is now. So 13 points off that high, but definitely a lot closer to the highs than we are to the lows. Right back up above 97 is Google, so that 97.15 is not out of the question yet as Google finds a second wind and starts heading to the high side again. Seeing now Amazon starting to come in here and break VWAP. I think this is the first time it's broken it for a better part of the day. Yeah, you had that double top earlier on, and then that flush downside. We took that flush on Amazon. Yeah, I did trade Amazon on here. There we go. Had it for a nice little short. The big boy flush on Amazon all the way from 99.49 all the way to 96.92, and then we've had a retracement here, reclaiming VWAP, showing probably the overall market strength that has started to come in, hence why we are long Google, and I'm going to exercise patience on that. But guys, a minute and a half left. It's been a banger day. 5 for 7, which is not a bad outcome. Started the day ugly, finishing the day decent. Very happy with where I'm at. And yeah, small cappers were in play, big cappers were in play, Luca. I know we had obviously ongoing issues with the charts, but I think you've got the trading view thing ironed out here.
Yeah, man, always a lot of fun. You know, best of luck. Yeah, Dr. Crusher, Spro Bros, Spros across the board, man. Amazon is interesting. I'm kind of glad that I covered a little bit of that. Then getting the quick pop up, and I'm like, okay, let me cover, and we instantly go back down. I go, oh, are you serious? So then adding back to it, I'm just playing this kind of like VWAP over under. So I do like, I mean, if 98.20 breaks to the downside, then that's the flush that I'm going to look for. If we keep going to the upside, you know, the long is not wrong. So, you know, continue to trade your book. I know people are like, long is the play, long. You know, I will repeat this every time, man. Do what makes the most sense to you. You know, it's that's how you kind of find repeatable strategies, and you know, you get better as a trader. So, you know, best of luck for the rest of the day. Always a pleasure coming on here. Had a great time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. 2.3K. If you like the video, like the video. And that's all, folks. That's all. You got anything else to wrap up?
That's it, baby. Very happy to be here with you guys. We have Brendo at the big desk, who's going to take you into the closing show. We got the guys to my right, the big kahunas. They're ready to go. They're locked and loaded and ready to make these trades, guys. It's been real. We will see you tomorrow for Friday, and it won't be free fall.
More of him. Welcome back in. 2 o'clock, guys. We get back into the swing of things here with 2 hours to go on a positive day shaping up. Once again, 1% in fact now for the NASDAQ. We get better than expected GDP out this morning. If you missed it in the pre-market at 8:30. Yeah, it's appearing like good news for the economy is